All right, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good coffee break. Got a chance to network with some fellow AI champions. Learn something new from the conversation. That's great. Well, here we are to take it further. So just a quick recap of the morning session, and I'm amazed how enlightened I was personally sitting and listening to those wonderful sessions. You know, the different things about the availability and the capacity with the hyperscalers, to how the enterprises are struggling to really find a space and how there's more need for that. Then talking about how we're moving to NPUs, which is like moving the workload to the endpoints and making it like, even more feasible for the end customers to really apply in the native environments. Of course, we talked about, like with the congresswomen, the need for more regulation and how that needs to cope up with the industry innovation and everything else. With all that said, now is the time to also learn a little more about the use cases and the business transformation. And for that, we're going to kick off our next segment here. And in order to kick that off, next session is an executive interview on the topic of scaling with generative AI, a team sport. This session, for this session, I would like to invite on the stage ASAP CMO, Dan Rood, and he'll be discussing this topic in conversation with the EY's Global Emerging Technology Ecosystem Leader, Jay Prasad. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage, please.
Thank you, Lalit. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Great to be with you. So as Lalit mentioned, I lead our Global Emerging Technology Ecosystem. We partner with great organizations, companies like ASAP. Today I'm with Dan. So it is a team sport, and Dan is pitching in for his boss, who likes aviation, but he's late. So unfortunately, Gustavo is still in the air. His flight was delayed, but Dan has graciously agreed to step in. So we'll talk for the next 20 minutes or so about our experiences working together. You're a terrific company. It's been great working with you guys. But before we get into that, maybe Dan, introduce yourself and talk a little bit about ASAP, and we'll get into some specifics.
Yeah, so nice to be with you all. ASAP is a generative AI company. We've been around for about 10 years. Started very much as a research company in really tackling the area of customer experience. So any of the technologies related to customer service, how agents are interacting with customers, how you engage with your customers. Personally, I've been in the CX space for about 11 years. It sounds very quaint to say, but I was with a company that was the first to go into multi-tenanted cloud solutions, which is ubiquitous now, but back then it was very new. So being around this space has been really interesting to see the innovation and opportunity and the challenges that are happening within the CX space right now in terms of cost and how to serve customers in a new and more productive way.
Yeah. So I think you guys, the way you set up the business need for what you decided to focus on 10 years ago is really well done. Gustavo tells that story really well. The need continues to be there. It's an area that everybody in this room has had experiences with call centers. And we may even know some of the people who work in the call centers. And it's one of those areas where it's generally sub-optimized.
Yeah.
Thus the focus on that area that you've made. So 10 years on, Gen AI showed up a year and a half ago. You've embedded that into your product. Talk a little bit about how it's changed now versus when we started 10 years ago.
Yeah, so like many startups, and many of you would have these similar stories, it started with our CEO having a painful interaction with an enterprise. And so ASAP started on this journey to figure out, could we provide better tools to the agents? And so we started looking and deploying to really large enterprises the ability to create automation in terms of what is the accuracy, can we create messaging for the agent to bring better accuracy to the customer? Can we do better transcription, better summary services, all these tools that agents use? And we got really good at it. We were pretty off the radar. We focused on very high-end enterprises, really complex organizations. And then over the last few years, where AI versus the promise of AI have really started to come together, obviously. And so our focus has pivoted for this really massive opportunity, which is how do you take a number of interactions that happen inside of customer service. Like most of the interactions that happen within customer service are the same 15, 20 interactions. And what happens if we can just completely automate those? And what I always like to say is, the ultimate goal of customer service is to abbreviate customer pain. And if we can abbreviate the customer's pain by having a very quick in, quick out, without having to necessarily talk to a human at all, it's great for your brand to be able to engage with customers in that way, and it's great for just the experience and the operation inside the contact center. So
we've worked together. I think it's an excellent partnership, as I mentioned earlier. Our task in EY, firms like ours, is the way I think about it is that we help people to change. There's a lot that goes into that, but that's what we do fundamentally. And what you do, a lot of that powers change. And so, what have been the benefits to organizations today, having included all the different types of AI that you have, right, including Gen AI, like your Gen Agent, for example, which is a terrific product. Talk a little bit about what companies are getting out of this.
Yeah, so the best way to talk about it is for us to think about the problem. And the problem for many years has been, and I was on this journey with cloud. In my naivete, I thought, okay, if we can migrate to cloud, provide a better user experience for the agents and the supervisors in the business, it's going to create a better environment for service to take place. And what's been challenging, and I think many of you can attest to this, that there's real labor issues that are going on in the contact center. There's been a lot of effort to have more flexibility, work from home, increase wages, bring in what we call WFM tools. So how do we do motivation, gamification, coaching, to try to make the role of the agent more livable, right? And yet, we are still seeing a massive flood of agents who don't stay in the role. It's very costly to the business, and it hurts the customer experience. So what we've seen is that with our customers, starting with the innovation in terms of giving agents tools that they can much more quickly adapt to the customer, to automate the tasks, was a step. And now what we're very excited about, and I'm not here to do a product pitch for it, but it's really relevant for us, is the promise to be able to finally offload a lot of those interactions. Because ultimately the customer, we all agree, the customer doesn't really want to talk to us most of the time. Sometimes they do, and it's awesome. But we're seeing that we can start to evolve the agent role to be in less menial tasks and more complex, more meaningful tasks, while we offload a lot of that finally to automation in a way that's not just merely a chatbot, but one where I can have a natural conversation like you and I are having, and for it to be able to find the intent, answer the question, and take action while humans are in the loop behind. So it's new, right? We just released this product about 4 or 5 months ago, and just the early signs of what's happening, it's really making us reimagine what is possible and our customers reimagine, because we've been thinking about this for a long time, and now it's happening. It's scary and super exciting. It's super exciting what's happening right now.
It's really, I just want to emphasize the point about the improved employee experience of the people who work in these customer service centers. I think that's a huge win. You've always done a good job there, but I think with this latest iteration of the product, being able to do so much more in natural language makes the life of the agent that much better, so they can do those things that are more fulfilling. Integrate the service center more with the product organization, for example. So I think it's a big win for the organization overall. I think that goes well beyond the efficiencies that people generally think about.
Because you see contact centers that are very, very meaningful in terms of the roles. When you're able, a lot of agents play the role of a robot in the sense that the reason it's a hard job is because it doesn't have a lot of decision making. You're dealing in high emotional environments with customers. And so the idea that we are able to really focus on those key areas where the human interaction does have a big brand benefit to the customer and to your organization is something we take really seriously. And part of the way you do that is by taking away the things that none of us would want to do if we didn't have to. And that's, that's a great promise, I think.
So let's talk a little bit about adoption. So I mean, in everybody in the audience, your companies, many of you would have organizations that deal with customers, call centers, what have you. We've worked together, visited with clients. In some cases, people latch on to it very quickly, go, let's do it. In others, it takes them a little bit longer. What's been your experience in terms of best practice around helping people, organizations to adopt?
Yeah, it's a really good question because, if you come in, especially in our sector around the customer service space, if you go in and say, hey, we could automate 50% of the interactions that you currently have going to agents, that sounds great, and there's very much a truth to it. But to your point, the precursors, and a lot of the things our customers are asking is, we might be 2 years away from that. We might be 3 years. We might be 1 year away. So what we're developing, and EY has been a great partner in this, is we're developing that maturity model. Example, we spent a lot of time dealing with technologies that aren't the sexiest thing in the world, like transcription. That's not a thing you lead an event with. But if you have a transcription service like ASAP where you're getting to 94% accuracy, that's a precursor, because if you don't have good transcription, then your generative agent can't be listening, understanding, responding, and taking action. So there are these precursors. So what we're telling our customers, and some of them are very aggressive, and some are saying, we have knowledge management issues. So for an AI to be able to go into your internal APIs, of which maybe they don't even exist. So you have knowledge management on the back end, and then you have your telephony services and all of these sometimes very antiquated technologies. So what we're doing is helping companies go, hey, all these precursor technologies that we built give you a roadmap that if you're 3 years out, awesome. Let's start looking at the maturity map of what you need with transcription and summarization and integration to back-end systems, because you might find you're a big mess on the back end in terms of knowledge. So a lot of it is in mapping out with the customer, what's your appetite and what is the maturity model, how antiquated might you be, and how much work goes in that before we just usher in and go, look at generative agent. We have to really be deliberate, especially the larger the enterprise.
I think that's well said. I mean, the organizations are big and they have a life of their own, and we're all people that work in them. We've developed our teams and our way of working, and we all want to feel like we have a hand in setting out what's going to change, and that we're a part of that. I think that's super well said, and it's true for all technologies.
What do you, because you are in front of a ton of customers, when you're looking at that, what are you seeing as the big inhibitors that kind of get in the way of getting toward whatever that AI future is?
Yeah, so it's a good question, and at the risk of maybe pontificating a little bit, I think in all of this that's happened with Gen AI the last couple of years, there was obviously a lot of hype around it, and appropriately so. I mean, it's a big deal. And we're all trying to figure out, what does this mean for us? And everybody started experimenting, including us. We spent a lot of time and resources making sure people understood it within our organization, and that we had a standard set of tools that people could get familiar with. So then you've hopefully demystified it a little bit. And I think generally speaking, that's kind of where the market is. We've been through a couple of years of demystification. But I think right now people are looking at, like, what's the payback and the value that I'll get out of this? And that's where we are right now. And I think that takes time. The finance people get very involved. So we're spending this much, we're going to get this much. What does it mean for the organization? How do I rethink my business? People often talk about an AI strategy as more of a sort of an updated company strategy with AI in all of it. So we're in the middle of all of that right now, and I think it's going well. I also think, Dan, your approach to AI being so focused on a business problem is extremely helpful, because people can sort of get their arms around that easier, right? So you're not trying to boil the ocean, you're dealing with a particular area. So I think it's all moving well, but we have to remember that people are at different places.
I have a follow-up question. I like this turning it around, because I like asking you questions more than you asking me questions. One thing that you touched on that we're seeing too, there was this, at least in my space, a huge overswing on the promise of AI about 7 years ago. So one of the things that we're encountering is there are a fair number of charlatans, let's say, or just over promises from people like me on the marketing side, right? And so now, like, what are you experiencing in terms of, there's a lot of skepticism, maybe is my point. What are you seeing? Like, even if it's true, people go, you have to prove it maybe in a way that you might not have had to 5 years ago.
I think you're right. It was a leading question.
It was.
You're absolutely right. I think people are, or executives, I mentioned finance earlier, very focused on, what are we going to get out of this, and when, and what's the impact on the organization, and what are the changes. People are very focused on the human element of this right now, which is great. It goes beyond education. It goes into actually rethinking, how you do business. Because if you do AI right, giant pieces of workflow basically get automated, right? And with the benefit right now of natural language. So I think all of those things, if you're a senior executive in an organization, you're thinking, this has got far-reaching impacts. I better take a little bit of time and think through carefully what it means. And my sense is that's where we are. We're certainly doing that in our firm.
Right.
And I think we see our clients doing that. But one thing that is very clear is that it is going to happen, right? And it's going to happen. It's going to have profound impacts across all industries. Do I ask you a question now? Yeah. Okay. So
thank you for indulging me.
Oh, of course. So now I've seen your product. You have many customers who have been on things like transcription and your other productivity tools. The Gen Agent, which is a few months old, as you've said, you want to get everybody onto that. How is that going with your existing customers?
It's going. It's going really well on two fronts. One, there is a huge learning that you do. For us, and this wouldn't be a surprise to anyone, the number one question that companies have relates to security, and it's really relevant. It's security in terms of the back-end APIs that one has to access. There's also I put it under the label of security, but when you're thinking about hallucinations, that is nobody wants to be on Reddit, right, for something that AI does, and we've all seen it, and it's terrifying to large enterprises. And so for us, it's been great to see. We have about 60% of our customers who are now either deploying or are the beginning stages of deploying, which is great because we start to get a lot of learning from that. And then we're seeing really great immediate improvement once we launch. We're seeing great improvement in terms of number of interactions, especially these common, we call them like tier 1 interactions, which is a lot of the stuff that comes into a contact center. We're seeing the offset, where companies are seeing immediate cost savings, which is really helpful for anybody. And then from a security standpoint, it's just getting better and better and better in terms of, we're at about 1 out of every 5,000 interactions that have some sort of hiccup, or call it broadly a hallucination, nothing bad. It's just we're an error, which is much better than human agents. So that's always a consideration. I saw something on Slack this morning where an airline customer of ours, we had a screenshot of an interaction of a malcontent who was coming into this airline on chat and asking for like 1 million frequent flyer points, and to watch the generative agent just navigate that smoothly and respectfully, and that you could see that the customer was trying to trick the AI, and we've all tried to do that with ChatGPT and things like that. So to watch the elegance in which it still maintains a great poise of no, we're not going to do that, but we'll say it nicely. But just watch how people are going to try to mess with it. It's awesome to see that, because there's nothing. We have nothing without that. If we don't have that type of security, and brand trust, it's, you know, it's not. So it's really cool to see our customers starting to adopt. And everyone's jumping in at a different pace and going, let's try this particular use case, or, you know, we'll just do it in a testing environment. And some are going, let's deploy. We're starting to see the results we want. So our customers are representing, I think, the market. Some are really aggressive, and some are going, we have a lot of internal stakeholders. We've got to get aligned to it. So I think it's great for what it is for an earlier product.
Yeah, look, it's been great working with you guys. So they're going to pull us here pretty quickly. Our 20 minutes went like that.
They can't make us get off stage.
Yeah. So I see the other group over there. So with that said, maybe if there's a final point you'd like to leave the audience with around this really fantastic set of products, especially the generative agent, with this group, what would that be, Dan?
I mean, humbly, you know, come by the booth and, you know, have a conversation with us, and we can talk about where you're at, how we're mapping. There's a lot of questions in the conversations that I've had just in the last this morning, just around where you're at in your maturity model, how we can help. So obviously, come by. I think the biggest takeaway for me has been nobody wants to come in and say, hey, let's replace human agents. Nobody wants to go, let's replace jobs. What we're seeing instead is the companies that are talking to us about this are having a real problem with how to get to scale and reduce cost and provide better CX for their customers. And I think there's a great balance that we have to start re-envisioning the number of agents, but also the quality of the job, so that we can keep those agents from quitting at right now about a 70% rate. And so for us, there's a passion in going, yeah, we want to be advocates for making the roles of the agents to become something that they're not today, which is why these problems are happening. So love to have a conversation with you if we see each other. And yeah, it's really exciting times. And I appreciate the partnership and all the work that you...
It's great. It's great working with you guys. You're a great company. We learn a lot from you, and our clients benefit tremendously from the partnership together. So thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Jay. Again, some of the valuable lessons learned. It's not about replacing humans from the job. It's about scaling the business and helping solve business problems. That's the key. So it's the application of technology, and of course, one of the common myths that we always hear is AI replacing jobs and other things. That being said, you know, imagine a world where the AI is so advanced that the Siri and Alexa refuse to answer your question because they're busy having philosophical discussions. I guess everybody's taking like not too serious. All right. Well, see, that's another myth we talk about, right? Artificial intelligence, how it's kind of like create its own brain power and everything. Of course, we all know. But the science tells us that machine learning is only as powerful as the data that is given to it. So in order to like learn what is the business application of this AI use cases, I'm excited to actually bring on this panel, which is going to discuss the creating a strategic roadmap to scale enterprise-wide AI deployment. And you're going to hear some of the real use cases from the industry, you know, veterans, as well as people who are actually applying AI in the day-to-day business transformation use cases. So for that, I'm going to invite on the stage from Citi, co-CIO Shadman Zafar. From AXA Group, the Chief Data and Emerging Technologies Officer, Roland Schwerer. From GSK, the Chief Digital and Technology Officer, Shobhi Ramakrishnan. And from FTI Consulting, Digital and AI Practice Lead, Sumit Gupta, on the stage. And we'll also have our moderator, who's from Edelman Smithland, EVP and Head of AI Strategy, Chris Donahoe. Please welcome me in inviting these folks to the stage. Welcome. And also, please feel free to submit your questions as part of Q&A, and the panel will address those questions as we moderate this along. Please.
Wonderful. Definitely encourage you to ask questions on Slido. I've seen some really fantastic ones, and I think this is the first really full panel we've had today, so please let's take advantage of that. I want to take a minute just to give each of you an opportunity to kind of introduce yourself, and if you will humor me, describe the moment you realized AI was going to have a big impact on the work that you do. Shobhi, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so Shobhi Ramakrishnan, I'm the Chief Digital and Technology Officer at GSK. We're a global biopharma company, so if you have someone with asthma or COPD or have been vaccinated against meningitis or shingles or RSV, you probably interacted with our company. To answer your question, I think we've sort of thought about data as a vector of innovation for a very, very long time, over a decade. So AI is just a pivot for us on that. So definitely way before ChatGPT happened.
Thank you. Shadman Zafar, co-CIO for Citibank. Basically responsible for the technologies, applications, technology infrastructure. To answer your question, I was an AI enthusiast back in school days, but really figuring it out that it can actually have an impact on my job was back in 2006, when in a different job, in a different role, I first time deployed a neural networks-based collaborative filtering for content recommendation. And we saw there was a 20-25% uplift from what our top marketeers were recommending that people will buy next. And I was blown away. I was like, oh my God, this is huge. It's going to have a big impact. Of course, from 2006-07 to now, it took a long time. This was not generative AI at that time. But that's when I knew that something real will happen at some point.
It's a good light bulb moment. Roland.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Roland Scharrer from AXA Insurance. I'm running data AI and new technologies for AXA Group. So artificial intelligence is nothing new in the insurance industry, something what we do day to day, running statistics, running math, running machine learning models over years. When it comes to the one moment that actually said, okay, something changed, was actually last year, March, when my mother called me. She's a chef in the kitchen, rarely uses her mobile phone, and she asked me if she should worry about ChatGPT. Okay, there's something changed now. It actually is mass market ready. Everybody has an opinion about artificial intelligence nowadays. Right. And there's something really that changed nowadays.
Good morning, Sumit Gupta. I lead the AI practice at FTI Consulting. We're a management advisory firm. For me, just like Shadman, it was back in grad school. I was an AI researcher. We were building neural network models at that time. This is 20 years back. Also chopping mice brains to examine neural structures and use that to inform models. So we could see the early signs at that time too, how this can mimic a lot of the cognitive functions that we are seeing today with ChatGPT and so on. But we didn't have the data and the compute at that time. So
great. Well, we were discussing here really the question of the day, probably the question of the year, which is how do you go from use case and piloting to enterprise-wide deployment? And in all of your cases, how do you do that across a global footprint with hundreds and thousands of employees? So I want to dive right into that. Can one or two of you give me an example of an application that you're either in the process of deploying enterprise-wide or that you already have, and what you're learning from that, and what advice you can offer from that experience?
Yeah, I can quickly start. So at FTI, we've been using non-Gen AI for many years now at scale, right? So many parts of our business, we are doing forensics and investigations with petabytes of data, right? And so there are so many use cases when you're dealing with that kind of data, which we are using both internally and for our clients, at scale. But in the last 18 months, with Gen AI, with the large language models in particular, we are seeing users in white-collar jobs, including ourselves, right? So in the consulting workflows, there are a lot of things that we can systematically automate. How do we collaborate? In consulting, a lot of our IP is how we provide advice to the clients, right? But they are in silos. They're not structured. So how do you collaborate across 10,000 people in 26 countries, right? How do you do that research? And how do you provide insight? So we've, in short, we built our own platform over the last 12 months. We can point that to custom proprietary data sets, and in a very secure, confidential manner, derive insights for ourselves, but also for our clients. When we do financial due diligence or commercial diligences for our clients, we can use that fairly quickly.
Maybe I'll give another example.
Great.
So, usually AI, when our personal lives are sort of simple, you can do lots of things. As soon as it comes into enterprise, it becomes more complex of what use cases to use. One of the first one we sort of thought will be useful for general purpose, not for engineers, is really unraveling policies and compliance to policies in a large company. Many of you, I'm sure if I do a raise of hands here, it's like nobody will raise their hands to say they have read all of the policies in the company, right? Nobody. So what we did is we started to deploy internet banking. It's incredibly complex, more than for a typical industry. But so we have gotten that as a corpus into an AI, and we're rolling it out sort of an AI-based policy manager that any given moment in time, you can just quickly ask a question, summarize for me travel policy, summarize for me, gift policy or this and that. And in a very quick fashion, people can take action on it, on the policy on a day-to-day basis. And that has sort of taken thousands of policies down to a quick question and answer that people do in real time.
Sounds like a dream, almost. One of the other things that came up in earlier conversations was the real need to demonstrate that AI is delivering real business value. It's not simply helping cut costs and drive efficiency, but it's delivering results for the top and the bottom line. Shobi, I want to come to you for a second. And can you give us a sense of how at GSK you're thinking about applying AI enterprise-wide to unlock that business value, both in the immediate term and then also 3-4 years down the line?
Yeah. So for us, we're not trying to make GSK into a technology company. We're a vaccines and medicines company, and our focus is on preventing and treating disease. And I think there's two converging factors. One is our ability to understand and engineer biology, and incredible computational power that allows us to do so. This intersection of science and technology means the next 2 decades is going to be quite pivotal in almost all the innovation that comes out of the life sciences and the biotech industries. And so for us, it's about applying AI broadly, but data technology, as we call it broadly, to further the drug discovery, accelerate drug discovery. R&D productivity is a big concern for our industry. 90% of our ideas fail. Mm-hmm. It's like nowhere else is that determined, that is called success. So for us, changing the game on R&D productivity is a big priority. So we focus on how it can create value for accelerating our pipeline, how it can help us with manufacturing, and how it can, of course, help us reach patients with our medicine. So we think about it across the continuum. And probably to bring it to life with a couple of examples, in chronic liver disease, chronic hepatitis is an incredibly horrible disease. So essentially, in many cases, there is no functional cure. So the current standard of care is just treating the symptoms, and the virus never goes away. So we've been using AI and ML to really understand the virus, how it behaves. We understand how the disease progresses, how different patients. So the reason this is hard to cure is because different patients react differently depending on their genetic makeup, their immune system, et cetera. So we've been able to understand the patient data and see how can it potentially who will benefit from our assets, et cetera. And therefore, our clinical trial is designed in such a way through the use of AI and ML to reach more patients and help more patients as a result of it. So there's fundamentally, it's changing the core of how we think about research. And we hope that this medicine will one day be reaching more patients with AI versus without AI. So that's very concrete. And cure people, right? So the second one is probably in our manufacturing. We have over 37 manufacturing facilities for both vaccines and medicines, and we put out 500 million doses of vaccines last year, over 1.8 billion packs of medicines. And there we have about 50 plus digital twins, which are all AI/ML-based digital twins that are deployed to create digital replica of our components of our factory, so we can anticipate issues, drive more efficiency, prevent quality issues, et cetera. And again, concrete impact is we've been able to produce 1 million more doses of our shingles vaccine as a result of using digital twins versus without it. So that's sort of how we try to really embed it into meaningful aspects of preventing and treating disease.
It's such a good reminder that clearly it's having a material impact on your business and the top line, but also that there's real community and human impact at the end of these applications. It's really, really neat. Roland, I want to turn to you and think about this process of AI deployment. And can you help us understand, in your experience across the global footprint that AXA has, how does the deployment, the scaling phase, look different than earlier phases of that evolution, piloting, even targeted deployment? What's unique about this task?
So have in mind, insurance industry is a very local business. Every regulation is different, every process is different, every way to engage with the customer is different, from Indonesia to Nigeria to Europe to UK to US to Brazil. So things are different here and there. So scaling out artificial intelligence is hard. It's hard in that industry. See where you have commonalities, where you can reuse stuff from one country to another one, from one pricing engine to another one in another country, having in mind the cause and effect relationships behind the data that is driving the artificial intelligence. We are currently live with 400 use cases, and in financial services, you know them as well, we are very much number-driven, so we actually have to prove each use case well to drive the one forward. We deliver currently $500 million of impact per year in terms of underlying earnings to drive the one forward. And we want to scale out more the artificial intelligence use cases there. And what we see is there's a few things you actually have to do right to actually do that one. A, cloud transformation helps a lot. We are big endorsers of the public cloud. That gives a certain foundation, a certain platform across the globe, from Indonesia to US, that you can actually reuse source code at all to drive them further. Second, and that is what the data scientists with their creativity don't like at all, is standardization. In a company, you have to standardize your API interfaces, standardize your data interfaces. AXA is built on M&A. We actually acquired over the years and decades multiple insurance companies. Imagine they all have their heritage, all of their legacy data, all of their own understanding of calling things. The German call it in German, the French in French, and the UK in UK. Bring them together in one room, say, how we can call data fields. It's a challenge by design. And then, of course, nowadays, especially with the EU Act on artificial intelligence, proper artificial intelligence model inventories. Manage your source code, manage your models well, which model is where in production, and how to get an oversight on these things driving forward. And the biggest challenge, and I think it's not a surprise, is of course cultural change. Classic insurance mathematicians, the actuaries believe they know it already. Artificial intelligence, nothing new. It's still math. I know it, don't tell me something. Business leaders say, I want to actually shine with the latest artificial intelligence. So everyone wants to do AI nowadays, everyone. From HR departments to the chef in the kitchen, to the ones who are actually doing financial services or accounting and finance around that one. So how to bring that one together, so actually have a cohesion on that culture transformation, that we're going into one direction together and understand what behind our AI policy are the do's and don'ts to drive things forward.
I want to go to the other financial services representative on the panel, since you guys come from an industry where you actually have to prove the impact. Shabin, you at Citi, you have the enviable task of not only deploying this tech globally, but also doing so at a company that's going through its own kind of evolution and reorganization at the same time. Give us a sense of what that is like. How have you approached your remit of operationalizing AI at scale while navigating kind of the shifting dynamics and landscape within the enterprise?
Very well said. First of all, I relate to many things you said. Like really, I was smiling. I feel like you're living through the same life here. You're right. I mean, both an evolution of city and what you need to do at rollout of AI is sort of a complex navigation. The way we think about it is as follows. First of all, is in the rollout so we have this term we start to utilize, which is going across two phases essentially, is like out of the lab onto the factory floor. And we really meant that in a very concrete way. So in the first phase, a lot of companies have gone through, like having little teams who are sort of figuring out what you can do with AI, proving it that we can actually do it within the context of the business, get sort of the technology stack in place, like your RAG and your vector databases, how they work, which you don't have to worry about as a consumer when you utilize AI, prompt firewalls and all of those being in place. To get to a point where, number one, how do you really roll out at a global level? So our first point was to have actually a risk management framework in place that scales. So everybody, not just financial services, when they're initially first trialing it out, you're essentially going after application by sort of a project-by-project basis to say, can we use AI for this project? What kind of risks that will entail or not entail? That mindset does not scale, because any sizable organization will have hundreds of thousands, in some cases tens of thousands of projects. So we took a step back, as they say, like sharpening the saw. We were sort of sharpening the saw from a risk management perspective to say, can we scale that? And we actually came up with a very global framework of pattern-based recognition of what kind of programs can go through AI. Patterns could be things like, smart query out of a corpus of documents that can be utilized for internal use, or smart query for an external use, or a document summarization utilizing only a certain pieces of data that the company have. Those you can think of this as patterns. But within those patterns, there are like 10, 20, 30 patterns, emanates like hundreds, if not thousands of projects. So that's the first thing. Have that framework in place that will scale to hundreds of thousands of projects. It was a very important underlying thing. The second thing was have AI in people's hand to do something with it. So we actually went through at least last time I checked, world's largest sort of a GitHub Copilot deployment. There are 30,000+ people trained, deployed, engineers who can utilize not just Copilot, I'm using that as an example, but set of AI tools to develop end-to-end AI solutions in place. And the third and probably most important piece to your point is that you are going through your own evolution, how you handle that, is to actually direct AI to some extent to where your own company's sort of focus areas are, which for us, governance, control, simplification of the bank. So we are actually, while there's a lot of focus on governance of AI itself, we are actually also directing AI to actually do governance better by itself, by figuring out, complex controls that are in the company that can be simplified, finding those patterns and say you have 10 controls doing the same thing, reduce those to one and make it more robust as a control. So get more robust but complete controls in place. That actually got the momentum going. This is what the company needs to solve. And while we need to solve the governance of AI as an issue, but AI can also solve the governance in general for the company. And that got the sort of the ball rolling, if you will.
You talk about governance, and certainly we have a lot of industries represented here: consulting, financial services, healthcare. There's a spectrum of regulation between the regulatory environments in which your company, your industry operates, in some ways can really impact your approach to enterprise deployment. And I want to go to Sumit here, because I think you have an interesting vantage point in your consulting role, because you're looking across a variety of industries. And I'm wondering if there's any insights you can deliver for us from those less regulated industries, not the healthcare or the financial services, but other fields that might provide some insights as to where this is going and how others that might be in a less regulated environment can seize different opportunities.
Yeah, I'll probably share the what we call the 3 cardinal rules, right? When we are talking to all our clients across industries, right? And then there are very specific things around financial services and retail or healthcare or what have you. But rule number 1 is what many of the panelists brought up. You got to have a financial case, right? I've seen a number of cases just in the last 18 months. You're spending $5-6 million solving what turns out to be $1 million problem, right? So you don't want to be doing that. And I can tell you that it's highly prevalent, right? When we go in and dig in the data, we see how much did you spend on this thing, and they'll be like, you spent $6-7 million already. And then when we do the economic analysis of what you're actually solving, it's a few million. Yeah. Right?
It's pretty cool looking.
Right, pretty cool. So you don't want to do that. So that's number 1. Number 2 is we advise taking a bit of a dual speed approach. So what I call both moving slow and moving fast. And what we mean by that is there are some problems which you can solve now. You have the data for that now. You have the infrastructure. You have the talent, or you can build it pretty quickly. Don't wait for that, right? Don't delay that. Go and solve that fairly quickly. But there are other things that require substantial rewiring of your either an enterprise process or a foundational platform or some part of your organization. You don't want to go and move fast and break things, and we've seen that. We've seen things get broken, especially in industries, like you said, which are not as regulated, and they are looking to move faster. In media and entertainment, we have had clients coming and asking us for help with managing 15, 20 initiatives which have been out of control in the last 2 years. So that's number 2, which is balancing where you can move fast and make sure you do that, and where you need more planning and more time, you got to invest that time, right? And then the third cardinal rule, which is not true for AI, just for any transformation, 80% of your attention, 80% of your resources, you're going to deploy towards non-tech, right? Most things, many of us are technologists here. We know we can solve those problems with tech, all right? That's only 20% of the battle. The 80% is how do you manage change, and how do you manage user adoption or customer adoption, and how do you manage risk, as Shadman talked about. Like, those are significant things. You have, in financial services, a lot of regulations, but even for media companies, the issue of bias and transparency is huge. If you're using a model to generate some content, and that's got bias in it, that can quickly bring you down in a very damaging way, right? So you've got to spend a lot more time on the non-tech stuff.
Is that a common experience among the group, that the majority of your time is actually spent on the enablement, the non-tech side of the work?
For sure, and I think with a caveat that the understanding the data that you have and the data that you need, I think, is underestimated. Typically, you start by saying, I'm going to solve it with AI, and you quickly realize the real work is in getting the data organized, cleaned, useful, pipelined, et cetera. So I think that's frequently where people stop. But if you keep at it, it creates incredible scale and incredible value in everything. I agree with everything you said.
Great. The tricky part, there's so much hype around artificial intelligence. There's with proper enablement, you have to cut it down. It's what's all about. It's proper business decisions that have been underlined with data, where you automate the decision-making process. Now with the Gen AI in a more wider scope, okay, fine, but it's still not magic. It's not a silver bullet, it's not magic. You have to think about your processes, you have to think about what you want to achieve with that kind of artificial intelligence. Does it make sense to drive them forward? And only then going in there. And this is why you have to spend still, unfortunately, quite a lot of time with enablement and with convincing people and cut down the chase. Last 10 years was rather about explaining artificial intelligence, why it's necessary. Now you actually do the opposite, cut it down, saying, yes, we will do AI, but we have to also redesign the processes. Okay?
It's funny, it's a technology that's being both underestimated and overhyped at the same time.
Yeah,
I think that makes jobs of real technologists quite hard at the moment.
And what Roland said is, that last point is really important. There are narrow problems you can solve in a company, right? And you solve them, that's great. But if they're connected to other tasks down the lane, and you don't solve them, well, then you've thrown money away, right? And so that's what we mean by really taking time to rethink a process before you go and start throwing money at a small problem.
Yeah, I'm going to focus for a minute on kind of the first phase of enterprise deployment, the use case aggregation, testing, experimentation. When I think one thing that many folks here are probably experiencing is a sense of use case fatigue, having to manage all of the ideas, run use cases through different testing, learning, hypothesis, validation, and then moving it from the lab onto the factory floor. Have you guys experienced, either personally or on your teams or in your organization, that sense of use case fatigue, and have you solved for it?
Yeah.
You want to do? Yeah. First of all, yes. The answer is yes. I think every organization have gone through it. When I mentioned around this concept of sort of a scaling a risk framework around utilizing patterns as opposed to use projects or use cases, it was actually aimed at that fatigue. And it was not just around risk management. It's across the whole process. You see, as much as we would all probably in this whole room would love to say that AI is a special and it's completely different, and I feel as an AI enthusiast myself, at the end of the day, it's the same business. You got to have the right business cases. You got to have the right risk management capabilities. And if you put that into that framework, we don't have a technology project planning fatigue, but for some reasons we have a use case fatigue because we're handling it every single little thing as a separate thing. And taking a step back and handle it in terms of patterns have massively opened up our own bandwidth. Here's a set of patterns. You're going to prove all of these, and these ones make sense because they follow a big business case, and we will invest in these 20 different projects together. They are around like a smart query management. And then what will feed through it, different use cases, are almost become secondary. That has opened up a bandwidth in a big way for us, this pattern-based decision-making.
In our case, it was the same. We call it differently. In the end, you have AI that is mature, that are building blocks. We call it patterns.
There you go.
Things you can reuse because they have proven business cases, because they have done 2, 3, 4 times. Okay, clear. Customer segmentation, churn predictions, things you run in financial services. And on the other side, you have to have a rigid use case pipeline management for things that have not proven yet. But you have to distinguish them clearly, because otherwise you run in this use case fatigue that you're retesting and re-evaluating every use case again and again and again.
Great. In our,
Please.
I was just going to say our philosophy is think big, start small, and scale fast. So I think this thing about first you have to prove value, but when you have proven value, that's when if you keep trying to, let me try this in Japan, and then let me try this in Colombia, and let me try it in South America, I think that's when it gets a bit silly with, I've proved it here. I know it works. Now let's figure out how to implement it at scale. So that's why I think it takes bits of leadership, I think, to navigate that.
Speaking of leadership and navigating the deployments, in my line of work, I spent a lot of time thinking about reputation management. And it has been clear that the pendulum has swung back towards a focus on responsible AI and ethical application over the past 6 to 9 months, certainly. And Shobi, I want to stick with you for a minute because the responsible application and the ethics of AI are so hyper-relevant in the healthcare space. How have you and your team implemented kind of an ethical approach to AI while also scaling fast?
Yeah. No, I think this is super, super important. I like to say that if you want to drive a fast car, you really need good brakes. So I don't see it as a bad thing to be governing, even though I'm from Silicon Valley and I like to move fast. I think the important thing is to recognize that when there's a patient at the other side for us, there's a a customer whose money you're responsible for in other industries, et cetera, the stakes are very, very high. So in order to manage data responsibly, in order to use this technology responsibly, you need to have both capability and expertise to do that well. And then you also need to have a culture of respecting security and privacy and all of that. So there's a cultural element to it. There's a process and policy element to it as well. And we have sort of approached it in 3 prongs. One is, what are the standards and what are the policies that we need to put in place? And we had an office, the moment we started using AI, we had an office of AI ethics and policy set up back in 2018, way before ChatGPT, et cetera. So we've taken that kernel of AI ethics and policy and turned it into a responsible AI governance council that sets the standards, sets the rules, sets the guidelines, has good coding practices that all our AI developers have to use, and we measure that. So we have our standards and controls within the company. We also work with, the policies are incredibly important for us, the regulations. So we try to think about how can we offer our expertise to policy think tanks, but also the governments proactively to help influence the right policies so that it doesn't impede innovation, but it stays core to the, our core mission is to help 2.5 billion people on the planet and improve their health, and really making sure that the regulations are in service of that. So policy is a big part of how we think about it. And then in terms of partnerships, we want to be a partner of choice. We have collaborations with academia. The healthcare data is 1/3 of the world's data is healthcare data. And we have incredible partnerships. So we want to be a partner of choice, which means if Oxford or MIT, Broad Institute want to work with us, they need to know that we have the highest ethics and the highest form of controls within our company to use this data responsibly. So we think about standards, policy, partnerships, and making sure that we have good brakes to drive our fast car.
Okay. That is such a fascinating stat. Maybe between healthcare and financial services, we have 70% of the world's data on stage.
It's true.
We got a good, very practical question here from the audience. The question is, are AI or Gen AI budgets, are they being drawn incrementally from the IT and tech organization, or are other parts of the business being drawn on to help support and pay for some of these things? I think a question really relevant to practically how you resource the task of scaling. Curious for the panel, certainly, but Sumeet, maybe from a consulting perspective, how are you seeing some of the work you're doing being funded? Is it coming primarily from these tech organizations or business lines across the enterprise?
Well, so we eat our own food here in terms of what we advise our clients, right? There's a baseline funding which is built into the IT spend and all of that. But there is incremental spend on that, on top of that, right, to drive some of the innovation that we're doing. And you almost need that, right? You can't survive oftentimes on just the baseline funding. The second thing I would say is there are some areas where we are also almost self-funding, right? And we're advising clients to self-fund their process, right? So there are things you can remove costs from and then use that to fund other initiatives, right? So almost reprioritizing your cost. That is the second method. But you do need some level of funding, right, to do incremental and innovative stuff. And that's where I think someone talked about a bit of the governance and decentralization. That comes into play because when you're talking about investment and funding, you do need some level of centralization to do this, right? Otherwise, you have a lot of scattershots and a lot of money being spent, especially in big enterprises. If you don't have you don't want to be controlling, you don't want to restrict creativity, right? But you do need to control the investments, your common reference architecture, so you're not having waste in the company.
Is that a common experience?
Yeah, common experience. I'm not a big supporter of like a lot of additional money to do AI because it ends up becoming like you promote too much
expectation.
Toys. No. You promote a lot of like people enjoying things. So it's great to have the current project shift towards AI. But exactly as Sumeet said, in order to it not end up becoming like a massive incremental investment, you need a small incremental investment to get the base common tool set, core capabilities and platforms in place, that each one of the projects now have an option to say, hey, you want to use the AI tech stack, or you want to use a traditional tech? You want to go AI way to solve your problem, or this way. Still, you have the same budget. You got still $1 million. You can go this way, or you can do that way. But to give that optionality and start to move company towards more AI use, you need to get the base initial incremental investment, as Sumit was describing, in place, a core platform in place, so people could utilize it. Otherwise, the first project to go have to take on that whole investment.
You mentioned the tech stack, and we already talked about the importance of governance and just how much of the world's data is represented on stage here. Roland, I want to come to you. How have you successfully deployed AXA's Gen AI tech stack globally and done so on confidential data?
See, like this, to piggyback on what you said. Of course, on Gen AI, you actually have to build a muscle around that one. We believe as an insurance industry, next to the media industry and next to the legal system, we are the most heavy impact when it comes to Gen AI because it unlocks text understanding. Really, the text, image understanding, voice is completely different nowadays. And when you think about insurance, the product what we actually sell is 50 to 500 pages of nasty text with a codified promise. If something happens, we are there for you. That is insurance, okay? So by design. Hence, we actually, of course, when March last year, the Pandora's box was open, we actually really leaned in and said, okay, we have to crack that one well. We built an underlying infrastructure as an incremental IT investment to drive them further, because we believe that capability is necessary no matter what, to actually drive things forward. Across the organization, we built that one hand in hand with the hyperscalers, because we believe that is something we have to drive forward together. Built blueprints that actually have been published already as blueprints for financial services. And we're driving that one in secure data enclaves to drive the one together with our security and compliance teams across the world. You can imagine that kind of session when you bring all the compliance and security functions on 50 countries together, say, can we do that thing? And how we're driving them on forward and how we deploy that one. We are live now with 150,000 people and web and APIs and an own secure data enclave. We just got a green audit on that one, so everybody's fine. EY is fine, Deloitte is fine on that one as well, to drive the one. And we currently have around 30% daily users. And this is an interesting piece now, because you see the early adopters, even in our industry, and our employees are there. But what will happen to the rest of the people? How we actually train them and how we actually bring Gen AI closer to them. So we use currently a prompting library to actually, because we are storing all the prompts, all the outputs of our Gen AI stack, everything. And there's a good source for what is necessary in the prompting library. Now we bring the people on board that are not familiar with actually writing prompts down by themselves. And this automation gives us another accelerator to drive them further. And over time, we actually see more and more adoption to drive them further. Fingers crossed, we're currently on a 40% adoption rate per month, increased adoption rate. That is good. Let's see where we're heading to on Gen AI to drive them further. The tricky part is nowadays how to make them energy efficient, because tokens are not cheap. Tokens are energy costly. So we actually go to smaller, fine-tuned models. You're combining that one with the RAG approach. You combine that one with other topics like knowledge bases and the way you're doing semantic analysis as well. The tricky piece is rather that in Gen AI, everyone wants to do Gen AI. And especially the kind of window dressing beauty contest, what you see between the business leaders in our organization, that is something that worries us a lot, because everybody wants to be now successful with his own Gen AI case to drive them. So how to bring everybody back to a central platform, working together and collaborating. That is the tricky part of the current year 2 of Gen AI. Deploy them on in big enterprises.
Well, let's try to leave on a practical note and make things a little bit less tricky. For anyone out there who is getting ready to take the first step for an enterprise-wide deployment, for the group, can you give me one sentence? We'll go down the row. What piece of advice, what is a critical thing you think they should think about as they set out on that sometimes intimidating task?
I can go first. Don't spend $5 million on a $1 million problem.
Practical ROI. Roland.
Keep a very, very good relationship with your compliance and data privacy officers.
Good advice.
Wise advice. I would say don't get fascinated with AI as a tool. Approach it as a tech stack of tomorrow.
That's good advice. I think first is just keep it real And don't underestimate the talent shift that has to occur across the company in order to make it happen.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. Fascinating conversation.
Thank you.
Join me.
All right. Well, now we know what's the challenges and the practicality of applying AI in a business. Businesses like this entails. So thank you, Shadman, Shobi, Samir, Sumit, and the team for providing those valuable insights. Now, headed to our next session, which is an executive interview again on enhancing the human connection in the healthcare through AI. And for that discussion, I would like to invite on the stage from CVS Health, EVP and Chief Digital Data Analytics and Technology Officer, Tilak Mandadi, and that will be in conversation with Quantum AI CEO, Seth Dobrin. So welcome on the stage, please.
All right, Tilak, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you taking the time, and it's going to be a great conversation that we're going to have, talking about healthcare and AI, and really a human-focused approach is, I think, what we're going to talk about. And I know you and I are both really passionate about that. But I think
I know you wrote a book.
I did just come out with a book. It comes out Thursday. Thanks for promoting it for me. I appreciate it. You know, I think it's important to start with, you know, this is a technology and an approach that it doesn't matter what industry you're from. And it's important to note that, you know, while you're at CVS Health, you don't have a healthcare background. So why don't you talk about what having this diverse background, what value that brings to you coming into a healthcare company, and how that works for you and what value it brings.
Before I joined CVS Health, first let me tell you what CVS Health is. I understand there's an international audience that may not be familiar. CVS Health is a vertically integrated U.S. healthcare business. So we have 9,000 retail pharmacies all across the country. We have Caremark, which is a pharmacy benefits management company, negotiates pharmacy prices, drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. We have Aetna, which is a medical insurance company, provides medical benefits. And we have a new division called Healthcare Delivery, Primary Care, and Urgent Care. So that's the CVS Health business, Fortune 6, $350 billion. Before I joined CVS Health, I was at Walt Disney Company for about 10 years. I was responsible for a lot of experiences and technology in the parks, cruise ships, consumer products, and a variety of other related things. So Seth's question to me when he talked to me before was, what did you bring from Disney to healthcare? Look, throughout my life, professional life, the focus has been on experience creation and enhancing the experience, the human connection. And that's what I'm focused on at healthcare, at CVS Health. Just a quick tidbit, 60% of Americans, when surveyed, said they find healthcare, navigating healthcare in the U.S. is an extreme hassle, awful. The other 40% are either very healthy or just gave up on healthcare altogether. So, and historically, U.S. healthcare industry had zero focus on the patient experience. That's not been a focus, and it kind of brings the rear in terms of technology adoption as well. So I thought it would be fun in healthcare.
Yeah, and it's a huge challenge, right? And it brings a lot of what you did at Disney, right? Disney is about enhancing human experience, like you said, right? You walk into their properties, their retail stores, and you want to make their lives better. And you want the humans in the Disney properties or the Disney stores to work with the humans that are coming in the parks, make sure they have access to their rides, the technologies, the tools, the products that they're doing, they want to buy. And you talk about kind of, how do we do that at CVS? What value does that bring? You have pharmacists at CVS, you have clerks, you have people working in the back office at these massive, specialty pharmacies at Aetna and the insurance. How thinking about bringing the human touch and connecting the human side, to the business value. You mentioned my book. A lot of what I talk about is, starting with the business value, but also thinking about the human impact. How do you think about the difference between human using the AI and the human that's impacted by the AI?
Look, set aside AI for a minute, right? If you look at U.S. healthcare and think about human experience, you start with who are the humans we are talking about, right? It's the patient that's getting the care. It's the member that's using the insurance benefits. It's the consumer that's buying things. In addition to those, you have pharmacists, care providers, nurse practitioners, caregivers, doctors, and a variety of call center agents, and a variety of others that are actually helping the patient. If you enhance the experience for all of them, you'll have a much better healthcare experience, right? So when it comes to the patient, the member, the end consumer, what is that they want, right? What would a good healthcare experience is going to look like? Well, they want access to care when they need it, where they need it. They would like complete cost transparency. They want to know how much it's going to cost to get this health care. They want concierge service. They want, healthcare is complex, so they want somebody to hold their hand and guide them through the healthcare system. They would like simple things like knowing the order status. When is my drug going to be filled? Can I get an appointment with so and so without having? They would like to know who is the best doctor for a particular condition, right? So there are a variety of things. And what we are also finding is a lot of people now in this generation, they are not only taking care of their own health, they are taking care of their kids' health, their parents' health, their grandparents' health. They have become family health giver. How do you help them in doing that? That's an important thing. Last but not least, they actually want, when I go to a doctor or when I talk to a nurse practitioner, I would like them to pay me attention. Don't turn away from me to do administrative stuff. So there are very specific things that would make this healthcare experience really, really better, and the vertical integration across the different parts of healthcare is equally important. So that's what they're asking for, and that's what we are focused on at CVS. How do we create those things?
Yeah, when you think about kind of the user of the AI versus the impacted by the AI, I often talk about, especially in insurance, right? When you think about a user of AI, it's in the case of a health insurance company, whether it's Aetna or the UK NHS, it is the insurance company or that's looking at using AI to determine automatically if a claim should be approved or denied up front or after the fact. The impacted person is the patient. And when you're designing AI systems, you need to think about that up front, because how you design the AI system and how you build the interface is different for both of those people. And that extends to all sorts of different things. And sometimes you have the user and the impacted person are the same. So you go to Amazon, you buy, you put something in your shopping cart. The user and the impacted person are the same in that case. But there's lots of instances where it's different. And I think if you're taking a human-focused approach, You need to take that into consideration. As business leaders, we often forget about that. And when you think about building digital types of experience, because you're not just responsible for AI, you're technology overall. So you're not just building the AI systems, you're building the digital experiences. How do you integrate those two? I think that's especially, in my mind, that's an especially challenging situation, is the integration of the user experience as well as the AI. But I also think it's vastly needed, and I think a lot of organizations don't really think about the user experience as part of the AI. And so how does CVS approach that?
I think it's, look, I'll give you examples. That's a lot easier to explain. We've been trickling features, but we're going to launch the CVS Health Super App at the end of the year for health. One of the things is, how do you choose a doctor, right? So using AI, we created a system called Smart Compare. Knowing who you are, knowing your conditions, knowing who the doctors are and who is available, who is taking new patients, and a lot of other things, we actually provide you with Smart Compare. Here are the 3 doctors you may want to consider. So that's an interesting example of integration of AI is coming up with the recommendations, and digitally we are presenting in real time to the consumer. There's another thing we are doing called Smart Drug Utilization Review, Smart DUR. It's like certain drugs need to be reviewed before they are dispensed, but you don't want to stand in a line and wait for the pharmacist. So is there a way digitally we can provide that utilization review? Those are the kind of things that we are integrating. Going back to your earlier point, look, we have a very large number of nurse practitioners that pick up the phone and call people to help them with their health, making certain healthcare decisions and so on and so forth. Previously, they used to spend 40% of their time just preparing for that call, getting all the information done, case summary, blah, blah, blah. We implemented an AI-based system that reduced it to 5%. That means they can spend the rest of their time, the 35% free time that they now have, in talking to the patients. Same thing happened with the call center agents, right? We implemented a system that when a call comes in from a known number and a known agent, known patient, our AI model predicts why would they be calling, and then actually generates all the necessary information based on that prediction and presents to the call center agent. That has 90% accuracy, and that gives the call center agent a leg up in jumping in and starting to help the. So it's not just the digital self-service where the personalization is driven by AI, it is in the other channels as well.
Yeah, in fact, in my former life at IBM, my team worked with your predecessor at CVS during COVID to help actually allow people to get answers to questions, because they couldn't get answers to questions because wait time was hours, using the same kind of thing. But it gets to the human connection and really thinking about how does AI augment and help humans instead of replace them. And in both of those situations, it doesn't actually replace humans. It allows humans to actually focus on things that are important. In your case, the nurse practitioners are actually having conversations that are important. In the example that I mentioned, the call center agents are actually able to have conversations with people about COVID that matter, not about do you have vaccines is important and can I schedule an appointment, but actual deeper conversations that can't be answered by a chatbot or a conversational agent. And so, I think those are really interesting things to look at. But in this company like CVS or any healthcare organization, this is a highly regulated industry, and especially outside of the UK, some of these are regulated as medical devices. And so you're starting to touch on some things that are highly regulated, which is, I think we didn't talk about this up front, so I'm throwing a question at you. How is CVS thinking about how they're going to handle some of these kind of touchy subjects as you start bumping up against kind of med device type regulations?
We started out in terms of our AI adoption.
And you told me no questions were off limits, so I'm throwing it at you.
You can throw anything you want. We started out with a very explicit policy and philosophy of we will not get into any clinical aspects with AI. So diagnosis needs to be done by a human. Prescribing medications needs to be done by a human. We will not get into anything to do with clinical.
But consolidating physician notes up front or nurse practitioner notes up front, that's fair game because that's not considered a med device because that's just preparing the nurse or the physician to actually spend quality time with you.
Yeah, summarizing a visit, but some of you that in the U.S. probably noticed you go to a doctor, you are talking to the doctor, you are explaining your entire life story.
That's no different anywhere in the world, I don't think.
Right. And then suddenly your doctor turns away from you. He loses complete interest in what you're saying and starts vigorously typing onto the computer. That's not only annoying, it's actually disruptive to the experience, right? So we want to take that away. The doctor never have to turn around and start typing.
The physicians don't want to do that either, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's not the physicians don't want that. They're just booked back to back, and so they don't have time. So it's not that they want to do that either, right?
Exactly. And we have AI-based scribing that just records the conversation, scribes it, and incredible accuracy.
Yeah, and so we're kind of touching on these subjects, and then we start thinking about. We're talking a lot about the humans, about how we're augmenting the humans, and about how CVS and others are doing it, and really thinking about the human impact. How do you measure that, right? So you can talk about measuring business value. You can talk about things that people have been talking about for a long time that are interesting but not really interesting, like NPS. But how do you measure actual human value and human impact instead of kind of tangential things like that?
That's a great point, right? There are three specific things that we are very focused on. One is the experience significantly better or not? And I'll tell you how to measure that in a second, or at least how we are thinking about measuring it. Is the experience better or not? Number two, equally important, are the health outcomes better or not? Is the individual healthier because of what we're doing with AI? Right? That's number two, and we need to measure that. Number three, the burnout in the care provider, is that significantly reduced or not? Those are the three very specific areas we want to measure. And when it comes to number one, which is the experience of the patient, we measure, obviously we ask them, how is the experience? But we also programmatically measure the amount of time it has taken to complete a task. We measure that. The less the time, the better. We also measure if somebody was doing something digitally, did they end up calling us back? We measure that, and if they are calling us back, then we are not doing a great job. So there are a variety of metrics like that on the experience side in addition to NPS. On the health outcomes, it's very, very clear. Right? Are they going to the right site of care? Are they the number of visits to the doctor, the test results, et cetera, all of those things will tell us, are they doing better from a health perspective?
And because you're vertically integrated, you can measure things like compliance with medications through things like are they filling their prescriptions and things like that, which a lot of companies can't do, right? So.
And are they taking preventive measures of getting tested?
Right.
And we would know that. Are they getting vaccines at the right time? All those things would go into the health outcome measurement. And the provider burnout measurement is simply surveying the physicians, the pharmacists, et cetera, and are we materially better in that space?
No, that's super interesting. And, and kind of, when we think about, replacing versus complementing human judgment, we kind of hit on this a little bit, and we thought about, how do we, use AI to kind of summarize notes for physicians and things like that. When we start talking about decision-making, how do we use AI to augment decision-making in like an organization like CVS whether it's on the physician side or the store side or the pharmacy side, because it's got a lot of, or the insurance side, it's got a lot of different businesses. Where are you focusing kind of that augmenting decision-making or judgment the most, and what kind of controls do you have in place in there?
On the patient side, we have a program, AI-powered program called Next Best Action. So knowing the patient, knowing what they're getting treated for, knowing their background and history, et cetera, at every decision point, we can provide them with the right options that they can consider. Nobody here wants to go to an emergency room, right? If you can help it, you don't want to go to an ER. We can help you not to go to the ER. There's a better site of care you can go to, et cetera. So the Next Best Action program has been very successful on the patient side. On the healthcare provider side, we came up with a program or a product called Knowledge Assist. I don't know if there are any doctors in the audience. The amount of literature that comes your way that you need to read, remember, internalize, learn, is overwhelming. There is no way a single human being can keep up with that. So if there is a way to provide in a concise fashion the latest information in real time as you are talking to the patient, the Knowledge Assist program has been very successful in our environment. So all through that, once again, we are very clear with our policy of AI is there to provide information and augment, but never to make the decision, whether that is a insurance approval or a denial or a doctor making a diagnosis.
It's a great point. And so, coming to the end of our time, any final thoughts you want to leave with the audience?
We are very particular about being responsible with AI usage, particularly given where we are and what industry we are in. So we are absolutely focused on creating healthcare experience that people would appreciate and take advantage of. We are absolutely focused on how do we create a better experience for our providers, pharmacists, et cetera, so the burnout would be lower. But equally importantly, we are very focused on responsible AI, hallucinations, bias, all those things. In some industries, those are a nuisance. In healthcare, that is life and death and regulatory compliance. So we became a founding member of CHAI. It's a Coalition for Healthcare AI. We published a very specific policy on how we are approaching AI. We just published a paper on our bias modeling. If you guys are interested, let me know. I'll send you a copy. So we are taking that responsible AI aspect very, very seriously and very, very publicly. So we are completely transparent to the patients, to the consumers, to the doctors, to the general audience on what we are doing with AI, how we are doing it, and we are open to feedback. So that transparency is really important.
Wonderful. Well, really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, and it was lovely to meet you in person finally.
Love to see you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks, Tilak. Thanks, Seth, for this insightful session again. And we are around that time, which is what we call lunch break. How many of you are feeling hungry? No one? I know this is exciting sessions, but I promise we'll continue with many more insightful sessions, many more such conversations. But we'll break out or have a break for lunch. We'll probably reconvene around 1:15 and 1:20. And we'll continue our sessions. So enjoy networking, lunch, and other conversations. See you soon. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone is still alive and alert. Because I'll try my best. In the realm of this AI, hopefully my processing speed has not slowed down to continue with this momentum of Momentum AI and the AI discussion over here. So one item to discuss, if anybody's been invited to the Dell workshop, please head out to the Valley room. That discussion is about to start there. So if you've been invited to that discussion, please, that's happening in the Valley room, okay? Now, during the morning session, I think we learned a lot of good stuff about AI. As we all expected, there are things that we know and there are things we do not know. And there were quite a few things that were brought to your attention today morning, which I personally felt like very enlightened on. And continuing the journey of learning from each other and also understanding how AI is kind of helping transform the businesses and the real use cases, I would like to invite our next executive panel discussion, and I would like to invite on the topic of leading your workforce through AI business transformation. And I would like to invite on the stage from Wayfair, VP of Storefront, FinTech and Loyalty, Anand Contractor. From Verizon, Chief AI and Data Officer, Kalyani Sekar. And from NVIDIA, VP of AI and ML for IT, Rama Akiraju. And this will be moderated by Deloitte Consulting Chief Futurist, Mike Veschel. Please. And this panel is held in partnership with Deloitte Consulting, so look forward to this conversation.
Thank you so much. So what was the standard we were being held to, being alert and alive? I think we can do better. I think we can do it. What do you think, team?
Yeah, we have to. It's after lunch. Everyone needs to be alert and alive. Yeah.
It's better to do it after lunch than before lunch.
So for starters, everybody, it's a pleasure to be with you. Mike Bechtel, Chief Futurist for Deloitte. Zoinks, what does that mean? In short, I have the privilege of looking after our global emerging technology research, making heads or tails out of what's new and next in tech, and as I like to say, inoculating my clients against snake oil. Now that said, that is a team sport, and it's why it's an absolute privilege to have these three fabulous leaders with me today, because speaking of team, right, all the AI in the world isn't worth a lick unless the humans using and benefiting from that AI, right, are along for the ride, right, and are a meaningful part of the transformation. So what we're going to be talking about in this session and learning from these leaders about is how do you turn little random acts of digital into scaled enterprise solutions? How do you inculcate buy-in and belief from your people who might be approaching this as skeptics or worse, fearfully thinking, yikes, these robots are coming for me. And so that said, let's start with some intros, get a sense of who's who, and then we'll hop right in. Anand?
All right. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope everyone's awake, had enough caffeine after lunch. I have a privilege of leading Storefront, FinTech, and Loyalty. What that means, Wayfair, we have aspiration to be everything home for all of you, for all of us, our customers. And so, it's e-commerce. We started out with digitally native platform, and we are growing into the unified commerce. We have, Mike comes from Chicago, our very first store that opened, in May, and we hear great things about, the experiences within that. Wayfair has adopted machine learning and AI, early adopter of that with digitally native platform. But about 18 months ago, we started our journey towards, generative AI and incorporating that into our overall AI strategies. Storefront, I'm responsible for everything that our customers touches and feels. So how do we leverage AI for customer experience, acceleration? How do we think about, payments and keep companies secure from fraud. That's where machine learning was always being used, but now we're thinking about integrating all of these things into every part and every touch point for our customers, for our suppliers, and for our workforce, internal employees and enterprise. So excited to talk about that.
Grateful to have you here. Thanks, Anand. Kalyani?
Hi, I'm Kalyani Shekhar, and good afternoon to everyone. Looking forward for an engaging conversation. Individually, I am with Verizon for 20 plus years and managing, I think I was in technology before getting into AI, data, and then AI for the last 4 or 5 years. This is an interesting pivot point for AI. And if you look at Verizon as an organization, we leveraged AI for a couple of decades, and I would say. And I think today morning I was talking to someone, and I think Verizon never had problem in leveraging AI because the amount of data that we have to predict anomalies in the network and prevent it before even customer notices. There's no other thing other than AI that can do, because it's humanly impossible to comb through the data and understand where the problem is. As we get into complicated business with multiple offerings, multiple promotions and all, and the customer demographics changing day by day, it's important for us to leverage AI to comb through multi-model data and provide the right experience for both our employees and customer, and looking forward once again.
I'm glad you're here. Yep. Rama, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rama Akiraju. I lead the enterprise AI and automation at NVIDIA. Before NVIDIA, I was at IBM for a long time. I was an IBM fellow and VP of engineering at IBM Watson division. NVIDIA doesn't need any introductions these days, the #1 AI company out in the world. My mission is to transform all of the enterprise processes. That includes IT, sales, HR, supply chain, marketing, working with all of those business functions to identify opportunities for AI transformation and apply those AI transformations. Our vision is to transform NVIDIA into the most forward-looking AI company out there, wherein it leverages and uses its own technology to transform its own company. So I'm excited to share some of the experiences, learnings, and where we are in our journey today.
Awesome. All right. The A team is in full effect. So team, thank you. So Anand, let's start with a topic that we might call sort of the topic within the topic here, workforce transformation writ large. Any experiences from Wayfair where you've used AI not only to improve efficiency on your existing work, but also have unlocked altogether new pieces of work from tomorrow? And if so, is your current workforce along for that ride?
Yeah, and that's a great question, because when we started our journey, we were looking at, Rama is mentioning, different departments and their processes and how individual, in that particular function works. And it's very easy to look at and study a process of, say, our customer service agent or sales agent or marketers, how they engage in terms of creating content, and start thinking about efficiencies that you're talking about. When we took a step back and we started kind of thinking about, do we want to look at a point of time processes and automate that, and the unlocks that comes in are powerful, but what would be truly strategic is, how do we look at integrated functions that need to come together for kind of unlocking something that can be powerful? Right. And I think that's where the insights and how do we leverage insights to create hyper experimentation and the culture of experimentation, the culture of kind of truly seeking the insights that can connect with what we are trying to do for unlocks for customers. So let's take example for that. First, we started kind of looking at the vast majority of our app store review, the customer reviews that come our way. And very first instinct for us was to say, let's start doing sentiment, analysis, on that. What are some of the things that we can automate, instead of manually someone tagging and, automating this? Because there's so much insight that is under-leveraged, for the business purpose. And that's where we started looking at the opportunities of like, okay, you know what, we were never going to find this insight where the real customers are being treated like bots, and improvements, that we can bring in with and add the strategic advantage in terms of, what hypothesis can we build here and experiment. Then we started taking all of that and started connecting that with our content management system, our multivariant experimentation system, our personalization and recommendation engine, and then ultimately kind of marketers in the loop who's looking at how customer sentiments are coming in terms of our shopping. They are then able to say that, okay, what hypothesis do I want to form? We automated the hypothesis kind of creation from the insights that we are getting. That hypothesis then can generate like different kind of content or copies that our marketers can put in a test and see which ones are the winning variants. So I think we looked at it from no code, experimentation from engineering, efficiency perspective. We looked at it from how marketers would look at kind of, generating different kind of, test from and what's resonating versus not, perspective. We looked at the analytics kind of, and how every function can leverage data perspective, and I think stitching all of these pieces together, and leveraging it, thinking end to end, in my mind, has tremendous strategic unlock, for Wayfair as a whole.
Well, something that jumps out to me there in your telling of that tale is that cross-pollination between groups.
Yes.
It sounds critical, and I'm almost hearing this idea that like breadth is almost a new form of depth.
Exactly. So look at the depth, but also connect and integrate, different functions and what they do, and automating all of that, stitching together, and kind of equipping everyone with the insights that different functions can use, and feedback loops that can kind of help various functions grow. Besides efficiency in generating different business hypotheses and strategies, I think that's where the unlocks are.
I have I think great points, and the lots of good points, and I think we follow good amount of what you said. But only additional context I would like to give is with AI, we also looked into different functions and looked into what are the unleveraged potentials in those departments. I'll give an example. When we look at call centers, most of the time call centers are expected to resolve customer problems. Okay, customer calls, call center picks up the phone and they resolve the problem. We were really looking into what can we do to make this call center move from cost center to revenue center. That means that we really would like to have the rep first solve customer problem, build the loyalty, at the same time, what additional upsell and cross-sell they can do. So for that, they need to build the skill of sales, not the service. So what we did was we also tried to converge some of these functions and said, hey, as a call center rep, leverage these capabilities and start thinking about upselling the product or the cross-selling product. I think that's also another thing, since you were asking about the strategic value. It's not about creating efficiency. It's also about drive more value and create strategic importance for the organization. That's also another thing I would like to add.
Great point.
Well,
I can share.
Please.
You two have shared it from a customer perspective. I can share a couple of examples from an enterprise perspective. Looking inwardly, how do we transform the enterprise? So we started out by looking at customer support as an example, or customers being internal employees of NVIDIA. How do we build chatbots and co-pilots for assisting our engineers to better do their tasks, provide information access quickly on intranet with chatbots and provide IT help, HR benefits kinds of help questions quickly through chatbots and code assistants and all of those kinds of things. Along the way, two important realizations came along. One is that to build all of these platforms and co-pilots, it's important to have a platform strategy because you want to be able to accelerate to multiple use cases quickly.
Right.
So you don't want to keep on building chatbots and tuning them for each domain. So we brought all the learnings back from the initial set of chatbots and co-pilots we built into building a platform. And that platform has a lot of the ability to quickly adapt to changes that are happening in the world because LLMs change every day, retrieval augmented generation systems change every day. But there are certain things that are constant. So we built all of those things, such as monitoring, logging, security, and all of those aspects. Now we are able to scale our AI use cases very fast to many different domains by building on that platform. And it's not only my team who built the platform, but so many others in the company are able to build their use cases on that platform quickly. So that's one. That's kind of the strategic value, deriving strategic value from the work that we've done early on. And the second one is sort of like a very interesting use case that came about in supply chain domain. NVIDIA is a huge supply chain company, as you all know, as the producers of GPUs. We have to deal with a lot of contract manufacturers, their parts, and have to manage our demand and supply very carefully to make sure that the GPU demand is being met. And so we have to have a lot of optimization in the process. So part of this optimization is doing a lot of these what-if scenarios. So what if this particular contract manufacturer's supplies get delayed? How would that impact my customer allocations? So we did that using, of course, mathematical modeling algorithms, but now we've implemented a what-if scenario analysis interface, a chatbot to this what-if scenario. And the scenario analysis itself got optimized using GPUs. It's called CUDA for optimization. And now, talking about strategic value, we realized that that's not just something that we built we originally built it for ourselves, but that co-opt and this what-if scenario analysis is so useful and powerful for anybody who is doing what-if scenarios out there and for any kind of combinatorial optimization problems. So now it became a product in itself. So what started out as an internal use case and a problem that we were solving for our own problems now became something that we can offer to the world out there that is becoming a product in itself. So that's kind of the power of deriving strategic value from internal AI initiatives, I would say.
I love that. Cool. I love that, Rama, because it speaks, I think, to the 1-2 punch of make it reusable services model sort of concept, and then you'll find that not only can it scale internally, but make itself relevant to the whole world or beyond. Yeah. Now, team, sort of moving on to our second topic, right? One of the things that I think I've been seeing with my clients at Deloitte is there's this sudden demand for imagination, creativity, curiosity in roles that maybe haven't had to flex those muscles in a generation. But then on the flip side, there's the classic and expected need for guidance. And so, Kalyani, I might ask you, like, how do you balance the entrepreneurial creativity spirit, this feeling that we're facing an imagination deficit of sorts, with the need for enterprise workforces at scale to sort of structure guidance and rules of the road appropriately? Can you have your cake and eat it too?
Very good question. So when we talk about creativity, it is, I think especially in the area of AI and creativity goes hand in hand. It's important for us to think about, look at the data, think about Horizon 1, Horizon 2, and even Horizon 3 on what all problem we can solve. And as you rightly said, with generative AI, when generative AI came in and ChatGPT came in 2022 year end, 2023 was a complete year of exploration, I would say. Maybe the first half of the year, it was all exploration. And we consciously did that. We really want to aggressively experiment and we want to deploy thoughtfully, right? I think that was our aspiration. So we allowed the team to explore a lot, looking into what are the use cases, what are the models, what is LLM, what is SLM, what kind of data, how we process the data. Do we need to use vector, knowledge graph? Multiple explorations that happened across technology team, and even sometimes, how do we do prompt engineering? How can I use prompt? So there were lots of, see, this is one area where I felt it's not an excitement only for the technology team, it's an excitement across the organization because everyone felt generative AI is going to transform the way I operate.
Yeah.
So that is that. I think at that time, what we did was, even before we had the process, but I think maybe when the curiosity went up by 10 times or 20 times or even 50 times, we really put a clear framework where there are 4 major parameters based on which we started evaluating the cases that moves from exploration or experimentation to thoughtful implementation. First one is the technical feasibility, looking at what kind of data, whether we can use this data, and what kind of model I can use, and can I use an open source, closed source. I think it's all the technical feasibility and whether it is imposing any other challenge when we scale.
Right.
That's a technical feasibility. Second one is the financial viability because all AI comes up with a big check behind that. And
wait, it's not free?
Yeah, I think for us, it is not free, but maybe I want to hear from both of them. Yeah. Definitely the second one is financial viability. We really looked into how financially it is viable when we scale. And the third one is value because financial viability goes very closely with value. What kind of value creation it's going to have so that the person who really wants to leverage it, they will have the skin in the game to leverage AI. That's the third one. And the fourth one, major one, we talked a lot about it, is the risk. So these are the 4 parameters with which we had a proper intake, with which we get plethora of ideas, but at the same time it goes through thoughtful implementation checklist where we go through all these 4 parameters. And everything that succeeds or put a tick mark against all 4, that gets into production. Otherwise, we allow the team to do, I think maybe they say 2 or 3, then we allow them to go for another alpha testing or beta testing to show value because we don't want to curb it saying, hey, it was not going to, because sometimes you really need to explore to some more extent to see how it works. So we allow them to go with some exploration with alpha testing or beta testing, and after that, we put a halt to that if it is not showing value. So that is a constant exercise we had. That is one. And second one, I think after generative AI and all, there is so much of excitement and up to the board and even to the CEO table where they really want to see what value it is generating because the CFO was becoming a little restless on the investment that everyone is asking for. So that's also the process that we put and also the constant, the readout we give to the CFOs and CEOs on how we are doing in leveraging AI, driving the outcome at the same time generating value. These 3 things, even when we were in the room, I was just responding to my leader where he has to give an update on CEO on some of the value creation questions.
Yeah.
So that is where it's a constant, that rigor is something that is applied and we see that working. So we are not killing creativity at the same time. When we think about scaling, we really want to look at all 4 vectors and make sure everything is.
I love it. No, simple but not simplistic,
yeah.
and usable.
Yep.
Right? A 4-vector scorecard works for most.
Thank you.
I dig it.
We have exact same scorecard that you mentioned. I think it resonates, that framework, a lot. The one thing I would add, to this structure is to make the transparency across the organization happen. We created this center of excellence. We didn't want to create kind of, a governance, a process, type of thing. We wanted to involve, the right folks from different parts of the organization and create a body which allows them to come together, understand why, bring their unique perspectives on all 4 vectors of it, and take back the best practices that they are learning. So I think creating that COE allowed us to what you were talking about. In the life cycle of what are my ideas, what are the POCs, where I'm experimenting internally with a human in the loop, and what am I putting in front of customer, and applying these 4 vectors, throughout, not just in the early days, but even today, applying all these 4 vectors of the scorecard through the life cycle, of all of these ideas to production kind of ready and already deployed in front of customer, the tightness and the rules that you follow around it are going to change across the life cycle.
Having that North Star ready from the jump.
Ready from the jump.
Ready from the jump.
Yeah.
Rama, one of the things I remember you and I, or you're teaching me, to be frank, in some of our first meetups, was the way that AI and generative AI is showing up differently for what I think we're calling operational versus technical workforces. Maybe people on the creative and building side versus people on the running and sustaining side. How have you seen this showing up differently with those two communities within the organization, knowing that different strokes for different folks?
So I think overall, I would say building any AI solution is no different than building any solution, because at the end of the day, it has to solve the problem for the users. The technology is really a means to an end, and as long as it solves the problem for the user in an effective manner, that gets the job done better than the way they are doing it today. That's what that matters. So, sometimes it's easy to get carried away with technology and say, wow, I have this problem. I need to improve accuracy. I need to make sure that I test it thoroughly. I need to make sure that it's ethical, it's fair, and all of that. And you think you've done all of those things and you deploy a solution and user is not using it. And you scratch your head and wonder why, what's going on here? That's because you may have done all those things very well on the technology side, but you haven't really thought about how the user actually uses that solution and whether or not it solves the problem. So I can give one example. We in IT help desk domain, one of the standard problems is people call the help desk with questions, right? So we thought, well, this is a great use case, and people have been trying even before Gen AI to build chatbots for self-serve, right? So you build a chatbot that gives answers to the questions. So we said, okay, well, when somebody says, how do I order a mouse? We should be able to pull up the knowledge article that tells them how they can really order a mouse. Okay, we did that with LLM generation, all of the bells and whistles, guardrailing, put that in, we delivered that with citations and everything. We thought, wow, we did a great job. The user gets it, and the user goes, okay, so I have to click this link, I have to go there, I have to fill this form, I have to tell it what laptop I'm using, I have to then say I have to select what is the corresponding mouse that works with the laptop, and then I order it, and then I have to track it. You haven't made my job any easier with AI. So the real problem that needs to be solved there is, with a click of a button, user says, I want to order a mouse. The system should be able to know, hey, I am such and such. It already knows my context. I'm an employee. It knows what laptop I have. It should be able to say, okay, given that this is your laptop, this is a compatible mouse, I'm just going to order it for you. Here is your tracking ID. It's done, right? It's the task automation combined with AI that really solves the problem. So that's kind of a really harsh realization. Not that we didn't know of it, but we thought we were kind of, because it was so hard to solve for the chatbot and getting the citations right, reducing the hallucinations and getting the chatbot aspect of it so right, we were so focused on it, and we said, why aren't the number of tickets going down? And so coming back to answering the question on operational aspects versus technical aspects, you really have to start from there and say, all right, to solve this problem for the user, you have to bring this technology and this automation together and build it, and that's the actual aspect.
I love it. Yeah, what is the itch you're actually out to scratch?
Yeah. So as long as we start from there and work backwards on what is the solution that we want to build, AI becomes one of the components in the overall solution. And of course, all the technical challenges have to be still solved. But I just picked the simple example that everybody can understand. But these kind of examples are all over the place. We get co-pilots for, say, our Teams conversations. And great, after every meeting, we get a nice summary, we get action items, everything happening. And we see the usage and say, well, why aren't all the employees in the company not going and using this? Because it's so helpful and convenient. And you unpeel the onion, start peeling the onion, and you see so many reasons why.
Right.
because you haven't addressed their workflow aspects and this and that. So that's kind of the operational aspects that we have to deal with.
Oh, please, yeah.
That's an excellent point. And we also had similar problems. And because when you have systems, AI, automation, everything work independently, everyone will look at, okay, how I can make it better. I just give the analogy of a body, right? And you have brain, you have eyes, you have your hands, legs, and everything. And all of them are expected to work in a coordinated fashion. The brain cannot go out and say, I'll be on my own. And brain has to be where it is supposed to be.
Right.
It may not be visible. People may not appreciate it, but people will appreciate when you talk something sensible. But that's the coordination that we see. And I tell that to the team all the time. Guys, I think maybe sometimes you may be invisible, but the intelligence you provide, that makes you visible. So somewhere it's okay to be not in the limelight, but at the same time show what is possible. And I think that's where the whole coordination of everything coming together, looking at it from the user standpoint. Yeah. Think about the persona, see how to make it simplified. From technical perspective, and as she said, we also face a challenge because when generative AI came in, everyone tried to build the solution, and we took a step back. We have a center of excellence, like what you said. We looked into the major use cases and the design patterns we see. Most of them are either you generate new content, you manage long document, and it is or it is a Q&A, or it's a co-pilot kind of use case. These are the 4 or 5 major design patterns we have. Then you get into the archetype, and it can be either RAG or it can be prompt. I think you can get into the technology part of it. But finally, what we did was we also started building services for these things so that it's not like when you really, it is almost like a la carte, right? You have the services, you have all the LLM ops function that is being built. It is almost like anyone, it's not as simplified as I'm saying, but the point is it's not like everyone need to go through the chain, the whole chain to understand how things work. The COEs and understanding the design pattern, using the common services, really helped us to accelerate the amount of time it takes to build one use case and get that to production. I think the first use case, if it took almost 6 months, I would say the recent ones, people were able to build that in 2-3 weeks because of the services and everything being there. I think that one is also a big learning we have from the technology side.
You know, what your 2 points have me thinking is really about the criticality of, again, whether you call it, as I said, itches in need of scratching or leading with need, the humans at the center. You know, it has me asking you, Anand, on the change management adoption front, you know, what strategies have you found effective to bring people along, to ensure earnest, continuous learning, and to have people feeling like, you know, I heard this great old quote, people support what they feel like they help create.
Yes.
You know? How do you get your folks at Wayfair to feel like they're building this future and not having this future built upon them?
Yeah, you know, that's a great point because, you know, the fear is real, you know. And so, you know, there are 2 spectrums here. First spectrum is, I'm so busy, I don't want to think about this. The whole world is going somewhere. I need to get there, but I am too fearful that this is either going to take my job away, you know, or I'll be left behind. And I don't know, it's a cold start problem. How do I, you know, start, right? Those are the kind of, you know, the spectrums that we found in terms of the change management. And, you know, as Kalyani, you were talking about, you know, early days when you made everything available. So there are going to be early adopters, you know, who have that curiosity, deep curiosity, who are going to lead the spectrum of the change. And how do you really bring them, you know, celebrate them, what they're doing together without putting any restrictions, you know, to the organization as a whole? So the first part is like, how do I motivate you to, you know, engage in self-learning? So we started every other Friday something called, you know, AI Jams. These are the kind of, you know, open sessions where we encourage anyone and everyone who's experimenting for their specific use cases. These use cases could be, you know, a duplicate use cases across the organization, same kind of, you know, things that, you know, folks are going after. we did not intervene. Our goal was to have, as many team members engage,
And was AI Jams different than the COE? Were those two different?
Yeah, so COE, think about this as like, the practice where you engage from, the aspect of what are the tools am I going to go after? How do I think about how it's going to cost me? How do I think about security and risk assessment of it and, teaching that? AI Jams are open, you can think about this as like demo days, different companies do, right? Yeah. Where anyone can sign up for kind of, every other Friday session, and they can come and showcase that this is the use case, this is the, specific model I used or experimented with our, cloud native technologies, or brought this and, created this outcome,
right.
So that created a lot of momentum in the organization in terms of saying that, oh, that's pretty cool. I want to do that, too. Right?
Nothing quite like FOMO.
Yeah.
People excited.
Yeah, exactly. So that was
toys over there.
Carrot, for them. And then kind of, we started to say, hey, would you like to kind of, experiment with something like that? Here's kind of, the learning tools for you. These are the learning paths that we have created. Mm-hmm. We encourage every single people manager in the organization to work on a development plan that has kind of, learning embedded, part of it. So if you kind of formalize the incentives to learn, that's where I found kind of, yes, there is fear, but there is encouragement. There's investment in me, as a human, mm-hmm. to be able to kind of, learn, have time carved out, because, that was one other kind of, big complaint. I don't have time. I'm like 120% booked, in right. doing things. And that's where came the third technique, that we applied. How can you leverage some of these things into what we were talking about, the use cases, This is your roadmap. I want you to think about how differently.
Right.
And, we were talking the other day about our tech transformation efforts. And we encouraged everyone to say that, look, going from monolithic technology to the architecture that we want to create, modular for tomorrow,
sure.
with modern technologies, it's going to take us years. Now, the incentive I want to create for all of you, can you come up with a how that can cut your own effort, your own challenges, and talk about that right. as we go into planning cycle.
Right, right.
That what are some of the techniques that you are.
Right. We are the heroes we're looking for.
Yes.
With these tools. I love that. Yeah. Well, team, we have some righteous questions from our audience here, and I would ask you, Rama, real quick. One thing we haven't hit yet is I think the ever-present and always important topic around security, mm-hmm. yeah. and governance, and maybe in a, well, you do you as regards the response, but maybe we'll have enough time for a couple of these audience questions as well.
Okay, sure. So data governance and security, of course, very important topics. In Gen AI, I think there are some interesting new twists that one has to worry about. Because generative AI solutions are so powerful, you can now find information in the enterprise in any corner, wherever you may have any kind of document out there. Your enterprise search is super powerful now with vector databases and semantic databases with hybrid search and everything. Right. And your chatbots are even more powerful on top of those vector databases because they are now able to directly answer questions by summarizing things for you. And sometimes that could summarize things a little bit out of context because they're summarizing information from multiple documents and generating a response for you. Even though you may build some citations and all of that, there is this interesting aspect of providing a response as if it's an authoritative response.
Yeah.
And that could, and with as much guardrails that you put in to guard for hallucinations, there is a possibility, non-zero possibility of that. So there is this new type of risk called derivative risk associated with generative AI solutions that we have realized. And the kind of how we came about it is also an interesting story in itself. We had built our first chatbot to go on our intranet that ingested all of the NVIDIA enterprise documents, included documents that are on SharePoint, Google Drive, our Confluence, wiki pages, even OneDrive, and pretty much everything. All of our IT help, HR benefits questions, NVIDIA.com data and everything. And we had this powerful chatbot. We were super excited to release it. It so turns out there is a lot of technical debt, and every company has this. You have sensitive documents that are out there that are kind of improperly protected. And they never surfaced up as a big security risk in the past because you had, not so good enterprise search. So they were hidden, but not because, of anything. It's just security by obscurity. You feel secure because they were obscure. But suddenly you have this, powerful system that's finding all that stuff. So we started realizing that some of the sensitive data that should not be so publicly available to all employees is now available. So that's a huge sensitive security risk. So we had to kind of really pause the launch of that enterprise-wide chatbot and say, okay, now let's actually work on more domains of data that are more well protected, and we know we can have specific policies and guardrails on. And that's how kind of we modified our strategy to go after individual domains. And built those chatbots and we were able to release them. But even while doing all of that, we had to launch a complete enterprise content security project where we had to now go and use LLMs themselves and generative AI itself to identify sensitive documents, classify them, and to change the permissions on those documents so that we can reopen our things. But that has to be a continual process. So I'm sure every company out there that we are talking to as customers are also kind of going through the same journey. So the interesting story and the summary here is that every company has some kind of a tech debt in security, and now with these powerful search tools, there is no hiding behind that veil. So everything is out in the open. So you have to prioritize the enterprise content security initiatives before you can deploy your generative AI solutions. But the other interesting thing that came out from all of this is that now it so turns out even if you were to build and go after this big chatbot, that can do all of it. It's a bigger problem to solve than to divide and conquer by building these individual domain-specific bots or agents that are good at doing that, because each domain has its own sort of security guardrails. Like HR has a very specific set of guardrails that you have to implement, where you cannot answer questions on people's performance improvement plans. You cannot answer questions on people's leave of absence or maternity leave-related questions and all of that. Right? That's different from the kind of guardrails that you want to have on your product design documents and so on. So dividing it up into these individual domains worked out well for us, although it was a byproduct of the security problem that we ran into. But now we are able to bring back the enterprise-wide chatbot by building the agentic architecture, which actually says, okay, well, I can route the question based on which domain it belongs to send it to the HR agent or to the IT help agent or to the NVIDIA product information agent or whatever. And we are able to still do this in a way that we can control each domain's security well.
So team, we're pushing up against time, but I know that whenever I'm on the receiving end of a panel, I'm always craving one last takeaway, right? Like, give me one piece of actionable advice I can bring back to my team, to my company, to my work. Kalyani, maybe you could go first. Any practical, tactical advice for the posse assembled before us?
I think from workforce perspective, what I see AI doing is it's about enhancing their productivity, enhancing what they can do, then augmenting the capacity. That's something that really energizes people to leverage AI much more.
I love it. I love it. Super suits, superpowers for your people. Ramya.
I will leave you with a framework which can be remembered with the word FACTS, F-A-C-T-S. F is for freshness, A is for architecture, C is for costs, T is for test, S is for security. So I'll just very briefly say what those things mean. With generative AI, you can bring fresh data to your enterprise using retrieval augmented generation types of techniques. That's a whole topic in itself. You can go into that, but it's vitally important when you're building enterprise type of solutions to have fresh data, and LLMs that are trained on public data won't do that for you. So use retrieval augmented generation vector databases to serve fresh content in the enterprise, number one. Architectures, build flexible architectures so that you can accelerate the development, but in doing so, ensure that you can very quickly experiment and swap between various LLM models or different RAG models and such. So that's architectures are super important. Costs are important from a return on investment perspective. So always look for trade-offs between big models versus small models that you can customize or fine-tune for your needs. And we've seen that fine-tuned smaller models work just as good as big models that may be much more expensive. Then testing. Generative AI solutions take a lot of time for testing because they have to have human in the loop, and so prepare very good test data sets right from the get-go and ensure that you have accounted for the testing cycles as you are deploying them. And finally, security. I mentioned it. It's a big topic. Don't ignore it till the last minute. You'll have
non-negotiable.
Yeah, it's non-negotiable. You'll run into problems for deployment if you don't take it from the beginning. Security is very important.
Awesome.
Facts.
Well, after facts comes the last word. Anand, what do you got for us?
Facts, on that.
Facts. Right. Fiction. You have a model called Fiction. Go.
I think, it's all about incentives that we create for our organization, allowing them a playground to experiment, learn in a secure way is a way to go. So creating that is going to be the kind of, the ultimate kind of recipe for success.
Love it. Well, folks, let's hear it for our experts here. Thank you. And deeply grateful for your participation, and happy to check in with some of y'all after we're exiting stage left. Thanks again, gang.
Thank you.
Well, that was super insightful. Was it AI topic or women intelligence topic? Because that was a clear indication, how we kind of empowering this technology space. And of course, thanks to Anand and Rama and Kalyani for bringing that enlightenment and sharing the knowledge. In fact, I will lighten up a little bit now because that was a very heavy topic. If you have made an observation, most of the movies which have artificial intelligence or AI characters, have you noted that those have women characters for the most part? Or it's just me? Well, because women are never wrong. Neither is AI, right? So I guess there must be some correlation there. With that said, I think we'll move on to our next topic. And the next topic is an executive interview on what do the current AI investments trends signal about the future market development. And for this topic, I'll invite on the stage the NIA partner, Vanessa Larco, in conversation with Reuters tech correspondent, Crystal Hu. And this interview is by Reuters journalists under the Reuters Trust Principles. So welcome to the stage, please.
Vanessa, it's great to be here with you. I feel like we have talked about AI constantly in the past 2 years, and I always enjoy your mix of optimism and skepticism about the space. In the past year alone, I think VC investors, including your firm NEA, poured into nearly $140 billion into AI companies. Can you give us an overview of where in AI that you guys are investing, and how are you seeing the landscape changing?
Yes, well, thanks for having me. It has been, almost 4 years that you and I have been talking about what generative AI is going to mean for enterprises. And it feels like finally in 2024, the buyers are asking us, where's generative AI going for our organizations? When you ask me, where's all the funding going? In general, the VC ecosystem has deployed a bulk of that into infrastructure for AI. It's getting giant enterprises ready for implementing their own generative AI solutions. So the majority of it actually went into LLMs, right, with OpenAI and Anthropic sucking up the majority of venture funding over the last 2 years. On top of that, you have the vector databases and testing tools and all the infrastructure around generative AI and creating applications, whether they be internal enterprise applications or SaaS or B2B app applications. So that's the bulk of it. And what's been surprising to me is at the application layer, the funding's only been a fraction of the infrastructure layer to date.
Is it because everyone is waiting for their foundation model layer to play out to know what the base is, and then they can build applications on top?
I think it's a lot of things. One, these LLMs and all these amazing developer tools make it easier than ever to build enterprise applications. And so we're seeing a ton of new startups tackling the app layer. And for every company you see in a category, there's got to be 20 to 30 companies. And so I know that the buyers are getting overwhelmed when they decide to open up an RFP for an AI company in a certain category. There's just a flood of companies, and how do you differentiate them? It's no different for venture. When we see a great company, we decide to go look at the rest of the landscape, and there's so many that look just like it. So cutting through the noise, I think, has been a challenge. The other thing we're seeing is a lot of customers are experimenting with building it themselves. Again, because these tools are so easy to use, they think, well, we can just build it for ourselves instead of buying this off-the-shelf tool, and it'll work with our own data. It'll stay within either on-prem or it'll stay within our firewalls, and so we don't give our data to anybody else. So there's a little bit of that wanting to retain control. So we're seeing more enterprise app development than I've seen in a long time. And then the incumbents. The incumbents are rapid-fire releasing apps and just seeing what sticks. What do customers want to actually adopt? And they're just throwing all these different products out there. So it's chaotic. Right now, we're in the thick of the storm. It's a little chaotic.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about how many applications you will have to see when you filter through potential, investments. And I feel like we can't get a better room than this, a room of corporate buyers. And I'm actually curious to ask everyone here, has your organization spent money working with consultancies like Deloitte or EY of the world to incorporate AI solutions? If so, can you raise your hand?
A couple.
Yeah, we've seen some hands here and there. And have any of you guys actually paid for AI startups to use their AI applications directly?
There's more of that. Wow, that's interesting.
There's more of that. That's really interesting. Yeah, because I thought it was some people were wondering if it's the other way around, because for AI startups, it's really hard to sell to enterprise directly because they were worried about data safety, and also they're competing with a lot of incumbents in the space. So I'm curious, what are you seeing maybe some of the successful ways for AI startups being able to sell to enterprises?
Well, the fascinating thing is we're seeing a line item in budgets for a lot of big customers, which is the AI experimental budget. This is great because it encourages the organizations, or it incentivizes them to go try new tools out. It's almost like play money. We have this line item, let's go buy a bunch of these things, deploy them in small teams, right? Nothing mission critical, nothing that touches our proprietary data, but let's just play around and see how this goes. So that creates opportunities for young startups that would typically have a 1 to 2 year RFP process or procurement process with big companies, just slide right in. The double-edged sword, so the other side of that is that you're not really a customer of theirs. You don't have skin in the game. So there's the startup thinks you're a customer, they'll put your logo on their slide, they're like, yes, we sold into XYZ, and the investor's like, wow, that's great. And then we see a competitor, and they'll have the same logo on the slide. And you're like, what is going on here? And it's that AI budget. It's that magical AI budget that these buyers have, and they're just buying a couple seats here, a couple contracts there, and just trying it out. We are seeing rapid adoption from employees, and I think the interesting thing is it's led from the ChatGPTs and Perplexities of the world, right? We put this generative AI search tool in the hands of consumers, and it was powerful. And it doesn't take a huge leap for people to then think about how does that affect their day job, right? And so if you know how to use these tools in your personal life, you'll want to leverage some of this functionality in your work life. And so we are seeing quicker adoption, but it's just not widespread adoption. It's like experimental adoption, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, as you mentioned, it seems like there is a little bit of that product-led growth in some of the more prosumer products like ChatGPT, and then it becomes part of a worker's life and adopt more. I think some of that translate to enterprise adoptions as well.
Sort of. So before generative AI, there was a huge movement for product-led growth, right? You think of Notion and Figma and like all these great SaaS applications that people would bring into the workforce. And IT they just got used to SaaS, right? There was a big battle of SaaS and top-down and fight for control like 15 years ago. And IT is kind of like, okay, I know how to manage these apps. These apps have admin consoles. I know how to deploy, maintain, secure, et cetera. But generative AI is not that. It's a different beast. And so people want to bring in this into the workforce, and all of a sudden IT is like, whoa, I don't know how to secure this. I don't know how to prevent you from accessing sensitive data that's not locked down. How do we obscure PII from this? What are you pointing it to? Like, we have no idea how to lock this down. We have no idea how to deploy this. So they're like, you can play with it in this little corner, but it cannot be within our infrastructure, enterprise infrastructure. So it feels like there's product-led growth, but honestly, the market's too immature for that right now. It does actually have to be a top-down sale. So I'm like, all right, everybody dust off your top-down playbooks, your outbound sales playbooks, because you're going to go have to build relationships with the CIOs and explain to them how this is going to work and build trust, right? And collaborate around what are the tools, what are the levers and bells and whistles they need to feel comfortable to deploy this within their organization. We're not there yet.
Everything you said just fascinating, but also made me think your job seems so much harder in a time like this. Like if you go to the early stage companies, everyone has a little revenue from that experimental budget from enterprises. Like how are you able to tell which one is better than the other and being able to decide where you put your check in?
It's very hard to elicit empathy as a VC. Like nobody here is going to pity me in any way, shape, or form. But it's been really challenging. I think this whole shift in the market has turned my world upside down. I had to reevaluate all of my decision-making frameworks. Right before, if I saw a company get from 0 to $1 million in ARR in 12 months or less, that was like top 5%. This was something special. Like it is hard to sell into enterprises. If you can sell $1 million worth of software in less than a year, this is happening. Generative AI, there's tons of companies. Like top 50th percentile is selling $1 million of ARR in less than 12 months. But that ARR is not real. It's this experimental AI budget. And so, but it took us a while to figure that out. We were like, well, how's everybody getting to $1 million in ARR? What is going on here? And then a year later, everything churns. You're like, wait, what happened? I thought this was going to get, up into the right forever, and it didn't. And there was a lot of misunderstanding of how the customer saw that relationship. You saw it as a customer that you've locked down and you'll renew and you'll expand. The customer saw it as a learning exercise. So now I spend a lot of time trying to understand the quality of the revenue that we're seeing from these startups.
Not every $1 million is created equal.
It's not. It used to be, but it's not anymore.
Interesting. And we already got some good questions in, so please keep them coming. And I know NEA and you work with companies of different stages as well. Even in the beginning of this Gen AI wave, we're talking about the impact on potential, some of your later stage, more growth stage companies. They're kind of the incumbents in the space because they already got a distribution, they already have the customer, and now they need to think about whether to incorporate this technology into their offerings. How do you balance that, kind of helping with your more later growth stage companies to add these capabilities versus also looking for new AI native companies?
Okay, my personal contrarian view here is that the incumbents actually, this time around, have a leg up over the startups. They have more data, they have better distribution, they have clear communication with their buyer. They know, and they can have these conversations around, how do you want us to build this? What are you worried about? What kind of controls do you want us to implement for you? Whereas the early startups don't have these relationships. They don't have this data. They don't have the trust already built. And so it's actually harder than ever to be a generative AI native upstart, like from the ground up, versus if you're an incumbent or even a middle, right? You were like the next wave of a disruptor. They're adopting generative AI all around the edges of their product, and it's making a really big impact. And so everyone was like worried about them a year or two ago. Now I'm like, well, I'm actually feel great about them, as I'm worried about like the next crop. Like, how are we going to get them lifted off the ground when they're getting just completely overshadowed?
Interesting. Do you also see, to some extent, that's industry specific? Is there a specific pocket or category that you think is actually primed to be disrupted by Gen AI?
I think the disruption is going to come from entirely new categories, like category creating startups. I think if you're saying, I'm going to be the Salesforce but generative AI native, I'm very, very skeptical, because Salesforce is becoming generative AI native and they're adding it in really thoughtful ways. If you're like, I'm going to be the next HRIS but AI native, Workday is doing an amazing job incorporating AI into their software. And it's just so much easier to adopt Workday's AI than it is to try to bolt something else on from a third party that you don't know well. And so I think it's going to be from someone that's like, HRIS no longer makes sense in this world. It's going to be something totally different because it just makes more sense to work this new way. And that's going to be hard, and it's going to be hard to get it going. But once it hits, that's how I think you'll get real disruption. It cannot be incremental. It has to be completely net new.
Yes, I've heard some views about kind of creating the whole workflow instead of selling one specific feature that's powered by generative AI. Maybe that's something we're going to see being disrupted if you think about how the whole work is done.
Yeah, it's just, it has to be accurate. So if you do the whole workflow, you have to do that whole thing end to end. And I haven't seen very many products that do the whole flow end to end. I'm actually more bullish on co-pilots, because co-pilots can just follow you around and do your workflows the way you want to do them and help you along the way, versus giving up complete control to something that you don't know what it's doing or why it's doing it. So I think like step one is really going to be the co-pilots. I'm using a lot of co-pilots in my life. And I'm like, this is glorious. I don't need you to do more. This is just right. But it's really because I think that we're just not there yet on the automated workflow side for a lot of things. There's some interesting things happening, but it's early.
Overall, I feel like we've started to hear this AI agent and autonomous pitch since last year. And now I feel like it's still very much work in its fantasy. I haven't seen any products beyond the demo that actually, shippable or being used in commercial way yet.
I think if they're very clearly scoped, I think if you say it's going to be for this specific job at this specific department, and we're going to start off as a co-pilot and we're going to monitor and learn, and then we'll start plucking off small little pieces to automate, that's how it'll start. And then from there, it'll expand. But just like this omnipresent know-it-all that's going to automatically do things for you, we're not there yet. I just haven't seen anything that actually works like that.
And I know your expertise is more on the software side, but we do have someone from the audience interested to know if NEA is looking at like the compute, hardware angle of this AI wave.
I mean, we're looking at all aspects of it. I think if there's a big market and there's potentially rapid revenue growth, it is venture fundable. So yeah, I mean, I think everything's on the table right now. This is truly a disruptive moment.
Yeah, and hardware apparently is where a lot of the valuation being created if you look at the public market. Are you still seeing much like demand or shortage for the chip GPU side of things from where you work with startups?
Yes, absolutely. Even this past weekend, my husband and I were training our own LLM. Bear with me, we have more fun than that normally, but we really wanted to try something different. We're actually building our own recipe builder to make evening dinner planning for our kids easier. And so we're like, let's train an LLM for this. Like, this is what it's built for. And we were looking at the different cloud providers, and we used Llama because we're like, it's free. Like, we don't want to spend a lot on this. And then we like pulled up, we're like, oh wait, the cheapest we can get it is $500 a month, and it's like you
have to
it's gonna take
commit
like
to it.
40 hours to train this like very simple thing. Like, oh, okay, yeah, there's a rub here. Imagine if we're actually trying to build an enterprise-grade software that needed to be correct for like hundreds of thousands of people all the time. It's resource constrained, to say the least, and expensive.
What do you make of some VC firms move to build their own clusters? Is that a 2023, 2024 thing, or what do you make of it?
Probably. It'll be a moment in time, and we'll look back and be like, that was a great marketing gimmick. But right now, I mean, it's a real pain point for entrepreneurs. And so if you can, our job is to make it as easy for them to build their businesses, and a couple of firms are like, this is a great way to make it easier for them. Yeah.
Here comes the VC's favorite part, predicting the future.
Oh, gosh.
I know you guys made a living by this. If we're sitting here back a year ago, a year ago, no, I think it was in a year. We will not go back, so we already know what happened. But I'm curious, in a year from now, what do you think we will be talking about? And in terms of AI investment, what are the hottest pockets in different subsectors within AI we'll be still talking about?
I think co-pilots will be more widespread. I think people will talk a lot about how it's assisting people getting their job done. I think we'll be surprised that so many enterprises ended up building their own apps, or we're like back to the investing in your own enterprise applications again. And we'll be like, why are you building your own stuff? So hopefully in 4 years from now, you'll be like, oh man, building our own stuff sucks because we have to maintain it and we have to update it and we have these security patches and we should just buy this thing off the shelf. So hopefully, I think we'll end up first going and build it ourselves, and then people will be like, wow, building and maintaining ourselves takes a lot of work and money. Let's just buy it off the shelf, and we'll be back into selling B2B apps. I don't know if it'll be the SaaS business model. I don't know if we'll charge per user per month or if we'll move to something different. But my hope as an investor in the app layer that folks end up realizing that there's real value in buying something off the shelf whose company focus is explicitly doing that job extremely well and being up to date on everything. But I think it's going to take us some time to get there.
I've definitely seen discussions around the whole business model about enterprise SaaS apps, and people were like, oh, is consumption the right way to go? How long this seat-based model could go if you have to keep making API calls, but some people argue that might be commoditized over time pretty soon. What are you seeing the experiments that startups doing in terms of the business model of charging?
Yeah, I mean, I think our first call, I told you, was like, this stuff's really cool, but the problem is it's so expensive for API call that if we're selling it all you can eat per user per month, but the back end is charging for every API call, these businesses are never going to be profitable. Since then, they cut the cost of all of this. The costs have been coming down and down, so it's more tenable. However, the SaaS business model depends on seat expansion. And so you sell into your customer and you expect that your net dollar retention is going to be over 100%. You ideally are targeting 120, 125%. And you're just getting pulled up by your customers. They love your product. They hire more employees. You deploy more seats. Great. In this world where it's making each individual more efficient, reimagining these roles, you don't need to expand your seats as rapidly. So that puts a major challenge on the business model. And again, you're still paying per API call. Even if it comes down quickly, it's still not as cheap as just like pure cloud compute. And so I think that we will probably move into, some people are thinking, yes, consumption-based, but unit of work or task completed. There's also the idea of sharing in the cost savings or sharing in the uplift in revenue. There's some things that are pretty clear there, and there's some things that are really challenging if beyond year 2 of renewing your contract. But everyone's rethinking the pricing model. I don't think it'll be a given that it'll be per user, per seat, per month anymore.
Yeah, I think that will be very disruptive for both private companies as well as potential public names thinking about how to run their businesses.
Yeah, and I also think about the poor person in finance or procurement that's like, how am I going to map out what this is going to look like next year? Per user per seat is very predictable. But if you're doing per unit of work completed or per task or per API call, it gets a little harder to predict how much you're going to be paying your vendors.
That's great. Thank you so much for sharing insights, Vanessa. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. And very valuable insights from the VC side of the house. So thank you, Vanessa, for sharing those wonderful insights here. Our next session is an executive interview on how AI can build a pathway to autonomy in the industrial sector. Now, this is an important one because, as we know, AI is impacting all different sectors, including industrial, manufacturing, and others. And this one, I would like to invite on the stage for this discussion Honeywell Industrial Automation's President and CEO, Lucien Baltz, in conversation with Edelman Smithville, EVP and Head of AI Strategy, Chris Donahoe. Please, welcome to the stage, please.
Thank you. I love this topic, heavy industry, hard tech, AI. Let's jump right in. Lucien, if you can ground us in what we're talking about, give us an example of autonomy in action today.
Absolutely. And I think when we think about autonomy, we always think of the consumer example, the driverless car, and we immediately break out in sweats and we start getting concerned. I think when you start to apply that to other industrial applications, there's certainly a level of anxiety to overcome there. But I think if you think about easy examples that are available today, we tend to talk about the dark warehouse, for example. That's an example of an industrial setting today where you can have very efficient autonomous operation.
And what is driving demand for industrial automation? Is it simply that AI, the capabilities that are emerging, are kind of unlocking new possibilities, or are there other kind of factors at play?
Yeah, I don't think we planned this way, but I think a lot of things came together to where AI really has evolved. It's not new necessarily, but it has evolved, and the capabilities through AI have evolved at the perfect time in society. So there are three things that are driving it today. I think if we look, don't have to explain to this room here, the cost of capital has gone up. The difficulty in getting permits to build something new, especially if you're talking about a process industry, whether you're talking about a refinery, whether you're talking about a power plant, whether you're talking about a power grid, whatever that infrastructure element or the large capital investment is, the cost of building it has gone up. So what that means is the interest of getting more out of the same install base is definitely bigger than it was even 3 or 4 years ago. The second element is the workforce itself. It used to be a Western economy problem that we have a demographic problem and we have a workforce shortage. The pandemic has certainly accelerated the situation, but the demographic problem is still there, but it's a global problem on the workforce side of the equation, whether it's a skill gap or whether it's a quantity gap or a demographic gap, but the workforce is an issue. And then last but not least, actually front and center, is climate change and sustainability itself. So those needs have increased as well. And the beauty of AI is it really can come at addressing all three of those elements in a very compelling way.
So I want to focus on the workforce component for a minute, because I think that's really interesting. And in a world where kind of industrial workforces are aging, retiring, we're losing institutional knowledge, it seems like what you're suggesting is that industrial autonomy for a lot of companies and perhaps whole industries is not a nice to have. It's kind of an existential necessity.
It will become that. And one of the things probably a lot of us did coming here is we flew on a plane. And news is by 2030, between 2030 and 2035, we are short, depending on which statistics you believe, between 80 and 85,000 pilots. So if you think about just that most basic thing, now, who do you want in the cockpit? Somebody who today is just dreaming of being a pilot, or do you want maybe the pilot that you have now, aided by, you heard the previous panel, a very smart co-pilot? And in the simplest way, the way I try to think about what AI does to workforce is it does two things. It makes every worker your best worker, usually through the benefit of a co-pilot, and it makes every production day your best production day. So if you think about that, any of you running an industrial factory, a warehouse, a retail shop, if you could have those two things happen every day, life would be pretty boring, where every worker is your best worker, every day is your best production day.
Well, how is AI impacting how firms approach this question of knowledge management? Like you talk about pilots, right? And an AI autopilot kind of being the conglomeration of every pilot that came before it. Is that how they're thinking about it?
That is how industrial firms think about it. So in an industrial setting where you're already in an automated environment, so think utilities, think refineries, think large installations like that, any of those are on some sort of control system already. And so as a result, what they have is something called the data historian. So what they have and what Honeywell, for example, has is we invested years ago in our own IoT platform. So that means what we have different from a lot of other companies in the world is clean data. We have a lot of data and we have very clean data. And so that really makes AI thrive because that's where you reduce all the downsides that you have with AI. The data is, first of all, secure. The data is all there. It's clean. The full history is there. So you can take advantage of it. That same thing is true in a utility. That same thing is true in aviation. So you do have the benefit of history that you can then use to predict the future in a fairly reliable and compelling way, real time.
And I have the bad habit of taking notes sometimes. And you mentioned that one of the other factors driving demand for industrial automation is climate change and sustainability. I think in the news recently, there's been a lot of focus on the negative climate and sustainability impacts of AI, whether it's energy intensity and things like that. We see the carbon footprints of many big tech companies increasing substantially year over year. But you told me before that you're seeing kind of real positive impacts from the application of AI in industry. How is it doing that?
Yeah, so a number of ways. Now, as a society, we have to at some point own the fact that we will need more energy going forward. We need to be energy efficient, and at some point we may be able to bend the curve, but we still have a substantial amount of this planet that's still joining the middle class, and we have all this good that comes out of AI that is an energy-intensive process, let's call it what it is. At the same time, AI can help a number of ways. So first of all, it can substantially clean up the energy footprint of the energy production of today. So what that means is decarbonizing production that we have today. It begins really with the simple things, which is fugitive emissions, controlling those. Those can be measured, and then they can be controlled. And automation plays a role in that. AI can play a role in that and be more predictive and more efficient. But in the end, where it comes in is if you think about the power grid itself. So green energy, we all know it's all available. The technology is here. We make it today. But you go to Europe today and you have periods of negative energy prices. Why is that? In a place that we've just been told a year or two ago, they're all dependent on Russian gas. They're not going to have energy. And now they have negative energy prices 2 years later. The reason they have it is because of green energy that they've installed. But one thing that's not going to change pre-AI or post-AI is the sun doesn't shine all day and the wind doesn't blow all the time. So what that means is we need energy storage. To use energy storage and to actually leverage it, whether it's a battery, whether it's pump hydro, whether it's a mechanical storage, whether it's whatever it is, you still need compute power, and you still need AI to be able to know when to store and when to deplete to use that efficiently to balance your grid. So AI really enables, we've talked about energy transition, and one of my colleagues in the industry coined the phrase, there's no transition without transmission. And they are correct. So when you think about transmission across the grid, how do you get more across the power grid that we have? How do you leverage energy storage? All that, AI contributes to all that, and that energy can be green. So net, I think if we embrace the technology, embrace the idea that yes, this will take more energy, but let's make sure it's green energy, let's make sure it's used efficiently, then the technology is there to enable that.
I want to go back to the workforce question just for a second. In a prior conversation, you mentioned this work you're doing with a mining company in Chile or Peru, I think, and that they've kind of reinvented their operating model in a way. Can you kind of take us in the control room there? Sure. Tell us about the company and bring that to life.
Sure. So the name of the company is Codelco, and they are in Chile. They're a lithium mining company. And, those of you who've been to Chile probably have been to Santiago, beautiful city on the coast, absolutely lovely place to be. But the mine is not in Santiago. The mine is 2,000 kilometers away or 1,200 miles away. And the control center actually is in Santiago. So the miners of today are in a nice office tower in Santiago that's full of television screens, and they wear headsets, and they're in blue jeans and Birkenstocks, and they're miners. And the mine is 1,200 miles away. Now, the mine still has some essential personnel there, but everybody's not there. Even the people driving the trucks, they're these huge mining trucks, they're still autonomous. So a lot of that operation has been enabled by a remote operations center where they can do a lot of the predictive maintenance. They can predict a lot of what will happen. They can house the subject matter experts and the key maintenance technicians that then can be dispatched in a preemptive way to prevent shutdowns versus in a reactive way. So all that is enabled by technology, all that's enabled by automation, and all that obviously has to be cloud-based, therefore cyber secure, so that technology all is available today, and it is done. We do, by the way, exactly the same thing in Norway, where people working on offshore oil rigs now get to read bedtime stories to their kids every night because they live in Oslo now. They don't live on the oil rig, and they get deployed to the oil rig to do preemptive maintenance because we have predictive models that predict what's going to happen, and then they go fully equipped to deal with a problem rather than running into the proverbial burning platform, sometimes literally. So that's the difference. That's the kind of quality of life that AI and technology itself and automation is enabling. And I think sometimes as a society we get caught into the robots will take our jobs instead of seeing the good of what can come from what we have today in terms of technology.
As the parents of 3 kids under 4, I think enabling us to tell bedtime stories to our kids is a very positive impact of the tech. But so you mentioned Chile, you mentioned the offshore oil rigs in Norway. Are you guys at Honeywell applying these approaches to automation to yourselves? I spoke with Vivek earlier from Dell, and he talked about them thinking of themselves as customer number 1. How are you buying your own goods?
Absolutely. So just in the segment that I'm responsible for, we have over 50 factories. So of course, we always look for every opportunity possible to use the technology there first. But I think where the early adoption of AI happened and where it's already very well embedded is in our business processes overall. So if you think anywhere from when you respond to a customer inquiry, it's usually there are very few things that are new in the world, but to a new person, it might be new. Well, if that new person has the benefit of everything that's already been done, and you can prepare a report that's 80+% accurate, then a subject matter expert can just review that and respond to a customer much quicker. We use it to go through all of our contracts if we're looking for certain clauses. We had a huge inflation of raw materials. Can we increase prices? Take hundreds of contracts. How many attorneys did it used to take to read them? Now you can use AI to do that quickly. We can use it to really give technical advice, and we can use it when we do maintenance. For example, we have an offering to our customers that we use ourselves called Maintenance Assist. So if something happens in a factory, it's probably not the first time that it happened. Somewhere there's information on what parts you need, what is the procedure to fix it. If that's real time, supplied to a worker in the field on their handheld device, that's hugely important, and it makes the task way more efficient. You come back up on production very quickly, and that's the program that we use today already. Another one that we have, we call it HALO, Highly Augmented Look-Ahead Operation. This is a copilot, an AI copilot that looks into history, and anytime it sees operating conditions that in the past have led to an excursion in operation, it alerts you. It alerts the operator, last time these conditions were here, within 3 hours, this is what happened. Please adjust A, B, and C. It's advisory in nature, but it definitely can be a significant saver of time and keeping the factories running at optimal performance.
So neat. Honeywell's obviously a gigantic firm, gigantic conglomerate. Do you see the industrial automation group that you lead as kind of the pointy end of the spear for the conglomerate as it relates to kind of inventing the future for industry?
Yeah, look, it's interesting because we have 4 divisions and they're each in different space. So we have an aerospace division. So there, obviously, you experiment a lot less and you're a lot more certain every time you try something new. So that's its own kind of risk management and regulatory environment. But then we have 2 automation divisions. One is industry and one is smart buildings. And I would say those are at the same level of adoption. And then we have a sister division that's really dedicated to energy and sustainable solutions, and they bring the technology side, the process technology, think air cleanup, think gas separation, think things like that, more what you would call a physical hardware that comes in, and that works hand in hand with us. So a lot of those assets are connected. So almost anything that we sell across Honeywell now, we have a connected strategy that goes with it. So even if it's an auxiliary power unit on an aircraft, even if it's a building management system, even if it's a fire detection system, our fire detection system, our sprinkler system here in the building, they're perfectly capable to communicate with 911 on their own. They're not waiting. There's a fire somewhere. They detect hazardous goods stored somewhere. And again, they alert, they call for help on their own. These systems are now self-sufficient that way. So it really, automation and connecting our customer base really goes across the enterprise. It's just done in different ways depending on the vertical.
Got it. Now, not every problem is well suited to an AI solution. How are you and your team analyzing, understanding, applying kind of other emerging technologies or capabilities to make this path to industrial automation possible for folks?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have to be careful of is, we spray everything with the color of AI today because that's the buzzword of the decade, and it has its place. It's not a brand new idea. It's just the computing power that's there and the ability to really interface with so many different inputs is what's evolved. But it's not the only solution to automation. In the end, it's very core. What you need to do is you need to sense, you need to measure, and then you need to be able to analyze that measurement, get some insight from it, couple that with subject matter expertise, and take action. That's what automation is at its core. So however you do that, whether it's with AI or whether it's not necessarily with AI, that's, I think, less important in the end. What's important is that, especially in the type of environments where Honeywell plays, it does have to be deterministic AI versus probabilistic. You have to be right a exceedingly high percentage of the time, preferably 100%. And so as a result, you have to use some conventional methods as well.
I want to end on this this thought. It strikes me that you sit at the intersection of 2 very interesting trends, right? I think as private sector players, as public sector players, people are running two distinct races right now. One is the AI race to build leading capabilities, technologies for business, for national security, and the like. And the other is this very real race that you've really opened my eyes to for industrial supremacy, right? Which also has geopolitical undertones, whether we're talking about EV production or resource extraction. You sit right on top of the intersection of both of those forces. What can we take away from your very unique perspective that is tangible and kind of useful insight for someone or a firm that wants to be a leader in the future that those forces are going to shape?
Yeah, and we're very fortunate to really have Honeywell. Is called Honeywell International. It's our official name, and we are truly a global company with a footprint. This is not a U.S.-based exporter. We have capability offices, everything fairly uniformly distributed around the world. And what I would say is, this is not the first time in my professional career that you see different degrees of adoption in different parts of the world. You see certain parts of the world, China, India, Middle East, that want to be first at everything. We roll out a new technology, and the only thing they want to know is, if I move fast, can I be first? And then you see some of the Western companies that, after you've sold 50, can come see me. And what happens then is, eventually, by the time we wake up, that technology really has evolved so much and the race is lost. I refer you to EVs. We debated EVs versus hybrid versus what kind of battery, and we wake up today and the entire battery industry is in one country. And we can't let the same thing happen here. I think you see companies in different parts that are really reimagining everything they do. They are talking about building the digitally native factory from scratch. It has a different org structure, no HR department, no finance department. It's all structured by workflows, and it's all AI enabled. That's happening today. There's a company that's doing that today. And so I think that's what we have to do, is keep that global perspective and realize that some of the world is moving a lot faster, and some of the world is studying and debating a lot more. And that's where we need to decide which one of those we want to be in.
So if you had to sum that up in a catchy sentence or a phrase, what would it be?
Yeah, I would hope we debate less, we study less, and we move to implementation, because the technology that we need to solve these key problems in the world it's all here. It's going to get better, it's going to get cheaper, it's going to evolve, it's going to be more user-friendly. But the basics are here. We don't need to invent something completely different that we don't have today to solve a lot of the problems we're facing today as a society.
So stop studying, start moving.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Lucian.
Thank you.
Appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
Yep. So the key message is take action. And we're going to take some action as well. So we're going to break for coffee and networking now. And we'll regroup at 3:25, not 3:20, 3:25. So get a little extra time since we are running a little bit late. And we'll get back together for other set of sessions here. See you out soon. right, welcome back once again. So this is the last leg of today before the networking and full-blown networking starts, when actually I feel you have drinks in your hands and you can fully speak in some ways without AI watching you, hopefully, right? So let me start this with, how many times have you experienced when you're on those video conferences, Zoom meeting, Teams meeting, and stuff, people start talking to you and they're muted at the same time? Has everyone experienced that? I can't even recollect how many times I made a comment why there is no something called unmute.ai. Simple application that can see I'm talking but I'm muted so that somebody doesn't have to tell me, please unmute yourself. That would be a nice application of AI, reading your expressions and doing that. But with that said, we'll continue our journey here with our next session, which is the executive interview on tracking the biggest use cases for AI in enterprise. And for that, I would invite on the stage from Thomson Reuters President Corporates Laura Clayton McDonald, and conversation with Reuters Events moderator Rochelle Carey. And this interview is held in partnership with Thomson Reuters. Please welcome to the stage.
Anxious about those steps, but I made it.
I was watching you go.
But I made it. Laura, it's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Oh, nice to meet you.
And to be able to get some of your insights. And I know everyone here was very much looking forward to this. So I guess first, let's tell people what it is you do in your role at Thomson Reuters.
Okay, well, terrific. And maybe I'll add a few more comments about that.
Okay.
So again, president of corporates, and what that means is that myself and my team, we support enterprise customers that are interested in Thomson Reuters products. And when I think about it, it's really helping them digitally transform, perhaps even helping them transform their culture. And, I've been in the business for a little bit of time, sales, legal, expertise, and I grew up in the Bay Area. So I worked at companies like ServiceNow, Microsoft, Sun Microsystems, IBM, Cisco Systems, Apple Computer. Just a few companies. And you know what? By that sort of lineage, you know that I'm a Bay Area native and I am a local. So I graduated from San Jose State, go Spartans in international business, and also have a JD MBA from the University of California at Berkeley. So I'm a lawyer by training also.
You happy to be back home for this?
I am. I'm very happy to be back home.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So with that impressive resume that you just cited there, you are the perfect person for us to ask these questions to. So first, let's start with, what are some of your insights on how knowledge professionals in the corporate space are reacting to AI and its potential impact on their work?
Yeah, I think there's a really good word to describe it: optimistic.
Okay.
They really are optimistic. You think about them being excited, anticipating what the possibilities are for AI. And when you think about these professionals, they're in sectors such as legal, tax and trade, risk, compliance. And we had an opportunity to survey about, I think, over 2,000 professionals. We just issued a report called The Future of Professionals. And it's pretty exciting. With this survey, we learned a lot. And I'll just share a few statistics associated with it. About 80% of those surveyed said, AI is going to make a huge impact on our business, maybe transformative.
That's a big number. That's an overwhelming number to be optimistic.
Be optimistic about it. And just a couple other statistics, and this is over a 5-year period. Over the same period of time, 60% said it's going to be integrated with our work. So not just impactful, but actually part of what we do day in and day out. And maybe just a few more that I'll cite here. Folks think about it as a force for good. But about 98% say, you know what, this is going to help us contribute high value add work to our businesses. So that's pretty exciting. And there's some implications, I think, as a result of that. When you think about it, it's about, how do you adjust workflows, redefine them so that it's automated in terms of the processes or routine tasks or helping you handle large amounts of data. Another implication is really about driving innovation. Because you've done that, you've made things much more smooth when it comes to the routine. You've created an opportunity, a space for you to be much more strategic and creative. And then probably the last is it just unlocks new opportunities for growth. So we're very excited about it and optimistic, that's the word.
So what are some of the most effective use cases you have seen?
You know, when I think about the use cases that are most effective, I think about the kind of work that's transformative of the business and then transformative of what professionals do. Okay. And they're probably in categories, maybe one of the first categories is research and analysis. And when you have long documents to review and analyze, maybe they're court opinions or, you know, perhaps they're regulatory updates, it's hard to do those summaries by yourself. AI could help with that.
A lot.
It's a long time. It is a lot. It is a
Time
lot.
saver.
You know, maybe another opportunity when it comes to taking a look at sort of the use cases there, and folks are very excited about this, and that is generating documents. If you ever tried to, you're mulling over, you know, how to get started in writing this letter or this document or whatever that report might be, AI can help you generate at least the first draft, get you started and thinking about
huge.
it. Isn't it huge?
Sometimes that's all you need to get over the hump to be productive.
Exactly. So think about that email that you've been mulling over. You got a lot of work to do. Well, perhaps you give a few prompts to, you know, the AI assistant, and then it helps you generate that. And when you think about those opportunities, in addition to, well, how do you get more sort of focus on the process itself? Can it assist with the process and streamlining it? Well, there's an opportunity too. If there's certain, you know, approval processes and there's criteria that your document or your report needs to address, well, you put that into the prompt, and so it actually scans for it. Yep, this one passes. Maybe this one doesn't. So then it helps to streamline the processes too. So very exciting about these use cases that are out there. Those are just a few.
Let's talk more about how this is being implemented at Thomson Reuters specifically. And a little birdie told me your legal department is taking advantage of this.
You're right. That's right. I got to tell you, our general counsel, she's such an innovative thinker. And she said, you know, I think there's a way for us to use generative AI to transform our GC's office. And so some of those use cases actually are directly applicable to the work that she has in the team that she uses to sort of do reviews of contracts. And so she's used our tools, co-counsel tool for document review, helping to assist attorneys just go through the myriad of documents, whether it's reports, contracts, agreements, NDAs, whatever it might be, and just assist with extracting out the key insights that are important. Another use case is, once again, about generating documents. You can imagine.
That seems to be a theme.
It is a theme. It is a theme. You know, generating a non-disclosure agreement. You can have this assistant generate that. And so we've got a really wonderful solution called co-counsel, and it does a lot of different things. Drafting is one of them, too. And so it is pretty clear, and at least she's been able to validate for us, that internal to the GC's office, if you're doing a review of a contract, you can cut down the time it takes to review by a third. That's pretty amazing. When you think about a third of your time being freed up for you to be able to do higher value added work, I think I'd take that. Well, I work there, so of course I do.
Absolutely. In a minute. Okay, so let's talk about what are some of the biggest opportunities for AI implementation in corporations. You've been talking a little bit about this, and how will it ultimately impact organizations of all sizes? Because some of what we're talking about seems like it would benefit really big companies with big pockets. Yeah. But this could benefit corporations across the board, regardless of size.
You're right about that. Regardless of size, whether it's an in-house legal department or a tax department, risk department, small, large companies, anybody who's thinking about how they can think about their business differently, free up time for those professionals. You know, a customer example that I wanted to share is a customer called Systemic. And it's a strategic business consulting organization focusing on investing in innovation. And they had something that was just causing them a lot of work. They had to find out how to cross-reference a clause that was in an old contract and put it into a new. And it was manual. Took a lot of time, a lot of detailed work associated with it. So they leverage our co-counsel tool with practical law, streamline that operation. So they cut, I think they saved like 25% of their time was saved as a result of using it. So you think about functions like that. Do I have a lot of data where I need to extract insights? Do I have a lot of repetitive tasks? Do I have, processes that are manual today? And so when you look at those functions, there's an opportunity there to figure out, how do I take, and usually these are cost centers. How do I take this cost center and help it transform into a strategic partner for the business itself? So those are some of the characteristics that you might find in it. Lots of data that needs to be analyzed, lots of repetitive tasks. And so typical departments that we would look at or business functions would be legal, as we talked about with the general counsel's office, but finance. What if you need to have real-time analysis done of financial reports? Well, you can use AI for that. Or the tax department, how do you optimize your tax strategies? You can use AI for that. When we did the survey, the C-suite said to us, look, here are the top 3 areas to focus in on: operations, product development, and talent. Think about how talent now, we're going to look at talent completely differently. Here are folks where we can augment your capabilities, give you an assistant, an AI assistant, or we can actually create a new role here, one where that person is trained up to understand how to use AI, for good, for developing new opportunities, and for freeing up time to do much more higher value-added work.
When you explain it that way, it makes a lot of sense, and you would think that talent would be excited about that. But I would imagine sometimes there's a little bit of anxiety about it as well, because you don't know if this means you're not going to need me anymore. And the way you're explaining this is, no, it's actually going to free you up to do other things. How do you address those culture issues to make sure everyone understands, no, this is actually good for us?
You're right about that. I mean, there truly is, whenever change happens, and we were chatting about it a little bit, whether it's the Industrial Revolution or we're talking about computers or the iPhone, these are technology advances where we really do need to spend time talking about the culture, helping folks understand, helping to enable our talent, that this actually is an opportunity to help you deliver even more value. As long as you have that growth mindset and focus in how you can use AI, how you can use it to help streamline your work, you need to sort of take the time and help bring along the talent here. But there's wonderful opportunity.
And let's bring in some questions that we have now.
All right. That sounds good.
All right. Okay, so this question says, Honeywell is obviously a huge enterprise. Is this question for us to use? I don't actually think this question is for...
Maybe it's not for us.
No, it's not. Unless you want to answer for Honeywell. But no,
I think I'll pass.
Yeah, no, let's not. Let's go back to what, my apologies. Let's go back to what it is we're discussing about.
Sure.
Change is inevitable, whether it was the typewriter, the computer, it's all about how you approach it and how you choose to learn so that you don't get left behind.
Yeah, it really is about that. When I think about, we think about what's the advice that you would give folks who are thinking about this. And one of the pieces of advice is really about taking time with your talent, with your workforce, to explain what's happening, enable them, train, introduce, in fact, pilot different kinds of work or tools that are available. So we've done that inside of Thomson Reuters. We have an initiative around how you can use as an internal tool to help you do your work, free up time for you, how to use the generative AI tools. And we measure that. We help support folks. We sort of, make sure that we take away anything that might be sort of disruptive to their thinking about, well, do you really need me? No, we actually do, because you bring that talent there. That's irreplaceable, sort of that business judgment that you bring to the table. And if I were to give advice about sort of companies who are thinking about, what do I do? Well, it's time to experiment. Show your organization that you're out there, you're an innovator, pilot it. Pick a tool, make sure that you explain to folks what you're doing, bring them in as part of it. It's not something that's done to you, but it's something that's part of, involving you to figure out different ways of working. We have so many examples of use cases where the value is proved out, and it's an opportunity to help share that inside an organization. I think another thing to think about is a governance model. We haven't touched on that, which is, part of this is the fear too. What's going to happen to my data? Is this going to be kept private? What do we do about security concerns? Is my information going to be kept confidential? Will it be made available? So all of these things really sort of lead to thinking about it in terms of a governance model, putting together a committee, and I would make it through all the levels of the organization that will help educate about how and when and put the appropriate guardrails in place. Because this is an important tool, but it also is one that you've got to take care about too.
You mentioned that in this survey that there were 80%, I believe you said, of respondents were optimistic about what this means. The 20% that weren't, what do you think is driving that 20? What are those concerns?
Yeah, I think it's the fear again that we talked about, the fear of change and innovation and what does this really mean for me? And that means that we've got to take the time to explain what that means. And, there's no guarantees in this world, but there's one thing that's a guarantee, that there will be change. And so taking the time to educate your workforce about...
Well, and taking the time to educate yourself, because you cannot explain this to your workforce if you are paralyzed by the fear of what this means. So you have to make sure that you are on board and then project that to the people that you're leading.
That's right. That's such an important part. So that leadership piece of it is really important. And speaking of leadership, there's a lot of information out there. This conference is designed to provide that information, educate folks about it, and talk about the innovation and the impact that's going to make. So taking the time to come to conferences like this, making sure that you're part of the conversation, not just standing on the sidelines there, and understand not only the benefits, but the challenges that are out there, but there's plenty of advice about how to sort of adjust and modify and be able to succeed as a result and take advantage of these benefits.
Do you have any final thoughts? Because I think that was a lovely place to end. But do you have any final thoughts?
I'm excited about it, and hopefully folks are too. This is a way for us. I guess the main point of it is we are lucky because we have an opportunity to transform the way business is done and help transform the way that professionals do their work. And this is a tool like any other. There are benefits, there are challenges, but get educated about it because it's so exciting. Be a part of the conversation.
Absolutely. Laura Clayton McDonald, thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Laura and Rochelle. Appreciate it. Now we're going to move to our next panel. And much like the earlier panel, I'm excited about now learning the real application and the use cases of AI at the business or enterprise businesses level. And this panel will talk on the topic of AI data governance, addressing quality, integrity, and security challenges. And I would like to invite on the stage for this panel from American Airlines, the Chief Technology Officer, Anshul Gupta. From BP, SVP Digital Technology, Franziska Bell. From Okta, the Chief Product Officer, Workforce Identity Cloud, Arnab Bose. And from E&Y, America's Energy AI and Trusted AI Leader, Samta Kapoor. And this panel discussion is held in partnership with Okta and E&Y. So I would like to welcome our panelists, as well as our moderator is from Prudential, Chief Data Scientist, Gaia Bellone. Please, welcome to the stage.
Lights are blinding.
Sorry, I'm here for Samta today. She's sick, so.
Thank you so much for joining. So, first of all, I would like to thank our panelists and welcome them today to talk to us about this very special topic, which is an intersection between technology, regulation, and ethics. We are right now in an era, already for a while, but especially in the past few months with the advent of generative AI, where we keep having data available to us, and the amount of data that is available and the very diverse data right now keeps growing. And at the same time, we start to have technology solutions that are very new. So this is poses us a lot of opportunities, but also a lot of challenges. What I would like to know from our panelists today, they're going to really help us to discover insights in how to build, manage, and use data, both for our business purposes, but in a right way, given that all the decisions that can be made, they will actually going to impact business results, but also impact regulation and governments and impact society. The first question that I would like to ask to our panelists is really about definition. First of all, what is data governance for you and your organization, and how you are implementing data governance, and how you are leveraging AI in the implementation, but also how that impacts your data governance. This question is for each of our panelists, and I really would like to start from Hugh.
All right. Thank you, Gaia. Nice to meet everyone. Thank you for joining today. I think from my perspective, it's important to highlight with data governance that it's not just about the management of data, but it's about enabling the use of data. So how do you actually bring the data to the people who need it when they need it? You know, users in your company or with your customers, they need data at the right time, securely. They need trustworthy data that's the right data for them, for the right users when they need it. So I think that's super important. We did a survey of our AI engineers and data scientists, and we asked, what do you need data to be like for an AI project, you know, to be AI ready, as people call it? And they listed out a whole bunch of characteristics: available, trustworthy, visible, reliable, consistent. You know, and I was reflecting on this conversation, and a lot of those characteristics are really enabled by data governance. So I think it's a critical part of activating AI in the company.
Chao, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, first off, Anshul Gupta, Chief Technology Officer of American Airlines. I've been in the financial sector for the most of my life and jumped ship into airline about 9 months ago. So I'm still fairly new to the airline, but I guess I always say technology is technology wherever you go. So you take your experiences with you. But when it comes to data governance, data is so integral to everything that we do. I think one of the things that is important for us is to understand data is not static. What is today is going to change tomorrow. The data sources that you have today are going to change tomorrow too. And the data type of data sources that you consume are going to change. Some are linear, some are images, some are different file formats that you're going to consume different types of data. So governance is also should be flexible in a way that it moves with the data and it flows like water. And someone's trying to call me in. Okay. So you have to move your governance. So governance cannot have overhead. So a couple of principles. You need to have a governance that is intuitive, something that is automated. So, and all of this is important. Why? Because when you compound it by the AI use cases, that means now you have no, I don't like to use the word control, but there is no control over how your data is going to be consumed, how it's going to be modified, how it is going to be projected. So that's why governance is so critical. So how we are thinking about governance is that we start with data lineage first. Make sure that we have the right lineage. We're starting with data integrity first, and we're starting with data ownership. Those three are the first we are prioritizing, and then automating them in the back. So I'll keep talking, so I want to pause there. So.
Thank you.
Topic.
Francisca?
Yes. Francisca Bell, I'm the Senior Vice President of Digital Technology for BP Group. I lead software and platform engineering, data analytics and artificial intelligence, and design and change management. I think we already covered some really great aspects around data management and data governance, so perhaps I can talk a little bit about the use of AI in this area. A couple of use cases that come to mind, AI for data quality monitoring, so anomaly detection, for example. This obviously has been around for quite a long time. For example, at Uber, we already used this 2015, 2016 at scale. Another one is around data classification, so understanding how sensitive the data is, which then obviously has implications around access management, and very importantly at scale, as you said, is then generative AI might be trying to access some of this information as well. Contextualization of data. This goes to breaking down data silos, for example, identifying where you have duplication of efforts or fusing data together that already exists in various different forms in the organization. And then I think also very importantly, bias, identifying bias within data and mitigating it before it could have larger implications.
Arab, what is...
Yeah, hey everybody, I'm Arnab Bose. I'm the head of product for Okta's Workforce Identity Cloud. I'll piggyback on a couple of the comments that I heard and amplify them. So one around access management and ensuring the right people or the right agents have access to the right data at the right time. I think that's a really interesting example where in order for an AI-based agent to work, it has to actually have access to data. So getting the policies right is crucial. More importantly, we're talking about something that is an agent or a bot. It's not a human being. So it's not something that can file a ticket to get access and have it be reviewed by its manager or something like that. So figuring out how you can author those policies in code and also figuring out how you can leverage AI and ML in that code to dynamically grant access at the right level and if access should be granted at all. I think that's a really interesting aspect of figuring out data governance at scale for AI projects. The other aspect of this, which I think is a pretty fundamental premise of Zero Trust and identity and access management, which is ensuring the privileges are only available for the right duration of time. And again, I think the industry at large has probably figured this out for human beings accessing applications or accessing large chunks of data, but making sure that that can also be applied at the level of granularity, which is required for an AI project to be successful and ensuring that it's automated. Those are some really interesting new things that we are unpacking as we go on this journey.
Great. So we already heard a lot of opportunities and challenges coming from the intersection between data governance and AI. I would be curious to know from Anshul, what do you think it is the biggest challenge when we are talking about maintaining our data quality and integrity with the evolution that we're having on the AI side?
Yeah. I think that's a very important question, right? So when you talk about AI on top of everything, the challenges that are very common, we've heard from many speakers today, like the bias you mentioned, there's also the ethics that are we embedded them into our ecosystem or not? Are we having hallucinations that are allowing us to take incorrect decisions that we shouldn't be taking, right? And also the biggest thing is, in my mind, is the governance that you just asked earlier, right? The question around how do you make sure the right data is accessed, that you mentioned, from which place, who's accessing it, how do you know who's accessing it, how do you know who's building on top of it? Those are the questions that become prominent. And then now we talk about usage of AI, right? AI is so important. AI is dependent upon the data. You say garbage in, you get garbage out. And now that you're putting AI into the forefront of decision-making for business outcomes and you're tying it to the value drivers, and especially in the industry that we are in, we want to make sure that we do everything responsibly. So we over-index on governance. We over-index on understanding where the data is coming. Is this the data that is compounded? Who's the data owner of this data? Are we having the right level of accesses? So one example that I want to give is every company has dashboards because every executive in the company wants to make decisions, whether it is at a senior management or a middle management or any level of the organization. How do you make sure that these dashboards are projecting the information that you want them to project? Because at some point you're making decisions, big or small, on this. So therefore, having a governance where you can say, I can trace back every data element that is being projected to a data source, and I can trust and validate the data source. And that is done at scale because, as I said earlier, data is going to keep coming. How do you have processes in the back that are automatically authenticating and verifying, because it's humanly impossible to say, I'm going to validate every single data step. And this is how we kind of lean in and say AI, we fix at the source, and then we go to AI.
I think one interesting reaction I have from maybe a security perspective is you were talking about like ensuring that the right data is being used to create these artifacts on which decisions are made. One sort of bad use of AI or a malicious use of AI is you can obviously use that to create misinformation or deep fakes or create some more sophisticated phishing attacks. So I think that's another angle that most companies need to take a look at. Like, what is your holistic security strategy to ensure that whatever is feeding into your data lake is really scrutinized from that perspective to make sure that you are getting correct data in. Otherwise, it's not just garbage in, garbage out. It could actually be malicious data in to sort of force the business into a corner or make them make an incorrect decision.
Absolutely.
So that's like another sort of defensive strategy to take a look at.
And I think that's so important. I just want to add one more thing. I think moving it upstream, to your point, like making sure all of this is upstream and not the point that we were discussing a little while ago, not having it after the fact. That's so important. So thank you.
And Arab, actually, I was thinking, we were talking about access, we can talk about security. But how do you think is going to really evolve the security so that we can make sure that while we provide access, we are also allow for the right user to have access to the data so that they can generate the right solutions?
I think from my perspective, there's a lot of things that are known in terms of existing threat models and patterns that just have to be implemented at the right level of sophistication. So some examples are, like in most AI use cases, you're probably writing an agent or automation that is consistently accessing your data source. So there's some like standard best practices, like, is that using an access token that you never rotate? Well, if you do that, that's probably bad, and that's a huge issue. But that would have been a problem regardless. But I think I'm stating that just to sort of say that in some ways, the security model hasn't really changed. It's still like a bot or a service account that's accessing data. How do you go ahead and secure that account? Do you make sure that it is coming from a known set of IP addresses? Do you ensure that the service account is rotated? Do you then apply machine learning on top of that to get a sense for, is the access pattern unusual? If it is, then it's an anomaly detection use case, like I heard. And then you can kind of keep layering on your zero trust strategy on top of that to get the right outcome. My macro message is, like, I don't think that AI necessarily has changed some of the thinking. It's just made malicious attackers super, super effective and fast. So the question is, how do you get the right strategy in place to like really think about the 360 and protect yourself across those vectors?
If I just add one more thing, I would just say, like, I think it's absolutely important to understand when you're saying this, is how do you differentiate between the AI and generative part of the AI? So there are two elements of it, right? So we have to be overcautious when it comes to generative AI, but AI has been prevalent for more than 8-10 years. Like, we've all been using it. Like, if anybody who flew in American Airlines, probably you use a solution to get you a gate to do AI. So I think AI and generative AI poses more because it's learning. It's kind of responding on your behalf. That's where it's more cautious to use.
I would just add, and all of that was wonderful. I would just add one other perspective, which is the people side of it, which is the democratization of AI that's happening right now. It used to be a handful of data scientists in a laboratory or wherever, developing these models, and now all the different parts of the business are energized about it. They're getting investment dollars. They're doing pilots or proofs of concept or making it, part of their daily life, and that presents a whole new set of risks. A lot more exposure to those risks, and so data governance as well as AI governance is important for that more than ever.
Yep. And Hugh, how do you think AI can actually help us in data governance?
I think there's big things and small things. I can share a couple of tangible examples, I guess. One is really basic, or not basic, but the collection of data. It's a very manual process in a lot of industries. If you think of a hospital, they're collecting forms from consumers, from patients, from doctors. It's a lot of manual data entry, using AI to automate a lot of those tasks, to have it more consistently collected, consistently collated across hospitals, across provider locations in that example. So automation of manual tasks is a big opportunity. That's just one use case. Another is around data management, so more traditional kind of data processes. And one of the hard things to figure out sometimes is, where did the data come from? What's the lineage of the data? And one of the use cases we've seen for AI, or generative AI specifically, is analyzing complex queries, SQL queries or other queries, and understanding, where is this data getting pulled from, where is it going to, and breaking that down in a way that's natural language for the user. So you don't need a data engineer to understand where that data came from. You can use generative AI to convert that code to natural language. Yeah, I think those are a couple of examples that come to mind.
Yeah, we're using something very similar around like threat hunting and logs. So instead of having to go to a data engineer and having them figure out the right queries and understanding if the results can be interpreted in a particular way, we're leveraging generative AI to ask questions of that log data in natural language, and then also explain the results, using natural language as well. So yeah, plus one of that.
Yeah.
So Francisca, in my experience, what often is driving data governance is business needs between operation and also AI or data science solution in general. Without good data, you cannot get anything decent out of AI. But it's regulation, one of the major drivers. And we are seeing right now a wave of regulation coming on a global level and affecting all of us. Can you talk to us a little bit about what do you think those regulations are doing to our current data governance, and where do you think are going, and if you're thinking that really are changing the way we need to manage our data in the future?
Absolutely. Yes, and as you said, I think regulation is one driver. I think doing the right thing, period, is another one. And then, as you mentioned, it's also good business sense, because if you look at a lot of the surveys, good data governance and privacy around data means that users and customers trust a business. And so it also has to do a lot with reputational, with customer acquisition and customer retention at the end of the day. I see that AI governance is already built on a lot of existing regulation. Think, for example, GDPR or equivalent regulations in other countries or US states as well. Now, obviously, a lot of these regulations are quite highly fragmented today. And now, that being said, a lot of multinational companies do implement the most stringent requirements across the globe. So indirectly, some of these are applied globally as well. I think that there is a lot of opportunities on this front. Obviously, we've seen more recently the EU AI Act come into play, and other regulations, information as well. I think that especially around property of likeness and property of data is still an opportunity to be worked on. So this would be, for example, what we talked about earlier around deepfakes, for example, some emergent regulations coming now into this domain, but also around biometric information, information around user behavior as you're using your applications. There is still a lot of free white space in this area that is not yet covered. And so also, whilst there are regulations in place like GDPR, a lot of times in practice to a customer or to a user, it is quite a binary situation. Because if you start opting out of certain, for example, consents, data collection, it might render some of the products completely unusable. So I think also having a more nuanced version of these capabilities, I think, is important. Finally, I think a lot around outcomes in this space versus regulation of tools. An analogy might be, for example, a knife. A knife can be used to eat dinner. It can be used to save a life. It also, of course, can be used to inflict harm. And so it obviously has multiple different purposes. And so I think about the outcome and the intent in thinking about this. Now, finally, it is a very cross-disciplinary thought process that needs to go into this to make sure that one doesn't accidentally stifle innovation in the process or inadvertently cause unintended consequences. And so I think bringing a lot of deep experts across the board from government, research and development, application, industry, ethics, et cetera, to the table, I think will be very important.
So what I hear from our panelists, it's actually data governance is an enabler of using data in the right way across the enterprise, and especially an enabler for something like AI that really needs good data. I was wondering how an organization should think about how to strike the right balance between governance that ensure right access and integrity and security to the data, but also the access to the data so the data can be used to create a valuable solution. Arab, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think my perspectives are twofold. One is, as you were mentioning, that in order to actually launch an AI-based program, you probably have to go ahead and cover off the data governance piece first, otherwise you'll never get started, right? It just won't make sense from a corporate risk perspective or a customer outcome perspective to even get started with that. So you have to have a data governance strategy in order to get going with it. So then the question is, again, what is the right balance in order to be able to run this program effectively while not slowing it down to a crawl? So again, I think there's maybe three things to keep in mind. One is, how do you make these access requests as self-service as possible? One is it needs to be self-service for the data scientists who are initially working on the program and getting it going. You can't have them be stuck on like tickets and manual processes, because not only does that take time, but it introduces like bias and it's easy to make errors, or it becomes a rubber stamping process. The second thing is for these agents or automations to work, well, they can't go through that in the first place. So figuring out how do you make access requests as self-service as possible is super, super critical. The second thing is some of the things we've talked a bit about, which is, okay, how do you determine whether that access request should be granted or not? Again, like in order to run that at scale and efficiently, that has to be driven through automated policies versus, again, some manual step where there's a human in the loop that makes a decision. Because like humans are always going to be susceptible to the things I called out, rubber stamping, errors, ethic bias, et cetera. So running it as policy, as code, super, super critical. The third thing I would say is, again, something we've talked a bit about, which is, again, how do you dynamically remove access at the right time? Reducing the duration of access is the right way to kind of have a belt and suspenders approach to security, and ensuring that you can roll out an AI-based project without fear that in case something has gone wrong, in case someone has sort of gotten access incorrectly or whatnot, that you have an extended range of exposure. So those are the three things I would suggest. And again, they're designed to go ahead and make sure that you're not introducing manual steps, error-prone processes, or things that would cause you to kind of walk back the project.
I think I just said from a consumer of some things that you offer, right, from an Okta perspective. I think if I look at it, you have to have the right level of scale for things. So you can apply a tax on everything. So if you start by prioritizing the right things first, but governance, of course, at the epicenter of it. But if you say my size of the outcome is a 6 months window to deliver something, it's going to be a different level of tax and governance and automation on it versus a solution that we know that we need to clean our data for a lot bigger problem. It's going to take us 12 months to do it. Or there's something that's going to take us 3 or 4 weeks. So we heard from different panelists today, like we have outcomes that were driven in 3 to 4 weeks. The example of the energy company that was being discussed, right? So when you talk about 3 to 4 weeks, that means you need to rely on some manual governance processes. So I would just say the point I'm trying to make is that you need to have unblock business outcomes through the right scale of the tax and the governance that you're going to put on top of it.
So we heard a lot about a different solution that would support data governance program inside enterprise. Truthfully, everybody actually in the enterprise is responsible for the data, all because you build data or because you use data for your daily work. So often creating a program and implementing the program is a change in culture, becoming a truly data-driven company. So I'm curious to know from our panelists, each of you, I'm sure, that had in the past a journey of supporting a company to truly becoming data-driven and embracing a new culture that is around data in how you build it, you manage it, and you use it. Who would you like to share with us some of the experience that they had, and if they had some insights and tips for our audience in how they should think about implementing a data governance program successfully, and also things that they need to be careful with?
One big takeaway is to deeply partner with the business on this. As you said, it really needs to be lived and breathed every single day. And so having champions in the business who really appreciate data-driven decision-making. We implemented this in the form of a chief data officer in each of our business verticals who faces off to the technical data and analytics teams and the broader tech teams. And they become the conduits to the broader business organization as well. And so that has been absolutely instrumental in accelerating the journey.
I think that's perfect. There's nothing to add. You said it perfectly. I think what I would go on to is an approach and a model. Like, how do you apply a model to a company? So when you talk about creating an AI practice or talk about creating generative AI practice, you need to decide, am I going to go in for a centralized model? And am I going to go in for a hub and spoke model? What am I trying to do so that the practices and the responsibilities are divided accordingly? So the way we are thinking about is, or the way I've been talking to many people thinking about is that in the beginning, a centralized model makes more sense because you're all learning. This is brand new, like to all of us. So you're all learning at the same time. So therefore, there's a little bit more organization around how you approach governance for it. And the points that you made are so important. But then as you become a little mature, as you've had a handle on your governance, you know the data inflows and outflows, and your trust on data. And someone talked earlier about the percentage of trust on the data. That's like, is it 90%? Is it 80%? Is it 95%? That will then decide I'm ready, maybe 12, 24 months from a centralized model, to move towards a more hub and spoke, where people will have a chance to contribute a lot more and go more upstream. But business is, I think your point was just perfect on that. Yeah.
Yes, you?
Well, I was just going to say, I think a lot of data governance projects struggle because individual employees it's difficult to understand the value and the purpose of it. It's a lot of work, right? Like, I have a day job, now you're asking me to do these other things also. And helping people, number one, just understand why data governance matters, what's the value to their part of the business for why it will help them, why having trustworthy insights matters. But also, I think picking a part of the business and focusing there, getting success, and then leveraging that success and take it to other parts of the business is a way to kind of model the success for others to see the value proposition. I think if you go across the entire enterprise with every data governance solution all at once, there can be a lot of resistance and just a lot of difficult getting the people momentum around it that you really need.
So today we have different industry representing this topic, and I was wondering from a regulatory perspective, What do you think have been the major concern from the regulator in your industry when we talk about data governance and AI solutions, and maybe specific to some AI solution that really you're thinking about building to support your processes? Anybody that would like to share?
I can go from an Okta perspective. There's a whole host of investments we're making in AI. At our major sort of conference last year, which is called Octane, we announced Okta AI, which is AI for identity. And across both our workforce solutions as well as customer identity cloud solutions, we are leveraging AI to build better and more security products. So some examples are, one of the things we notice a lot on the identity side for workforce use cases is that the attackers have kind of moved away from simply trying to go ahead and steal passwords and credentials to post-authentication attacks. So if you take a look at reports from CrowdStrike or other endpoint protection vendors, they'll tell you that a vast amount of malware today is designed to steal cookies off of a user's machine. Because the cookie is basically a shorter-lived password, and it doesn't require MFA. So if you steal that, you can have the keys to the kingdom for a short amount of time. So one of the things we've been doing is we've been working with security vendors to ingest risk signals into Okta across endpoint protection or networking tools like Palo Alto Networks and Zscaler, as well as our own first-party data. And all of that data needs to go through a level of AI-based analysis to get a sense for, hey, is Arnab's session now potentially compromised, or is there some anomalous activity going on? So we use AI over there. That helps us trigger either a notification to the administrator to go look into it or automatically sign the user out of all applications. So that entire process is something that we've built and we're shipping, and we're calling it Identity Threat Protection with Okta AI. And it's one of many different things we're doing. So AI, I think, from an identity security perspective, has tremendous application. That's one for workforce identity. On the customer identity side, it's all about bot detection and preventing fraudulent logins. Vast amount of the public internet traffic is actually bots. So it's kind of crazy that the number of sign-in attempts that we see for public sites, almost half of those sign-in attempts are password spree attacks and bots trying to get in and take over end-user accounts. So most of our AI capabilities for customer identity is focused on thwarting that and figuring out when it's a bot. I mean, you can no longer use a captcha, right? Because a captcha is very easy for an AI-based bot to kind of get past. So that's our focus over there. On the workforce identity side, it's about, hey, what happens post-auth?
I think the one of the things that I've also heard from this forum and also other places that we try to do is engage many different influencers of policy. So how does the policy, we talk to the right agencies, the regulators, the FAA, and the others alike, to kind of understand from them, engage with universities and stuff to learn from them what are they thinking about the policies of the future, and then also having interaction with your internal legal departments to say what is the right policy that we need to write for AI and its governance within the organization. I think those are the things that we are considering right now, at least from our experiences and learnings perspective.
Great. So we talked quite a bit about tailoring the solution of data governance and AI based on our industry, our business needs. But if you have to suggest what should be the major guardrail, the minimal requirement of a data governance program that should work for everybody, what are your ideas around it? Any takers of the question? You look like you're ready.
You're giving me the tough questions, guys. No, I think the minimum for me is visibility. You need to understand what data is out there. You need to understand where it is, what types of data are in those systems or in those databases, and be able to classify it, be able to assess it, and either add more protection or give people access to it. And so I think that understanding of the data and visibility to the data is, to me, a minimum requirement. I think when you start having surprise databases in different parts of the business or lack of a process for how to ingest new data without any oversight, without any visibility. That's where new problems can arise from my perspective.
Great. So we talked about creating flexible systems, and we all want to share success stories. We look better, right, when you share success stories. I was wondering if you were willing to share instead stories where you tried something and it didn't work, and you actually had to change your strategies or your program so they could support better your business needs and your customer needs.
I could share something. So I think one of the things, as I said, I'm new to American, so as I got in, like there was a lot of experimentation, of course, in secure manner. A lot of it was happening, right? But then how do you accelerate that innovation that is everybody in the organization wants to do something with AI? How do you accelerate that? So one of the things that I would say was that instead of restricting everything that was restricted before, opening it up more responsibly by creating isolation zones and like where people can come in and experiment more. So I wouldn't say that's a failure, but I would just say a pivot in strategy. So where we said, okay, let's look at how do we, instead of saying 5 people in the company have access to do this, how do we expand it to a more secure way of many people, including the business. Everybody's talked about business, right? Being partnered to it, they can see the outcomes, experiment, do POC. So we created that new strategy where we pivoted and we created a zone where people could come and play around with the sandbox that we have. So that was a little pivot. Of course, AI is so new. We're all in the nascent stages of it.
A very important purpose, I think, of our ability to use data in the right way, it's actually gaining trust from the society and from our customer that share their data with us. Do you have any program that actually teaches to your customers why it would be safe to share their data with you and what you would do with their data to make their own life better?
I think data product marketplaces are definitely a growing capability for a lot of organizations. So treating data as a product where it could be shared in an effective way within the organization or externally from a data monetization perspective or from for other purposes. I think being able to leverage cybersecurity tools, data governance tools, scalable data architectures, data catalogs, et cetera, and being able to create these products that can be acquired by other groups for data sharing purposes or externally is really valuable. A lot of companies are sitting on huge assets of data that are just sitting there, years of history, and there's often many applications of turning that data into something that's very doesn't violate any security challenges, doesn't allow access to any IP or any personal identifiable information, but just creating analysis of that data at the market level or at the city level or the demographic level is a huge opportunity for monetization of the assets that companies have today. And I think it's an exciting opportunity to kind of take a step back and look at what you have in your data landscape and what are some creative uses of that are both secure and trustworthy and that you can be confident about, but also unlock new business opportunities for you.
Thank you. And I think we are at time. I would like again to thank our panelists for this interesting discussion. And I hope that all of you were able to learn something. I learned a lot, definitely, out of this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Achal, Franziska, Arnab, and Samta for sharing some valuable insights with us. Now, moving on to our next session, this is an executive interview on bringing products to market faster with a transformative AI strategy. Now, let me know if anybody feels that's not something that any company, any organization wants to do. They want to bring their platform, functionalities, products at the light speed to the market. And of course, we understand that AI can play a big role in there too, given what we're really seeing all in the market. So in order to discuss this, I'm going to invite on the stage the PlanView CEO, Rajat Gaurav, and the Flex CIO, Gus Shaheen, in conversation with Leonardo, Chief Strategy Officer and Editorial Director, Terme Rossi. And this interview is held in partnership with PlanView. Please, welcome to the stage.
Hi, everybody. You've been sitting here for a while, and I wanted to welcome you. And our goal here is to provide you with as much real-world examples as we can. So I encourage you, we're going to have to do this together, ask specific questions, and I will try to get to as many as I can as we go through the conversation. And so we are here to discuss the power of AI and the tools and how transformative that can be in bringing products to the marketplace. And what I'm going to do, the framework for this, is I'm going to let these two wonderful gentlemen introduce themselves. And I do want to ask, transformative is a really big word. Really sets the expectation high in terms of what you can do. So I would love for you to start with sharing your thoughts on that word.
Yeah, you can go ahead. Start.
So, yeah, transformation is a big word. Luckily, our business is in planning and delivering on transformations for our customers. So the way I think about transformation, it's really about going through the people, process, and technology changes that allow you to achieve the business outcomes that you desire, right? The business outcome could be around productivity improvements, could be around revenue growth, could be around bringing some new market to market some new products. So that's the way I think about transformations.
And can you just tell us a little bit more about PlanView and what you do?
Sure. We're an enterprise SaaS company. We are the leaders in what's called portfolio and work management solutions. And so we help companies allocate capital and resources across a portfolio of initiatives, could be project or product initiatives. And then we help them deliver those at scale using detailed project management capabilities, resource management capabilities, as well as lean and agile capabilities.
Yes?
Yep. So first, maybe I'll talk a little bit about Flex for some of the people in the audience that don't know what we do, and then I'll get into that transformative question. But Flex is a large supply chain and manufacturing company. We build products for most OEMs, probably most of the Fortune 500. We have factories all over the world. And the reason I bring that up is our supply chain is super complex, and we're kind of in the middle. So we have material coming in every day from all over the world into our factories. You put it together, you ship it out. So it's a very complex process to manage. Now, in terms of transformation, we've been on a digital supply chain transformation journey since 2015, actually. And we've been able to digitize our supply chain quite well. And the way, the reason it was successful was we had really strong partnership with the business. I mean, it was sort of two in a box when we did it. And I think that is key to any transformation. More often than not, people will think of transformations as just, hey, let's get a piece of software, implement it. It's going to change your life, make things easier. That is not the case. I think you have to have the outcomes defined ahead of time and really be tied at the hip with the business, with the subject matter experts to make it work. And that's the way we see it. And that's the way we're actually doing it in the AI world as well. So,
So you started on this in 2015.
Yep.
And so how do you do that vision setting? Where are you seeing, as these new technologies, what is the, when you look at it, where are you seeing the big wins in your investment?
Yeah, the reason we did it in 2015 is because, as I explained, our business is very dependent on supply chain efficiency, as Razat knows. If you don't manage your supply chain well and you don't manage the material flow well, it could be a really big problem for our business. Our business is, our margins are small, so efficiency, productivity is key for us in every aspect. And the reason we launched it is because we started seeing our inventory increasing, which ties up our cash flow. And so we decided to digitize, provide more visibility, more actionable insights to our 9,000 supply chain professionals around the world. And that was actually really successful when we launched, and we were able to take out 10 days of inventory, which came out to like $700 million of free cash flow. Every day of inventory for us is about $70,000 or $70 million of inventory. So it was successful. So for us, when we talk about product, it's really, how can we get AI to really move the needle for us in supply chain? And so we have all this data because we've been digital for a while in supply chain. AI wasn't as affordable back then. It is now, much more accessible as well. So now the next step is how can you leverage AI on all that data you have to start forecasting some demand from our 1,000+ customers so that you can manage that material flow? How can you schedule things in the factory better, because that makes a huge difference on your when it comes to output and profitability and all that. So that's how we define it.
So, Razat, one of the things that I was reading up and I saw that I thought was really interesting is that 70% of AI initiatives underdeliver on the ROI they initially think, or that there's 40% waste. I was wondering if you could, you work with a lot of different customers from across industries. What are some of the reasons behind that?
Yeah, and I think those statistics apply to broader digitalization efforts as well. And of course, AI initiatives are a subset of that. I would venture to say for AI initiatives, it's even a higher percentage, right? But maybe a good place to start would be to kind of take a step back and think about the AI journey, because much like Flex, we've all been using classic AI techniques, whether they're optimization, simulation, machine learning constructs, for years now, right? As Gus knows, I spent 20 years of my life building products for the supply chain industry, in helping forecast demand, plan inventory levels, plan product flows, physical product flows. And we were using, combinatorial optimization techniques, simulation techniques, machine learning techniques for decades, right? Now, they were not very accessible to the broader organization because we didn't have a natural language interface to them, but they were being used to make decisions that impacted billions of dollars on the balance sheet or on people's P&Ls, on organizations' P&Ls. I think what has changed now with generative AI is that it is the marginal knowledge needed to access it and use it is close to zero, right? And so it's become a lot more accessible. But I think the fundamental problem still exists, which is it's not AI for the sake of AI. It's really AI to solve business problems. And this has been a consistent theme in many of the sessions today, right? Which is you've got to start with the problem and then map what data sets, what AI techniques can help you solve those business problems. And so that's a big sort of thing where people start spinning up a lot of projects and pilots, and there's a lot of hype without really being very clear on what are the business outcomes. That's the first learning that I've had in working with companies in many organizations. The second important one is you've got to focus on the data that is required because it's garbage in, garbage out, right? Whether it's with classic AI models or with generative AI, right? And that sounds like a pedantic statement, but to get the data curated and in a shape and form that these smart models can make use of them is a non-trivial effort, right? A lot of the work we've been doing at PlanView, because we've got a connective fabric into the entire DevOps lifecycle, right? So think of Jira, ServiceNow, GitHub, GitLab, 65, 70 different systems. But you've got to bring all that data into a common semantic layer. Now, that sounds, again, simple. It's not easy to do, right? And bringing that into a common semantic layer, potentially defining the interrelationships between those data sets, the so-called ontologies, now you can apply the smart classic AI and LLMs on them and do some very smart things in identifying bottlenecks, getting insights, extracting all kinds of intelligence, right? But that effort is non-trivial, right? And so focusing on preparing the right data is very key. And the third aspect I would say is in focusing on the day in the life of the user or the personas, right?
Talking about that, yeah.
Because we've seen that in our own usage of GitHub Copilot with our software engineering team. The results are very mixed because there are some engineers who are able to adapt, and there's a lot of repetition in the coding process, and they're able to rework their ways of working. But a lot of the other engineers have struggled with how do they change and transform their ways of working. So it's not so straightforward. We've had the same experience in deploying our Copilot with early adopter customers. So thinking about the day in the life of that persona, and then thinking about how can that day in the life be transformed or changed for the better, and helping those users and those users understand the why behind it. Those are some key learnings in minimizing waste. And the last one, and Gus touched on it, is a lot of these initiatives require collaboration between business teams and technology teams, right? And in a lot of large organizations, we still see that not being efficiently done, right? And to get the outcomes, business and technology have to be on the same page. And so those are some of the learnings we've had in trying to minimize waste in digitalization or in AI efforts.
So Gus, we were talking, just building on that, who are the thought partners? I mean, we talked about business, but there are also, I hope no one is, I don't mean this, but like HR people are never included in anything, right? So like, how do you make sure that you are identifying, and when do you bring these different stakeholders into the conversation?
Oh yeah, no, they need to be brought in right from the get-go because, as we're defining business outcomes, we also need to define the business process and how it's going to change and how it's going to impact the users, right? And I think if you miss that, you're going to have a big problem with adoption. And, we've done that before and it never worked. So thinking about the business process ahead of time and bringing all the stakeholders early on is absolutely key. And in a lot of organizations, to be honest, a lot of times you're going to need top-down support for that. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do that. But I think if you have the top-down support, CEO down, or the ELT, the executive leadership team, I think it changes the game a little bit, and you'll get the support, and it makes a huge difference.
So how do you make that decision in terms of your investment strategy into some of the new tools versus kind of some of your existing infrastructure? What strategies, what ways have the two of you seen used or are using to kind of, we had that question, I think, earlier about how do you go about making decisions about?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'll keep going back to the point that Flex is a lower margin company than most companies out there. So we don't have the luxury to experiment with every single new tech out there. However, we do have a pretty strong partnership program that sits on my team that's very well connected with a lot of the new innovative companies, and we're very startup friendly, if you will. And we've done a few great deals with early stage companies. So, as long as you have a team that's continuously looking at your current stack and looking at what's out there, what's new, and making sure we're aware of it and all that, and you don't fall too far behind, I think it works well. It's been working really well for us. But at the end of the day, for us, our investment is really ROI based. So it has to be, right? If this AI project or transformation that we're going to launch is going to move the needle for us, in, again, supply chain operations, bottom line or whatever, and we can demonstrate that, I think getting the investment dollars is not a hard thing, but, we have to prove it and show it. But generally, we're very ROI-based at Flex, at least.
Brings up another question for me. How do you calculate the cost of disruption to doing business as normal while you're going through the transformation?
Yeah, that's a tough one to calculate, right? I mean, the business needs to continue to run, so you have to be very careful when you do that. Our business is probably a little bit different than Razat's because we're building for other customers, so we have to be very careful and collaborate with them when we're doing things because they want to ensure that they're getting their products on time when they have orders from their customers. So it's a little bit tricky for us. I think for you guys, it might be a little bit different.
Yeah, I think, I'll give you the example of what we went through. When ChatGPT came about, Azure published its APIs with enterprise-grade security, data privacy protections. We were all very excited to, apply it to various elements of our business as well as apply it to our products for our customers. So we are fortunate because we use pretty much all of our own products as well. We are customer zero for our own products. So we used our ideation tool to crowdsource ideas for sort of internal deployment as well as in our product deployment from across our employee base, our partner ecosystem, even some of our strategic customers, right? And then we went through a sort of a top of the funnel filtration process. And the framework we used was a simplistic one, but an important one between what is the business value versus what is the complexity or the cost or the effort required to deliver on that particular idea, right? And within that framework, we picked a combination. Some of them were very quick hits, so we could build momentum and excitement. And some of them, we knew that would take us a longer time, but they were still very strategic and important for us to invest in. So we went through that process. And through that process, we were able to prioritize what to invest in. But a lot of times, what it comes down for us, but also for a lot of our customers, is carving out a little bit of capacity in your budgets to allow for pilots, experimentation, innovation efforts, right? But again, don't make that an endless process. I loved what the Chief Digital Officer of GSK said earlier today, which is like, think big, trial quickly and then scale fast, right? And so I think that's a winning recipe, but you've got to make some capacity available to experiment. Because for us, if we did nothing, the threat to a business like ours is we have a lot of data. We have over $350 billion worth of transformation spend planned and delivered through our platform. But if we do nothing, that can get disrupted very quickly, right? So the opportunity cost is very high. And so how do we turn new technologies like generative AI into a weapon, into a competitive differentiator? It was important for us to make the capacity available. So we carved out some of our innovation R&D dollars to invest in this area.
Is there a rule of thumb? Like of what percentage you would say, or is that really dependent?
In my experience, it depends on where you are in your evolution, right? But it could be 5%. Well, 5% for a company that's spending, $10 billion of R&D is still a lot of money.
It's huge, right?
Whereas for a startup, it may be 70, 80% because that's what they're doing. So it just depends where you are in that life cycle.
It's interesting because I think we have a question that comes into what's more important for transformative AI deployment, planning or execution?
Well, I mean, both for sure. I mean, you need both for it to work, right? I mean, I think you have to plan it right, like we talked about earlier, starting with the business outcomes. I think that's absolutely key. Getting all the right stakeholders. It's a big collaborative effort amongst different groups. And then, what's the point of having it if you can't execute it properly, right? I think they're both just as important in my mind.
Yeah, I don't look at them as two separate things. They're really interconnected, and what connects them are the learning feedback loops, right? A lot of the initiatives we're undertaking with AI, there could be known unknowns, there could be unknown unknowns. So having that agile approach to executing on these initiatives is very critical in our mind. And that's where planning and execution are intertwined, and what connects them are those learning feedback loops.
Right. The planning connects the dots, and you can't have one without the other. That which kind of brings execution. Part of execution is adoption. And, you both touched on adoption, but I think that's, we heard everyone talk about, these tools that are deployed and no one uses, or you talked about how you had to create those personas of individuals. What has been your talent and upskilling strategy when it comes to ensuring that your teams are staying in step with the technology you're bringing on board?
Yeah, I mean, one, we have to make sure that we're continuously investing in upskilling. I think that's key, not just, that's also key for us for retention purposes, right? I mean, if you're not continuously investing in your people are eventually going to leave. So I think that's it's a double-edged sword, because when you train them too much, everybody snatches them, but you have to manage that part. But, adoption for us is, again, super important. We struggled with it initially when we digitized the supply chain in 2015. We learned a lot from it, but people are still, even today in different organizations, finance and others, they're very happy with Excel and stuff like that, no matter what.
I love Excel. I have to confess.
For me, it's the one thing that Razat said, the life and the day of a planner or a production scheduler for us is key up front, and making sure whatever we build gets embedded in that process so that person can continue to do their job effectively. That's key. But having top-down support is also key. And if you can get your ELT or your CEO to actually start leveraging some of those tools, that's even more powerful, which we were able to do, actually, and it really changes the game. So I think you need a little bit of both, and to fix that adoption issue.
Yeah, what we had to do is we went through the normal sort of training cycles, and that's a continuous effort, and we're doing some, we need to do more of that. But frankly, we also had to bring on board new talent from outside, right, that helped sort of fill the gaps. And the key talent, I mean, we had a data science team, we had, people who were building out, risk predictions and NLP-based models, et cetera. But what we found very important was to also bring in skills that were more applied research oriented. What I mean by that is things are moving so fast. Every 2 weeks there's 100 new things happening, right? And so a very important core competency for us to have within our AI and data science team is the ability to keep pace with the latest developments, right? We started our co-pilot with the ChatGPT as the underlying LLM. We've extended that to Anthropic. We're experimenting with Llama, Mistral, a bunch of other, LLMs as well. And we have to be staying on top of the latest vector databases, the RAG technologies, the multi-agent architectures. So that continuous research and learning, and it's not like the entire organization has to do that, but the core team needs to be able to keep pace with that because it's very dynamic and extremely fluid.
I think it's interesting because I think for technology companies, the R&D is very natural. But I think for a lot of other industries, the investment in the R&D keeps getting pulled back.
Yep.
And so that has impacts in terms of being able to stay competitive. We just have very few seconds, and I have to ask this question, as you both know. Favorite science fiction film or book, and why?
Okay, I mean, for me, I don't know if it's science fiction or urban fiction, but I think I'm going to go with Iron Man. But the reason I will pick that, I enjoyed the movie. I think it's a great series as well. But if you think about it, it came out in 2008. Isn't it great to have Jarvis? And, if you think about Jarvis, like an assistant there, it's basically AI, right? Computing billions and billions of data records on the fly and giving you suggestions and all that. That was in 2008. I once told our team it would be great if our planners had that, right? I mean, if our planners get demand, hey, Jarvis, what do you think I should do? That'd be great, but I think that's one of my favorite.
A new version of Ask Jeeves will be Ask Jarvis.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
For me, it would have to be Star Trek for three reasons. One, it's full of all kinds of interesting tech stuff, which I just love, being a techie myself. Second, I love that spirit of adventure. Sort of the whole tagline used to be, go where no man has gone before, right? And I just feel like in today, where we sit today as an industry, we're all treading new waters, right? Where no one has been before. And so there's a lot of known unknowns and unknown unknowns to navigate through, and a Star Trek kind of personified that. And the third reason was a very personal one. It's, as a kid, I went to those Star Trek movies with my dad. My dad is 84 years old now, and I've got some of my best memories of childhood watching those movies with him.
Thank you both so much for your time, for the great answers. And I encourage all of you to come up and ask them questions because they've been there and they are doing it, and they have some really great insights. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rajat and Gus, again, for another insightful session. And by the way, a quick reminder, on your app, you have an option to enable the live captions or the transcript, just in case you would like to see the captions there as well. That being said, I wish I can also traverse to the unknowns and stuff and challenge myself, which I try to do every day. So thank you, Rajat, for that. That was a good one. With that said, now we're going to move to our next session, which is about moving from Gen AI experimentation to scalable commercial applications. And for this session, I would like to invite on the stage from the Coca-Cola Company, President of International Development, Enrique Braun, in conversation with KPMG's AI Transformation Managing Director, Aisha. Please, welcome to the stage.
Awesome. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Aisha Tahir-Kheli, a Managing Director at KPMG's AI and Digital Innovation Group. And with me today, I have Enrique Braun. As mentioned, he's the President of International Development at the Coca-Cola Company. He's a 28-year veteran at Coca-Cola, and he's held leadership roles across 4 continents where he's driven innovation in marketing, digital, emerging categories, and more. He now oversees 7 of Coca-Cola's 9 operating units worldwide and serves on the company's digital council as well. We're excited to hear from Enrique on Coca-Cola's AI journey as a first mover in this space. But before we do that, we'd like to roll a video that highlights some of Coca-Cola's recent AI-driven campaigns. Wow, that's fantastic. So Enrique, as we mentioned, AI for Coca-Cola, AI has been really a first mover in the AI space. Can you talk about your journey with AI, and particularly in the marketing area, and how you've used your successes in that space to really scale AI and embed it across other functions?
Sure. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you for being here. It's a privilege to be with all of you and share a little bit about what we have been doing at Coca-Cola. Look, at the company, we are really looking at how to harness the power of AI in a disciplined way, looking at strategically, but also with a measured mindset, looking into three important areas for us: how to connect with consumers, or how to do marketing, how we work differently now with technology and AI, and more importantly as well, how we add value to our customers and clients all over the world. So we're learning by experimenting, but on the same token, we are with a conscious mindset that we are after scale and impact. On that journey, we really have to put under context the size of the Coca-Cola system. We generate 2.2 billion transactions a day in more than 200 countries, so it's a total global enterprise. So you can picture this as being a huge opportunity for us to be more efficient, more effective with use of digital technologies, and AI plays a big role into this journey moving forward, at least from our point of view. You mentioned marketing as being the first area where we actually experimented heavily on analytical AI and on Gen AI, and you saw in the video briefly there, maybe you didn't capture that, but I'll share with you something very interesting. Last year, we launched a masterpiece, which was a campaign that put together real action, 3D animation, and Gen AI. Putting these all together really reduced the production of those films by months into weeks, and also elevated actually the quality of the whole experience with consumers and connecting with our brand equity strategy as well. So that winning formula of using Gen AI with the traditional ways to do media has been helping us, and since then we have been using this in different campaigns for different brands. Another one that was very interesting, we partnered with OpenAI and Bain Company last year as well on the first of its kind use of GPT-4 and DALL-E AI platform. On that, we try to democratize the use of our Coca-Cola icon trademark artwork, inviting consumers to create content with the caveats that we would share that actually on digital billboards around the world. So it's in a way to bring open source creativity through the use of Gen AI, looking at content in a very different way, and more importantly, generating first-party data, which is very important for us to understand our consumers in a better way.
Yeah, I've seen some of those billboards at Times Square. That was really interesting. I think one of the things that resonated with me about what you said is your consumer-centric approach to leveraging AI to connect with customers and consumers in new ways. And that's something that we're also doing at KPMG. In fact, our transformation program is called AIQ, because one of our guiding principles is that while AI does provide vast opportunities, it's our human IQ that makes the difference.
Yes.
So in that way, we're really aligned. Can you talk a little bit about, within a large, complex global organization like the Coca-Cola Company, how does leadership determine which use cases to pursue in terms of the strongest potential to scale?
That's a good question. We looked at other companies, we tried to benchmark to understand how we would actually bring it all together. And we came up with an internal digital council approach where we have all the senior leaders of the company there. I'm there. We have the CIO. It's chaired by the president and CFO of the company. The CMO is also there. So we own the digital council because it's a very important element of the transformation that we want to bring to the business. And through that, we actually not only give the strategic path to the organization, but also govern the actions that we have in there. One committee of that, it's what we call the AI task force, which our CIO really is the one that really look into that closer to ensure that we have underlying technology that can be used and scale across the system when we try to experiment with AI. So we try to make sense, if you will, of everything that we do across the globe, experimenting, but with an eye on how we're going to scale and generate impact moving forward. Another element that it's unique, and we believe it's working for us, it's the fact that every single experience that we are leading from the global point of view, we have a senior sponsor behind it. So I personally lead the suggested order experience, which is a way to look at how we're going to improve our relationship with the customers in a way that our orders through them are more connected to what the shopper wants, what the consumer really wants to enjoy, and how you add value to the customer as well.
Yeah. So can you double click a little bit into that suggested order pilot and how you're expanding your Gen AI use cases outside of marketing?
Sure. Look, also to bring context to the conversation, we serve 30 million outlets globally. So this includes big retail partners, e-commerce partners, and mom and pops in developing and emerging markets as well. So a myriad of different segmentations across the world. And our first attempt, it's been for years now, is to digitize that equation. How we actually serve these 30 million outlets globally with a digital platform that it's what we would call the 1.0 of the digital transformation, having a connection between our bottlers and the customers that they serve in a digitized way. Where suggested order comes on play, it's exactly on the relationship that is already digitized. So we had the first level of that with analytical AI, and now with Gen AI, we're able to actually suggest to the client a better portfolio that it's connected to the customization that that particular outlet requires. And by doing that, we have a significant improvement in terms of adoption of this suggested order by the trade. So we're excited with the early signs, and this is definitely something that we want to scale as we move forward.
Fantastic. Enrique, when we met, we also talked a little bit about how you're advancing your strategy to be a total beverage company. What are some of the ways that the company is leveraging AI in the R&D space?
Okay, that's another exciting one. I have a technical background, so I get a little bit passionate about talking about how AI and science comes together. We're big believers that human capabilities and technology together is where you get the biggest impact, the magic impact. So with R&D, we're using data science with Gen AI now in a way that we can have a wide range of data source that we didn't have before. So you can picture being like a scientist in our labs working on a new product. So we had significant information about consumer insights, market trends, and so on. But now you can add, for instance, everything that you're listening on social media. So billions of expressions about how they feel about the brand, how they feel about a particular flavor. That information can be leveraged and brought together and turned into insights that in turn bring to creation a better product that connects with consumers and customers in a unique way. One example of that, this is more for Gen Z, who has Gen Zs at home. Last year we launched a product called Y3000, Year 3000. It was a creation from humans and AI together on what it would look like a Coca-Cola zero sugar beverage with a flavor that would be implemented in the year 3000. So, and this unique flavor also was connected to a unique experience. We broadcasted that out of Las Vegas Sphere using also AI creative imagery. In making a long story short, we were able to generate 5 billion social media impressions about that. And it was the flavor out of the Coca-Cola creations that had the biggest success. So it doesn't mean that it's the new formula for success, but it shows that when you bring more insights and pure data into development of product and packages for the consumers, it's something that's going to play a big role moving forward.
Yeah, my high school kids were actually huge fans of trying the limited time Coca-Cola creations, and Y3000 was one of their favorites.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, it really offers a new way to connect with the brand through different experiences enabled by AI.
Yes.
So we've talked a lot, Enrique, about how Coca-Cola has moved in a bold and fast way. And at KPMG, one of our core tenets to our program is balancing scaling AI in a bold, fast, and responsible way so that the AI that we're developing and deploying is safe and ethical. So can you share how Coca-Cola is moving forward in a bold, fast, and responsible way with their AI strategy?
Sure. This is also another area that I think all of us that have been exposed to the technology are learning together. Mm-hmm. And we approached this with a way of responsibly harnessing the power of AI through two initiatives that we believe are important. One is the creation of the AI responsible principles, that we abide to that as associates, but also very important is when we are on a journey to interact with third-party partners, we also make sure that they also are integrated into what we call these responsible AI principles, which is very important for us to establish the agreement on how we're going to operate into. That guarantees that we have a trustworthy environment that's also compliant with legislation and compliant with what we want to work and provide as a solution, and also actionable in terms of how the data is used as well. So with that, we have a governance that helps us to abide to the AI principles that helps us tremendously. Now, the second point is the training that we also establishing for all associates. And this is an ongoing journey because as we learn, more modules will definitely come into play. But the most important thing is that everyone gets comfortable with what's being shared and learn by being a part of this ongoing training that we have at the Coca-Cola Company there for our associates so far.
Great. I think I'll close out, Enrique, with one last question. So if you had a crystal ball, where do you see the greatest potential for AI at Coca-Cola in the industry?
So for the company, again, to look at the opportunity and the size and scale that we have, but that AI can actually contribute in a unique way to us. Just the time that we have been here, that's going to be 20 minutes, we generated 30 million transactions globally. So when you look at this with the glass half full, it's a huge opportunity for us in terms of not only accelerating great ideas, but making sure that the use cases that have the highest potential on AI are scalable and have big impact. So our job, I think, in the future, and I think every company that will be implementing AI use cases, is how do you find that sweet spot of a use case that's scalable, have huge impact, and generate competitive advantage. So we believe that going with that game plan will help us a lot. Another addressable market opportunity that we have is, even though we are in more than 200 countries, there's still billions of people that don't drink commercial beverage in the world today. We measure that through a metric which is called intenders, consumers that today don't drink a bottle of water or a sparkling drink or juice yet commercially. So huge opportunity for us in terms of addressable market. So bringing technology, digital technology, AI to help us to be closer to that consumer needs and customers to make it our beverages available, it's going to be a huge unlock for us. If I have to offer one that it's important and we're going to see coming to all of us in the next few years, and Gen AI will play a big role, it's personalization or customization, if you will, on the consumer and on the customer front as well, with the data availability that all of the companies, including ourselves, are being able to data mine and understand about the consumer needs and how to add more value to the customers. The personalization will take the whole experience to another level. And we believe that's going to be a game changer, and we want to be part of that. So I would say, just in closing, that we believe in the huge impact that AI will have on the consumer beverages industry, in our business as well. And we look forward to continue to be at the forefront of this, learning and scaling as we learn more about use cases that will be important to all of us.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time and giving us a glimpse of what's going to be possible at Coca-Cola. It's clear that your company is clearly a front runner in the AI space. For those listening, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Enrique during the course of the day.
I'll be glad to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Enrique. Thanks, Aisha. Again, so many good data points. It was amazing to really see the real-life application of AI in the real businesses, which are globally, spread out and still taking the benefit of this disruptive technologies. Now comes to the last session for the day, and that's an executive panel discussion on the topic of how should AI technology development and use be governed. And I promise, even though the last session is waiting between us and the networking and the drinks and everything else, it's worthwhile because this is a topic that really talks about the leveraging AI technologies or AI into the technology development, which we all know most of the organizations continue to struggle big time. For this discussion, would like to invite on the stage the Future of Life Institute Executive Director, Anthony Aguirre, IBM Vice President of Product Management, AI Platform, Armand Ruiz, and Global Risk Institute Executive in Residence, Loe Tulo, on the stage, and it will be moderated by Regulating AI founder and podcast host, Sanjay Puri. Please, welcome to the stage.
Well, as I said, we are standing between you and drinks, but I can promise you it's going to be a very riveting panel discussion that will hopefully make you forget about the drinks. I almost think you will forget about the drinks, but we have some amazing panelists with different backgrounds and different viewpoints, so it's going to be fun. We will kick it off by asking one question to all of you, where maybe you do the introduction and answer the question. And let's kick it off by talking about why is AI regulation so important, and what are some critical factors to consider within AI regulation. Why don't we start with you, Dr. Aguirre?
Okay. So I'd say its regulation is important because AI is simply going to be touching every aspect of human life and civilization. In the last 5 years, it's just gone from a sort of niche, almost academic field to something our entire conference is about with all of you here. And so it touches everything, and because we have to be able to manage that technology in the way that it touches everything, I think regulation and governance in general are going to be crucial. In terms of the important considerations in it, I think I would say that there are two in my mind. One is that we must not try to regulate and govern just the AI that we have now. This is a technology that's changing incredibly quickly. It's been a year and a quarter or so since GPT-4. We've had GPT-4 Turbo, GPT-4o, Gemini 1, Gemini 1.5, Claude 3, Claude 3.5, each of them better than the last, in some order. And so there's an enormous race. We've gone from, blotchy image generation to photorealistic videos in a couple of years. The trajectory is just very, very rapid, and if we try to legislate now or govern now what we have now, by the time it gets legislated or governed or rules get passed, it will be 3-4 years out of date, completely different system. So we have to think about where AI is going and craft governance and regulation that is going to be able to address the AI that we are going to have. And that's not easy because we don't know exactly what we're going to have, but we can take good guesses, I think, and we have to aim for that. I think the second thing is that we can't treat all AI the same, obviously. There are vast differences in capability and breadth of AI use. So there are like narrow, weak AI systems that are, voice recognition. Nobody wants regulation of voice recognition, I think. Like, it should just go. We should have voice recognition. On the other hand, there are, systems being built that aim to surpass human capability across a broad variety of subjects at the sort of PhD-level reasoning. We'd better regulate PhD-level virology AI or PhD-level virology plus nuclear physics AI. If we haven't regulated or governed that in some way, we're in for a bad time. So I think we have to have tiers of capability and risk, and we have to have divisions in terms of use, and have to have intelligent governance that is going to address all of the ones that need addressing.
Just a quick introduction also.
And so, apologies. So I'm Anthony Aguirre from the Future of Life Institute, the executive director. I also have a nights and weekends hat as a professor of physics at UC Santa Cruz and a couple of other hats.
So not too far a commute for you.
Not too far of a commute. And yeah, we get to enjoy the weather here that I get to enjoy on a daily basis.
Wonderful. Thank you. Louise?
So I'm Lois Tulo. I'm here from Toronto via Geneva. I was just over at the UN looking at standards for international trade, but that's just a side gig. I write and teach with the Global Risk Institute. We look at mainly financial institutions risk, of which I teach at the Schulich School of Business. And then I have a day job, which is a CFRO at a mortgage company. When I think of why it is important from a risk point of view, and many of the speakers have already talked about having a risk assessment of AI, is looking at those risks of where we are in the world and how the world has transformed, for one, on a basis of debt. If we look at sovereign debt has gone to 333 trillion around the world, and if we look at compared to 1980 to now, hugely impactful. Then if we look at the demographics of most of the developed countries, we've gone from a pear shape to a light bulb shape. And so the problems that we are going to be trying to address need something, and that something is AI. And if we see those developments that were already talked about, it's kind of like our last hope to give a change to the problems that we are seeing going forward on a geopolitical basis, on a societal basis, on a climate and environmental basis. Those are the challenges, but AI is really the solution that we see out there standing.
Armand? Yeah, my name is Armand. Thank you all for staying until the end of this day one. I'm leading product management at IBM for our AI platform. That includes the builders part, but also the governance products that we actually deploy with enterprises. I've been at IBM since IBM Watson was announced. I joined IBM that summer when we did the Jeopardy, and since then I invested all my career in building AI solutions. And why governance and why regulation is important? I think it's like driving a car. We can go faster on highways because we have some rules, and we can follow those rules, and that allows us to go really fast. In some cases, in Germany, extremely fast. And I think with AI, if we understand, depending on the use case, what are the boundaries that we need to follow, we're going to unleash innovation. And AI, I think it's like we have like 2 or 3 technological waves that will mark our careers, and this is maybe the biggest one that I will ever experience. So I'm very passionate about how this regulation is going to come into play, so we can really drive a lot of good for the humanity.
That's great. Dr. Aguirre, you mentioned that one of the concerns you have is, not just regulating now, but what AI is going to take shape. AI is moving, as you said, very fast, different models, multimodal, agents, et cetera. How can policy keep pace with what we don't know in the future? Talk a little bit about that, because I asked this question to the Congresswoman today, too. Mm-hmm. Because policy moves at this speed, and AI is moving at this speed. How do we predict that? Because that's one of your big concerns, right?
Yeah, I think there's one thing we can do to predict where AI is going is see what people are trying to do. Mm-hmm. Right? I think we see, and so we see in the various different sectors of AI, we see text, large language models, now multimodal models. We see them essentially scaling to just more and more capacity of the same sort of models. Then we see more narrow systems, including image generation, video generation. All of these things are simply going to get better. I mean, we can assume that whatever people are sort of failing at doing now or doing in a mediocre level now, they're going to be doing in a few years very, very well. Mm-hmm. I think that is a safe assumption. And so I think we should look at what people are trying to do with AI and assume that they're going to succeed, at some point in the future. We don't know exactly when. But this is an industry that, while being sort of moribund as a topic intellectually for many decades, has suddenly started winning. We've essentially solved narrow AI in the sense that if you come up with a measurable metric for like success in some cognitive task at this point, you can pretty much train an AI system to do that task, and often at a superhuman level. The target now is general AI, and this is a much broader set of capabilities. But again, the companies are succeeding. We have human competitive AI in a lot of ways right now. And we have a sort of multiple Apollo Manhattan projects going effort to develop artificial general intelligence. It is coming. Is it coming in 2 years or 10 years? We don't know, but it's no longer coming in decades or centuries. That is just off the table. So I think we have to be prepared for success in what the AI companies are trying to do, because they are succeeding over and over again. So I think what we can do is create sort of principles and mechanisms that we want, for example, to demonstrate that AI systems are going to be safe before we deploy them, or we want to demonstrate that AI systems will be safe to create before creating them. I think this is a sort of standard that we have in other industries. We require that drugs are safe before we put them on the market. We require that physics experiments aren't going to destroy the world before we run them. There was a long report, I read it, before we built CERN, seeing if it was going to make black holes to destroy the Earth. It wasn't going to. We proved it. We built CERN. So I think we should also have, with giant AI experiments that are probably the most expensive experiments we've ever run, bigger than CERN, bigger than the Hubble Space Telescope, we should also demand that somebody should be able to show scientifically that this is not going to actually be a threat. There's no way to do that right now.
Okay, I'll come back to that point, but Luis, you've been working with UN and other areas. The EU AI Act has passed. Tell our audience a little bit as to where do we stand as far as AI regulation is concerned, especially from the Canadian, the European standpoint, and maybe Dr. McCarr can talk about the US side, please.
Yeah, so if I start with Canada, we did have a bill. This was part of the budget that went onto the table in 2022. Unfortunately, it's still under construction. With GRI and OSFI, which is the Office of the Superintendent, they did publish last year AI governance guidelines, and it's in a very short form EDGE: explainability, data, governance, and ethics. And then within each of those, Canada is a very principles-based regulatory framework. And one of the things about regulation that is very important, or that we think is very important, is that regulation should stand the test of time, so that you do not want to regulate a certain technology or a certain system or a certain syntax into the regulation, because those will move on. And regulation and legislation takes a lot of work to get changed. So the group that I work with at the UN is responsible for standards for international trade. And there's a standard that has a technology embedded in it that's 8 years old, and there are many issues that have moved forward, and the standard still stands. Whereas at the EU, in June of this year, they just brought out their AI regulations, and they were much more bold, much more global, in that not just AI that is on the shelf or is developed in the EU would be encompassed in the guidelines. If an EU company shared their data with a third party that was outside, it would be there. And the sort of overreaching tenet of those regulations is a human-centric regulations, so that AI is for good. And there are many existing regulations from the EU that already exist. So if we think of the 2016 GDPR regulations around data, so that one good thing about the AI regulation is that they are referencing the regulation that is already in place and to support those regulations. Now, there are, I don't want to say holes, but sections of the regulation that if it is a military AI, well, then these regulations don't count. or if it is something that is allocated by a certain government, then it doesn't. So there are still things to be worked out with that regulation.
Dr. Aguirre, about the U.S. regulation, can you update our audience on that?
Yeah, so the U.S. Is hampered by the fact that our Congress has trouble passing laws. So we at the national level, we're still sort of at a framework for a roadmap for legislation rather than legislation itself. There are many bills in Congress, but Congress is tough to get things through, even when there's bipartisan consensus on it. So what we have at the moment is lots of things in formation. There's a major executive order, which many people will have heard of, that was addressed a lot of things and created a lot of reports, which were good. So I think, and a lot of reporting requirements for AI companies. What it didn't do was make any really hard requirements on almost anything. So many of them are sort of voluntary things or just informational flow from AI companies to the government. There isn't really any restricting of anything from happening, even if those things might be risky. Also, since it's tough to get anything at the federal level, people have been pushing it on the state level. So there are many AI bills in many states. Some of you may have been following SB 1047 in California. That's one that's been in the news quite a bit. So this is one that Future of Life Institute is actually a supporter of. And it's something that is aimed at sort of the biggest, most frontier AI models and sort of trying to prevent them from posing actual catastrophic risk, like human loss of life or large, huge financial loss. Although it's in my opinion, fairly focused and light touch, there's been a big push of opposition to it. Some of it genuine and some of it quite disingenuous, I think. So that's been interesting to see how that has played out. How all the forces have come out. My Twitter is a wasteland of discussion of 1047. So there's going to be a lot of action, I think, coming because everyone sees that AI is going into everything. It is going to get regulated. So if you're one of the few hoping that it will never be regulated and tech can just do whatever it wants forever, I think you will be disappointed. It's going to get regulated, and the question is just how well.
So nothing on the federal side, some action on the state side. Your Twitter/X account is getting blown up. Arman, I don't want you to feel I'm ignoring you, so I'm going to come at you with several questions now. You work for a global company which has jurisdictions around the world. Do you think it's important to have international collaboration, international communication on setting up global AI so that we have some kind of harmonization of AI regulations? Because imagine having to deal with California law, Colorado law, US law, Canadian law, EU law, Spanish law, Indian law, Chinese law, and maybe you do. Good for the lawyers, of course, but your perspective.
So something that we heard over and over again is that in AI, in any technology, it's important to open up the conversation to many players. We're all learning as we go. There are great companies here in California, in Europe, all over the world innovating. Something that we did actually at IBM is create the AI Alliance. So that was kind of like our effort to bring multiple players and stakeholders from big tech companies, startups, research institutions, governments, and we have a framework to tackle a lot of these conversations and figure out problems and figure out solutions. So I think that's really critical right now. And then also something that I want to point as we're moving from this world where it seemed like everything was closed models and giant models to this open innovation and open source, where these models are freely available to everyone. I think this is really great because this is opening up the ecosystem to people from all over the world. So it's also giving. There are two levels, right? There is like the ecosystem of builders; those are meeting in the open source community and innovating in the open. And then we have, on the other side, frameworks like with the AI Alliance, where we bring all these different stakeholders to have these conversations.
So you're more on the open source with Llama and other stuff.
Yeah, so
Mistral and
100%.
that gang.
We're at IBM super big on open source, and we believe open source is great because basically it's enabling the technology to more players. So that's really important. So the power is not held just by a few, but it's really an open ecosystem. So we open source all our LLMs from IBM Research. And I think something that is also really important is the licensing when you open source this technology, because we want to provide license that is permissive to the different institutions as well to own their AI and to commercialize it or use it for research purposes or to improve it, bring it back to the community. So we really believe open ecosystem is making a huge difference.
I wanted to just follow that up. On the regulatory side, that does become very important, especially within financial services, within healthcare. And then also, two of the things that the EU also is very important on is identifying high-risk use cases. And for the audience takeaway, one of the ways to sort of lower your risk is to have like a co-pilot so that it is an assistant to the human intelligence, and that lowers your risk for the regulator. So that's another very important point.
Yeah. Armand, and this is a question for all of you, and this is from one of the questions from the audience, which is similar to what I have. This conversation about innovation versus regulation, that if you regulate it too much, you lose innovation. They call EU is the champions of regulations, and US is the champions of innovation. So, Armand, what is your thought as a company? What is that balance? How do you strike that balance?
So I think a good example that I can give is how we actually do it internally at IBM. And I think this is a good framework that I also recommend to other companies. We have an AI ethics board at IBM, and it's a diverse cross-function, cross-unit, cross-geography set of leaders that they put in place the guidelines on how we should apply AI internally at IBM. And then once we have kind of like those guidelines, the business units, they have the tools and the frameworks to go and innovate. So I think it's important to have a good understanding on the regulations, on the having an ethics board or a responsible AI set of principles that you want to follow. And then with that, you will have use cases where you can unleash the creativity. Just to give you an example, maybe a use case that is an internal use case, there is always human in the loop. So maybe it's fine there to use more of an agentic approach, which is less deterministic. But then if you have a use case in a more regulated industry that is going to touch 100 million consumers with sensitive data, so you will want to use maybe a different approach, maybe less innovative in that case, but more predictive, right, on the outcomes. So I think that's the balance, and you just need to have like a very good set of rules so you can assess per use case.
Any thoughts on the balance between innovation and regulation?
Well, to echo what the senator said this morning, I do believe that you can have both. If you think about your children, and they work better when they have parameters of what is allowed. So within the sandbox, you are, allowed to do this. And for industry, one of the big worries is that those regulations have not come out. So I also have been in the blockchain industry, and for a long time we did not have regulation, and they're still arguing around, is a cryptocurrency a security, or is it a currency, or it's so when there is absence of regulation. On the ethics side, the challenge is that cultures around the world and to the sort of human-centric of the EU regulation is that we are seeing more divide between what is acceptable values. And I think that that is not just an AI problem, but if we try to solve it with AI, you can't really, sort of solve a culture problem with a technology.
Yeah. Any thoughts on innovation versus?
Yeah, I guess I don't see this as a opposition. I see regulation as a way to aim innovation in a different direction. And I hope that we can put governance and regulation in place that leads to a race to the top rather than a race to the bottom. I think if you have no regulation at all, there are market forces and sort of general forces that push competitions in ways that don't always go in the most pro-social direction. Once you put some rules in place that require, say, privacy protection, then you can have innovation on privacy or innovation within the constraints of having privacy. I was very impressed, for example, with Apple just built this whole new technology stack to keep their AI confidential. So when you do your AI on your Apple phone, if it sends it to Apple's data center, it's encrypted on the way, it's encrypted in the data center, there's secure enclaves, there's all this huge amount of innovation and technology that go into preserving privacy. Now, that wasn't because of a regulation. That's because Apple has chosen to make that a selling point of Apple products, and I think to good effect. But I think that shows that if there were a privacy law or regulation on AI, other companies would innovate along similar directions, and we would have a race in that direction. So I don't see it as an opposition, but aiming the innovation, which I think is going to occur almost no matter what. There are lots of smart people working very hard, getting paid lots of money. They're going to innovate. But which way are they going to innovate in?
Mm-hmm. Dr. Aguirre, your organization has proposed a moratorium on AGI and maybe even on the foundation models. Now, the question really is that let's just say if the U.S. puts some kind of a moratorium, how about our enemies, whether it's China, Russia, and others? They're going to march ahead. So how do we balance that from your perspective?
Yeah, so what we've actually called for is a pause on the next generation of generative models until we at least, to show that we can, because it's not clear that we actually can, no matter how dangerous something is, it's not clear that we actually can stop right now. The race is just no holds barred. But to put a pause on the next level of general purpose AI models, GPT-5 and its generation, until we have a way to actually manage the risks of them. The moratorium is on what we would call like advanced artificial general intelligence or superintelligence. I think this is something that we are simply not ready to handle as a species, having machines that are much, much more capable across all human domains than people are. This might sound like science fiction, but this is the stated goal, again, of several AI companies that are spending hundreds of billions of dollars per year to develop those technologies. So that is something that I believe we are simply not ready to have. And if we want to go to superintelligence, we should be able to prove that it is going to be safe before we do so, because anything short of that is going to be incredibly dangerous. Now, how that happens in a geopolitical competitive context, I think we have to work out both at the corporate level, where we have a race, and at the international level, how to not have that race. So the government is the entity that is going to be able to stop a race to the bottom between corporations through regulation, through requirement. Unfortunately, a geopolitical race is harder, right? And there I think we have to be pushing a picture of global security rather than national security. If we go through this with a national security framing of whoever gets AI first is going to win, that unfortunately is going to be a race that the AI wins. Whoever gets AI fastest is going to get it most dangerously, and that is not going to be a winning situation, or AGI that they're in. So I think there's an unfortunate illusion that AGI or superintelligence is going to be a tool that we can just control like we do AI now. I think that is very much unclear at best that is going to be the case. And so I think it's going to take international agreements. It's going to take negotiation between the US and China, recognizing the threat to global security and the threat to both nations, for example, to work out an agreement that we can mutually, stop that race to the bottom. I think if we simply, I think I agree that if we sort of unilaterally stop and watch other countries race ahead, that will not be a good situation. But nor can we ask them to unilaterally stop and watch us race ahead. So I think it does go both ways. And we have to, that is something that we're going to have to work out at a geopolitical basis.
Armand, you work for a very large global company. One of the fears is that, like social media, AI gets real concentrated in a few tech companies. Can regulation stop it? First, what is your view as somebody who belongs to a large company? And then obviously would love to get your other people's views. Because right now, to build a hyperscaler model, a large language model, it takes hundreds of millions of dollars of GPUs, training, and all that other stuff. Startups, very few startups can afford to do that.
Yeah, so to that question, I'll come back to the open source community and open innovation. I think we're still on the really hundreds of millions to train these very advanced models, and especially if you are trying to achieve AGI and things like that. That right now there are just a few labs doing that. But at the larger scale, what I'm experiencing is that most of the public data already went into some sort of model, but in the enterprise space, a lot of the data is not yet transferred into foundation models and LLMs. So there are new techniques. It's getting cheaper and cheaper to fine-tune models, and I think it's the open source community. Like when Llama was released, I think in 1 week there were 6,000 replicas of Llama on Hugging Face. So it's all about that open source ecosystem that will allow that.
Any thoughts on concentration?
Well, I just want to address the question of geopolitics. And so I did my master's thesis back in '93 on joint ventures in China. So I've been watching the opening of that to 2012 and then watching the closing since that. And the Chinese are brilliant. They have moved their country from in '93 until now. They've, like any country, they have their challenges. But we heard the senator that, she wants the U.S. to be number one. Well, China wants China to be number one. And I do think that, at the UN we have open dialogue. However, at this present time, with the current leadership in place, I do not see either stepping back from the race, and whether that goes to the bottom or goes to the top.
It'll be the bottom.
Well, and unfortunately, I see a lot of the other risks in the world that are also going to the bottom. So I think this is something that we must be concerned about, but I don't necessarily see that stepping back is going to work. To the question of sort of large organizations, I do feel that a lot of the power, much like we've seen the shift in debt of countries, shift to individuals and sovereign wealth funds, we've also seen that power shift to large organizations. And so what that means is that there becomes more importance to the regulation. And having sort of grown up in the crypto and blockchain environment, I do think that the open source is very important. And if the US and if Canada and the other EU countries are going to continue to encourage entrepreneurship and innovation, that open source becomes even more important. And I am very happy that IBM has gone that way of open source.
I think on the open source side, there is something that is very different from traditional software development. In software development, you could see all the lines of code. When you open source a foundation model, what are you open sourcing? You're open sourcing hopefully some weights, but you don't know the underlying data that was used to train that model. Something that we are really proud that we did at IBM, and if you go and see the white paper, we list all the data sources that were used to train the model, and they are all legally approved with the right copyright, and we explain the entire recipe. So there are two levels of open source. You can put something out there, but still in AI, it's not that clear what's in it. So it needs to be supported with certain documentation as well, right? At the end of the day, what many people are doing with these models is mixing them with their own data to fine-tune them, to use a RAG use case. So it's really important to understand if you are mixing something with a foundation model, your data with a foundation model, you better know what are you mixing it with, you know? So there is this new paradigm on how we do open source for AI that is new.
Well, that's great. Another question I had was, in my conversations with several members of Congress, they have proposed setting up a separate independent entity that would regulate AI, like the IAEA, or you talked about the FDA, et cetera. Any thoughts on that? Because I can tell you the consensus after talking to several members of Congress that came in, but that's the punchline. So thoughts?
Yeah, this is, I think, in the future, are you talking at the U.S. or the international level?
Both.
Yeah, I think certainly we need something at the international level. This is not something that I think is going to realistically happen in a useful way within existing institutions. At the U.S. level, I think we do need that eventually. The tricky part, as you know, is it's a figuring out what the right jurisdiction and what which agency has the right powers. It sometimes is easier to empower an existing agency and sort of build it up and then split something off of that than create a new agency afresh, especially when time is critical. Mm-hmm. So my guess is that the better road will be to empower a couple of key agencies, as has happened with the FTC and NIST, with particular things, and then have those grow and probably eventually split off into it's going to be a big enough problem that we're going to need a real agency for it. But my guess is that's down the road a bit.
In the current legislation that, like the U.S., is still not passed, they had recommended one of the current ministries to be in charge of the enforcement and overseeing and policies for AI. On an international basis, where it's actually going to live. And one of the challenges that we're seeing internationally is really a diminishment of global governance, and countries. They were stepping back before COVID, and COVID, I think, really pushed more nationalism. So, yes, I do think that there should be some kind of international governance of AI, but I don't, at this time, have a recommendation of where it should live, and if it would be accepted, because there are very divergent paths by the countries that are developing AI.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think any effort to bring all these different countries together, I think, would be a good thing, instead of each of us operating independently and in silos. So as long as I'm sure any of these institutions always, or agencies, always get these missions with good intentions. As long as they keep cooperating with everyone and bringing all the right players and open the conversation to everyone, I think that's good. We have that in different industries already, and it's proven to be successful.
Well, we are running out of time before they can hit their drinks, but a final thought to some of these companies who are either large companies doing some amazing things in AI, small companies who are thinking of doing some amazing things in AI, or academics or others. From a regulatory standpoint, what should they, just very briefly, they should be thinking about from each of you?
I think despite my being a little bit more alarmed about the very high-powered systems in the future, I actually really enjoy using the AI that we have now. And I think if we can curtail that runaway to the very dangerous things, the sorts of systems that we have now and the narrow systems just have tremendous capabilities. So I hope that we can, rather than just building, going for more power, actually try to solve problems. So I would just love to see the orientation of what are the real human problems. If we want to solve poverty, let's actually try to solve poverty, not spend $1 trillion building super powerful AI systems and claim that we're going to solve poverty. Actually go and try to build systems that are going to solve poverty. So that's my appeal to you.
Luis?
Similarly, to think about what is the business strategy that you're trying to do, and what are the risks, and then what are the underlying assumptions that you haven't really spoken about. So if we think about before COVID, we're in the cruise line industry, and the two underlying assumptions were you could dock at the port and you could get off the ship. So are there those underlying assumptions about your business that need to change? And AI is yet one more tool along the path of technology, and that's the way that we should look at it.
Arman?
Yeah, so my assumption is that most of you here working companies are applying AI. My team last year did 800 plus pilots on Gen AI, a lot of pilots. And I can say for 100% of my customers, they were all saying governance is really important, but we'll do it later. Let's just build the AI right now. So it's always kind of like an afterthought. It's important for everybody, but it's never the starting point. And I think my recommendation is that pick very wisely who is your AI partner on this journey and AI provider. Governance is really hard to put in place at scale, and for AI, we're all learning. And it needs to be designed at the very beginning of the use case definition and development of these projects, from the early days of the pilot all the way to production. Governance and following compliance cannot be an afterthought. And if you don't have the expertise in-house, there are a lot of players that can help to put that in place.
They said we'll do it later. That's why they put our session at the end, because they said they'll do it later. But please give a round of applause to our incredible panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This was fabulous. Thank you all. You can all please enjoy your refreshments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fabulous.
Thank you very much to the final panel. A very, very fitting way to end the day, I think. And as Sanjay said, I'm not going to keep you too long from your drinks. They're on the 4th floor. The only way up to them is in the lifts, but they're just around the pool. So get your Speedos and jump in. No, don't, please. But go and drop your bags off and meet us on the 4th floor around the pool. Just one thing to add, there is a Women in AI breakfast tomorrow morning at 7:30. I'd encourage as many male, female, other to attend that as possible. And that's in the Valley Room just up the way. And should be a really inspiring session. Otherwise, we're kicking off, I think, around 8:30, 8:35 tomorrow morning. So see you all then. Thanks very much.